Chapter 9:18. That's right. Huang Daniu's face was filled with pride. In the profound assimilation formation, I managed to raise my 6th level intermediate Earth concept to the 9th level Earth concept. When Huang Daniu reached here, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. The smile on his face became even more proud. In this regard, I'm much stronger than Duan Lingtian. His intermediate thunder concept was originally at the 7th level. When he raised it to the 9th level in the profound assimilation formation, it only increased by 2 levels. When Duan Lingtian saw that Huang Daniu was trying to find a balance in this matter again, he shook his head and ignored him. I've long heard that the profound assimilation formation is not simple. However, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. It actually raised both of your void interpretation concepts to the 9th level. Chen Wei exclaimed with a face full of envy. Then, Chen Wei looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled wryly. Duan Lingtian, I thought you've only comprehended the 3rd level intermediate wind concept. I didn't expect you to have also comprehended the 7th level thunder concept. Before this, he was like most of the people. He thought the reason why Duan Lingtian was so powerful was because of his innate ability. Without his innate ability, Duan Lingtian would not even be ranked among the outstanding young disciples in the 5-element sect. However, at this moment, he realized how stupid and ridiculous his previous thoughts were. Duan Lingen, this guy really hid his strength well? Huang Daniu's eyes flashed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Now, I wouldn't be surprised even if he exerted a 3rd concept, the void interpretation concept, besides the thunder concept and wind concept. Huang Daniu's words made the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitch unnoticeably. Although he knew Huang Daniu was just saying it casually, he could not help but feel a slight ripple in his heart. He really did comprehend the 3rd void interpretation concept. Not only did he comprehend the 3rd void interpretation concept, but he had also comprehended the 4th void interpretation concept. His earth concept and sword concept were both at the void interpretation concept level. However, Chen Wei did not take Huang Daniu's words to heart. As far as he was concerned, it was already shocking that Duan Lingtian was able to comprehend 2 types of void interpretation concepts at such a young age, and it was impossible for him to comprehend a 3rd type of void interpretation concept, even if the Duan Lingtian was a variant. Your cultivations. Soon after, Chen Wei glanced at Huang Daniu before shifting his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His face was filled with doubt. It's all thanks to the few spirit fruits that the Peak Master gave us that our cultivation base is high. Those spirit fruits are the cultivation resources that the sect gave us. Huang Daniu laughed. Only now did Chen Wei come to a sudden understanding, and the envy on his face grew even more, yet there wasn't the slightest bit of jealousy. He knew very well in his heart that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu deserved everything they had. Without Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, it would be impossible for Wood Peak to shake off the fate of being at the bottom, let alone becoming the first peak of the 5-element sect. If Wood Peak could not shake off the fate of being at the bottom, even if the sect obtained the spirit fruits, it would not be distributed to Wood Peak. Let's go, the Peak Master is still waiting for us. Chen Wei called out to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian before flying out. Duan Lingtian nodded his head and followed Chen Wei with Huang Daniu as they flew up to the sky far away. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, again. Behind Qi Yu, there were 3 other Wood Peak disciples. The 3 young disciples were around the age of 35. It was obvious that they were also going to Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy swept out and quickly detected the cultivation base of the 3 of them. All of them were at the 4th level void interpretation, similar to Chen Wei in the past. He had already noticed it when Chen Wei came to look for him. Currently, Chen Wei's cultivation base had already broken through to the 5th level void interpretation. You're here? When Qi Yu saw Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, a rare smile appeared on his calm face. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu greeted Qi Yu with a smile before they stood next to him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, senior brother Huang Daniu. At this moment, the The three Wood Peak disciples standing behind Qiyu greeted Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu respectfully in unison. It made Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu feel flattered. In terms of age, these three Wood Peak disciples were older than them. Let's go. Qiyu brought along Duan Lingtian and the other 5 and flew straight to Gold Peak. In just a short while, they arrived at the sky outside of Gold Peak. Over there were already 2 groups of people standing separately in the sky and gathered together. When they noticed the arrival of Duan Lingtian and the other people from Wood Peak, the 2 groups of people gathered their attention and quickly locked onto 2 people from Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian and Qiyu. When Duan Lingtian had just arrived at Wood Peak, he had already killed a direct disciple of a Wood Peak elder. After that, he even forced the Wood Peak elder to cripple his own cultivation base. From that moment on, Duan Lingtian's name had already spread throughout the entire 5-element sect. Later on, Duan Lingtian even became famous in just one battle during the Battle of the 5 Peaks. He defeated Brother Nangong, who was the strongest among the younger generation in the 5-element sect before he came to the 5-element sect. He obtained the first place in the individual and team battles of the Battle of the 5 Peaks and helped Wood Peak to become the first peak of the 5-element sect. Currently, Duan Lingtian's reputation in the 5-element sect could be said to be soaring. He had even surpassed Brother Nangong from Gold Peak. Some of the 5-element sect's disciples even secretly regarded Duan Lingtian as the new strongest person among the younger generation in the sect because he could defeat Brother Nangong from Gold Peak. Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, had originally been quiet for many years. However, during the Battle of the 5 Peaks, he made his move like lightning and severely injured Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, twice. At that moment, the 5-element sect's disciples who were present finally knew. Qiyu, who was known as the second strongest person in the 5-element sect, did not have an undeserved reputation. He really possessed such strength. From that moment on, Qiyu had also become the hot topic of many 5-element sect's disciples. Peak Master Qiyu. The 2 groups of people were the people from Water Peak and Earth Peak who had arrived first. Yu Fang, the Peak Master of Water Peak, and Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, came up to greet Qiyu with a smile. Peak Master Yu Fang, Peak Master Tiangu. Qiyu responded to each of them with a smile. He was very polite. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and glanced at the people from Water Peak and Earth Peak one by one. He noticed that other than the 2 Peak Masters, Yu Fang and Tiangu, there were only 5 young disciples from both peaks. Among the 3 from Water Peak, other than Tan Huan and the female disciple from Water Peak whom he had met twice, there was another female disciple from Wood Peak. There were only 2 people from Earth Peak, and both of them were familiar faces. They were none other than Tian Zhen and the male disciple from Earth Peak who had also met Duan Lingtian twice. The number of young disciples from both peaks combined was not even comparable to the group of Wood Peak's disciples including Duan Lingtian. The people from Fire Peak are here. Suddenly, a Wood Peak's disciple could not help but exclaim in a low voice. At once, other than Duan Lingtian and Qiyu, the rest of the people present on the scene shifted their attention to the 5 figures that were flying towards them from afar. These 5 people were led by one person. The person in the lead was an old man dressed in red. He was none other than Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Behind Cha Bai, there were 4 other Fire Peak's disciples. These 4 Fire Peak's disciples were led by Hu Fei as they followed closely behind Cha Bai. Since everyone is here, let's set off. At this moment, before Yu Fang and Tiangu could even greet Cha Bai, a loud and clear voice resonated from the direction of Gold Peak, attracting everyone's attention. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could see a total of 6 figures flying towards them from the direction of Gold Peak. Among them, the Peak Master of Gold Peak, who was also the sect leader of 5-element sect, Guochong, was leading the group. Behind Guochong, the 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, followed closely behind. One of them was moving while the other was still, displaying a peerless elegance. Behind the 2 of them, there were 3 other Gold Peak's disciples. All of them were young disciples who were around the age of 35. It was obvious that they were also preparing to go to the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Sect leader! The moment Guocheng appeared, the people from the other 4 peaks bowed slightly. They either nodded or bowed slightly. Most of them only bowed to greet him. Only the 4 peak masters and Duan Lingtian were exceptions. They only nodded their heads in greeting. For a moment, Duan Lingtian, who was standing among the group of 5 element sects disciples, stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens when the other 5 element sects disciples bowed. If it was someone else, perhaps Guocheng would be slightly dissatisfied. However, when he realized that this person was Duan Lingtian, he completely lost his temper. In his opinion, as a variant, Duan Lingtian could temporarily join the 5 element sect. It could be considered as a blessing for the 5 element sect. As for those complicated formalities, Duan Lingtian had the right to ignore them. Let's go! Guocheng nodded his head at the crowd before shouting out softly. The instant his words left his mouth, Guocheng led the 5 Gold Peaks disciples and flew towards the southwest direction. Since he had to take care of the Gold Peaks disciples, he deliberately slowed down his speed. Let's go! At this moment, Qiyu, Yufeng, Tiangu, and Cha Bai called out to the young disciples that they brought with them before following the group of Gold Peaks people closely like shadows. That Emperor Wu's secret treasure is in the southwest? Flying all the way to the southwest, Duan Lingtian could not help but squint his eyes as he muttered, "That direction is located between the south of the northern desert and the west of the northern desert. It's closer to the 4 major forces in the south of the northern desert. In the ancient desert city in the south of the northern desert, in the Skywolf Fort. In an underground palace in the inner fort, 5 people stood in front of a high platform. Looking at the high platform that was shrouded in fog, each of their eyes were gleaming brightly. It's going to be 3 hours soon." The only middle-aged man among the 5 said in a low voice. "The profound assimilation formation is about to close. It's time for the 9 of them to come out." One of the old men among the 5 had his eyes lit up all of a sudden. He looked at the fog on the high platform in anticipation as though he was waiting for something. Time passed by quietly. What's going on? It's already been 4 hours. Why hasn't the profound assimilation formation closed on its own yet? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that there's something wrong with the profound assimilation formation? Chapter 9:19. The 5 people on the scene were none other than the 5 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort. The 5 vice fort masters were led by Luo Fu. Next to him were Meng Li, Ning Ken, Yu Kang and Feng Wei. Feng Wei was Luo Fu's disciple. At the same time, he was also the only middle-aged man among the 5 vice fort masters. The other 4 were old men in their 70s. At this moment, the 5 of them had a grave expression on their faces. They knew very well that the profound assimilation formation would only be opened for 3 hours at most before it would close on its own. At this time, the people inside would come out, and the concept they comprehended would more or less improve. However, for hours had passed, and the profound assimilation formation still did not show any signs of closing. It was as though something had gone wrong, and they could not help but feel anxious. "Don't tell me something has really happened?" Feng Wei had a grave expression on his face. "I don't think so. The profound assimilation formation is an inscription formation that was personally laid out by a martial monarch powerhouse. Logically speaking, it's impossible for something to go wrong." Luo Fu shook his head. His wise eyes shone brightly as he stared at the fog on the high platform. Something must have happened in there that we don't know about. Although Meng Li, Ning Kan, and Yu Kang did not say anything, they were also staring at the profound assimilation formation on the high platform in front of them. A hint of worry could be seen on their faces. Compared to the 5 vice fort masters' restlessness outside the profound assimilation formation, it was calm inside the profound assimilation formation. 9 young talents sat cross-legged in various places as they comprehended their concepts in silence. Around the bodies of the 9 young geniuses, strands of materialized concepts seemed to be rising. It was either wind concept, fire concept, water concept, thunder concept, or earth concept. All 5 of the above belonged to the nature concept. There was another person whose body was surrounded by strands of sword-shaped energy. It was the materialized sword concept. Among them, 8 of the young geniuses sat there motionlessly like statues. Only one of them had his brows furrowed and relaxed from time to time. This was a young man dressed in white. He looked to be in his early 30s. Although his eyes were closed, his face was unusually cold, especially the strand of black flame mark between his brows. Just a glance at it was enough to cause one to feel apprehensive. At this moment, the black flame mark seemed to have come to life, burning brightly. "Ghost Elder, how did you do it?" At the same time, a voice suddenly sounded in the depths of the white-clothed young man's mind. It was filled with surprise. In the depths of the white-clad young man's mind, there were 2 masses of vast concept energy gathered near the strand of solidified soul. They were like 2 masses of clouds that kept rolling. One of the concept energy was green while the other was red. It was the concept energy that corresponded to the wind concept and fire concept. At the same time, a cold, hoarse, and aged low snort suddenly exploded in the mind of the white-clothed young man. "It's only an inscription formation set up by a mere martial monarch stage inscription master. How could it be difficult for me to obtain the ghost flame? Although the remnant of my soul right now is far from my prime, it's still very easy for me to extract some of the concept energy from this inscription formation and force it into your body. If I was at my prime, then even if I extracted all the concept energy refined from the wind concept fragment and fire concept fragment and poured it into your body, it wouldn't be a difficult matter." When the hoarse and aged voice reached the end of his sentence, it was filled with disdain. Based on his words, it was as though he was looking down on the profound assimilation formation set up by the martial monarch powerhouse he was currently in. Yes. What martial monarch powerhouse? "He's nothing in front of you, Ghost Elder." The voice that spoke earlier had a hint of flattery in his tone. Then he changed the topic. "Ghost Elder, with the 2 concept energy that you extracted, to what level can my wind concept and fire concept be raised to?" "Void transformation concept." The hoarse and aged voice resonated again. "Void transformation concept? Ghost Elder, you're not joking, right?" The voice of the former was filled with shock. "Ever since you obtained the Devil Seal Tablets fragment by chance, and my remnant soul resided in your body. When have I ever lied to you?" A hint of anger could be heard in the hoarse and aged voice. "Of course not. Ghost Elder, please don't take what happened earlier to heart. I just thought it was too unbelievable, and I was too excited." The voice of the former was filled with panic. "Humph." The aged voice snorted again and continued to say, "Xianxia boy, remember this? What I can give you is far beyond your imagination. As long as you remember the promise you made to me and help me reconstruct my soul in the future, I won't mistreat you." The aged voice said again. Xianxia's voice resonated in a panic. He did not dare to slack off at all. "But I'll return the control of your body to you now. You'll merge the 2 concept energy that I extracted for you with your 2 concepts." After the hoarse and aged voice finished speaking, it became completely silent. At the same time, the black flame mark between Xianxia's eyebrows disappeared without a trace. It was as though it had never existed. It was extremely strange. Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. A fierce gleam flashed across his eyes as he muttered to himself coldly, "Duanlingnan, I'll give you a big surprise the next time we meet. Even if Ghost Elder can't make a move on you, I can still destroy you. As long as I obtain your Devil Seal Tablet, my future will be bright. Even those powerhouses like Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent will be trampled under my feet sooner or later." A wicked smile appeared on Xianxia's face as he muttered to himself. After a while, he finally stopped laughing. Subsequently, Xianxia closed his eyes again and merged the 2 concept energy in the depth of his mind. A vast flame rose around Xianxia's body, accompanied by gusts of green wind. With the help of the wind, the flame raged even more fiercely. Time passed by quietly. 3 days passed by in just a blink of an eye. It's been 3 days, but the profound assimilation formation still hasn't closed by itself. In the underground palace of Skywolf Fort's inner fort, Ningkan kept pacing back and forth on the high platform that was shrouded in fog. His face was filled with worry. He was worried about his direct disciple, Xianxia. We've already waited for 3 days. There's no need to rush now. Luo Fu, who was standing by the side, said. However, although he said so, there was still a hint of worry in his eyes. Huh. Suddenly, Luo Fu raised his eyebrows as though he had noticed something. He stared at the profound assimilation formation on the high platform, which was also the fog that was visible to the naked eye. The fog was stirring and showing signs of shrinking. The profound assimilation formation is closing? At this moment, Ningkan came to a halt. The other 3 Skywolf Fort's vice fort masters who were sitting cross-legged cultivating at the side opened their eyes one after another and stood up. They looked at the fog that was shrinking on the high platform. Soon after, the fog disappeared. 9 figures sitting cross-legged on the high platform appeared before their eyes one by one. There were 8 young men and 1 young woman. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize the young woman with just a glance. She was Yi Ling, whom he had met once during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. She was the strongest person among the younger generation in the Darqing dynasty. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties had ended, Yi Ling had stayed in Skywolf Fort and was heavily nurtured. Compared to the past, her cultivation base was as different as heaven and earth. Soon after, the 9 people opened their eyes one after another and woke up. Xianxia, how's the progress of your wind concept? Ningkan was the first to look at the white-clothed young man who was his personal disciple, Xianxia, and asked impatiently, Master, Xianxia didn't disappoint you. Xianxia smiled faintly. The air around his body stirred and emitted a scorching aura. After a few moments, a vast flame rose and shrouded Xianxia's entire body. It made him look like a majestic fire giant. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred in the sky and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons gradually formed. 10, 20, 30. The number was still increasing. Under the stunned gaze of the group of people, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes finally stopped increasing and came to a stop. The strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Luo Fu sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, First level advanced concept of fire. Xianxia, why you actually comprehended the void transformation concept? Void transformation concept. At once, the other 8 Skywolf Fort's young disciples were petrified. They stared blankly at the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Xianxia's head. They could not regain their senses for a long time. Xianxia, why your fire concept was only at the void initiation concept before you entered the profound assimilation formation, right? At this moment, Ningkan asked in a daze. Void initiation concept? The moment Ningkan's words left his mouth, Luo Fu and the other 4 vice fort masters were petrified as well. Before he entered the profound assimilation formation, his concept was only at the void initiation concept. After he came out, his concept had risen to the void transformation concept? Did that not mean he had surpassed the void interpretation concept? Yes. Xianxia nodded. He was secretly delighted when he saw the stunned and shocked expression on everyone's face. He enjoyed this feeling very much. Subsequently, with just a thought in his mind, a gust of terrifying green wind condensed and formed around his body and merged with the scorching flame continuously. At this moment, the flame skyrocketed and rose higher and higher. At the same time, 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Xianxia's head before another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. The strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. Third level advanced wind concept? The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons is the strength of the first level advanced fire concept after the first level advanced fire concept uses the wind concept. It's similar to the earth concept using the earth energy. Chapter 920. The 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort had dumbstruck expressions as they looked at the 700 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Xianxia, and besides shock, there was only shock in their hearts. Third level advanced wind concept. It was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. First level advance fire concept. It was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Not only that, but the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons could be added to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons through the fire concept. In total, it was equivalent to the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. The other 8 Skywolf Fort's disciples who were present were stunned. They could not regain their senses for a long time. After a while, one of the Skywolf Fort's disciples regained his senses. He gulped and muttered, "Didn't the Vice Fort Masters say that after we entered the profound assimilation formation? Perhaps the low-level void interpretation concept can be raised by 2 or 3 levels, but the high-level void interpretation concept can only raise 1 or 2 levels." He looked at Xianxia and said, "Perhaps, something's wrong with the profound assimilation formation. I feel like I've been in there for more than 3 hours. Perhaps, our improvement is as big as Xianxia's." Before I entered the profound assimilation formation, I comprehended the 5th level intermediate thunder concept. If I'm not mistaken, I should have comprehended the void transformation concept as well, said the other Skywolf Fort's disciple as he hurriedly adjusted his concept. Before I entered the profound assimilation formation, I've comprehended the 5th level intermediate thunder concept. If I'm not mistaken, I should have comprehended the void transformation concept as well. At this moment, everyone, including Xianxia, shifted their attention to the sky above the Skywolf Fort's disciple. The heaven and earth energy was stirring and brewing there, and the heaven and earth phenomenon was gradually forming. A cold smile appeared on Xianxia's face. How could trash like this be compared to him? Soon after, silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the Skywolf Fort's disciple one after another. The number continued to increase until it finally stopped at 80 silhouettes. The strength of 80 ancient horned dragons represented the 7th level void interpretation concept. 7th level intermediate thunder concept? How's that possible? Looking at the 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head, the Skywolf Fort's disciple's face turned grave. Isn't the difference between this and Xianxia a little too big? At this moment, the remaining Skywolf Fort's disciples, including Yiling, began to test out their concepts one by one. In the end, they discovered that the person who improved the most amongst them had only improved by 3 levels. A disciple of the Skywolf Fort had comprehended the 4th level of void interpretation concept to the 6th level. For a time, numerous gazes converged onto Xianxia, and their gazes were filled with surprise and bewilderment. Xianxia revealed a smug smile on his face. He enjoyed this feeling very much. Unfortunately, my cultivation base is still slightly lacking. I hope I can smoothly break through to the 7th level void interpretation when I enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Xianxia thought to himself. Blade Sect. As one of the 4 great factions of power in the southern of the northern desert, Blade Sect was stationed in 2 vast valleys adjacent to each other. Of the 2 valleys, one was the Saber Valley, which belonged to the Saber School, while the other was the Sword Valley, which belonged to the Sword School. In the middle of the Saber Valley and the Sword Valley, there was a towering hill with continuous buildings standing on it. It was the place where the Blade Sect's high-ranking officials usually lived and cultivated. Currently, in a palace on the hill, 5 people stood in front of a high platform. The high platform was shrouded in fog. Among the 5 people, there were 2 old men and 3 middle-aged men. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the 3 middle-aged men with just a glance. They were none other than Sword 13, the Vice Sect leader of Sword School, Saber 5, the Vice Sect leader of Saber School, and the Elder of Sword School, Feng Wudao. However, Feng Wudao's face was a little solemn as he stared at the fog on the high platform in front of him. He was a little nervous. Sect leaders. Feng Wudao could not help but look at the 2 old men and asked solemnly, "This profound assimilation formation, will it really not harm the fire spirit body?" Theoretically, it won't. Moreover, I've never heard of anything happening to the innate spirit body after entering the profound assimilation formation. One of the old men who was tall and sturdy shook his head. Don't worry. Since Tian Wu, that girl, has an innate spirit body, There'll only be benefits in the profound assimilation formation that's filled with concept energy. There won't be any harm at all. Another skinny old man chimed in. The two old men were the two sect leaders of Blade Sect. They were in charge of Saber School and Sword School respectively. It's a pity that Tian Wu, that girl, can't consume the spirit fruit. Otherwise, with the fire concept that she has comprehended and her terrifying strength, she'll definitely be able to accomplish something after entering Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Sword 13 sighed. Upon hearing this, Feng Wudao and the two old men fell silent. Feng Tianwu's comprehension of the fire concept was extremely shocking. However, her cultivation base was still at the third-level void interpretation. It was even inferior to many of the Blade Sect's disciples. If it was not for her shocking fire concept, she would not even be qualified to enter the profound assimilation formation and enjoy the baptism of hundreds of concept fragments. It's going to be 3 hours soon. Saber 5, who was standing at the side, suddenly brightened up. He looked at the profound assimilation formation that shrouded the high platform in anticipation. Upon hearing Saber 5's words, the other 4 people looked at the profound assimilation formation together. After a short while, the mist on the high platform disappeared and revealed its true appearance. The 10 young men and women who were sitting cross-legged at different places finally woke up one by one after a while. Looking at the beautiful figure who slowly stood up, a joyful smile appeared on Feng Wudao's face. His heart that was hanging in the air was finally at ease. Father. Upon hearing the voice, Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wudao. A smile appeared on her beautiful face. I'm sorry to have made you worry. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Feng Wudao shook his head. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred as the wind and clouds changed. It was the other 9 Blade Sect's disciples, including Su Li, Long Yun, and Zhang Shouyong. One by one, they displayed their concepts and triggered the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Their concepts had more or less risen by 2 or 3 levels. Tian Wu, let's see how much your fire concept has risen. The skinny old man looked at Feng Tianwu kindly. Yes, sect leader. Upon hearing the sect leader of Sword Sect's words, Feng Tianwu did not dare to slack off at all. The red robe on her body fluttered as though it had transformed into a burning flame. Su Li, are you really not interested in this, Feng Tianwu? If you're not interested, I, your senior brother, won't hold back anymore. A green-clothed young man that stood by Su Li's side looked at Feng Tianwu with a gaze that seemed to have traces of burning desire, and he wished for nothing more than to take her for himself. Senior brother Lien, I've already told you. Tianwu already has someone in her heart. Su Li frowned and said, that person is not someone you can afford to offend. You're talking about that Duan Lingtian who originally wanted to come to our Blade Sect with all of you but was chased by the people from Skywolf Fort halfway and even went missing? The young man in green smiled disdainfully. Putting aside the fact that he's dead now, even if he's not dead, I'm still not afraid of him. First place in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? That kind of trashy martial competition is not worth mentioning at all. Upon hearing the young man in green cursing Duan Lingtian, Su Li's face turned grave. His eyes gleamed coldly as he clenched his fists tightly. However, he did not flare up in the end. Put aside the fact that this young man in green had a high status, just his strength alone had far surpassed his current strength. His cultivation base was at the 8th level void interpretation, and he had comprehended the 9th level sword concept. It was not something the current him could compare to. Due to the fact that everyone's attention was on Feng Tianwu, nobody heard the conversation between Su Li and the young man in green. At the same time, waves of scorching aura swept out from Feng Tianwu's body, setting off waves of scorching wind that blew in all directions. The fierce wind that brought with it a scorching hot aura caused the expressions of the Blade Sect disciples with weaker chi realms to change, and they turned pale. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Feng Tianwu was completely enveloped by flames that shot up into the sky. It set off the long red robe on her body, causing her to look as though she had transformed into a fire elf. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred, and the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared. In just a few moments, hundreds of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. Ninth level intermediate fire concept? Looking at the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Feng Tianwu's head, everyone present on the scene was petrified. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Soon after, they regained their senses, and horror dawned on them. The reason they regained their senses was because after the appearance of the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared as the flames on Feng Tianwu's body continued to rise. 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared before the crowd in just a blink of an eye. First level advance fire concept. At this moment, everyone, including the two sect leaders from the Saber sect and the Sword sect, could not help but narrow their eyes. Their faces were filled with shock. Before Feng Tianwu entered the profound assimilation formation, she seemed to have only comprehended the 5th level intermediate fire concept. However, right now, she had actually comprehended the 1st level advanced fire concept after coming out of the profound assimilation formation. When they saw the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons turning into 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in just a few moments, everyone was numb as they stared at the scene before them with their mouths agape. Second level advance fire concept? Su Li sucked in a cold breath. It's not just the 2nd level advance fire concept. The number of ancient horned dragons is still increasing. Zhang Shouyong muttered with his eyes wide open. Indeed, the number of ancient horned dragons above Feng Tianwu's head was still increasing. The 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons soon turned into 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Then, it turned into 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons again. It was still increasing. Unknowingly, everyone was numb to it. So this is the fire spirit body? Don't tell me she has absorbed all of the fire concept fragments that were refined by the profound assimilation formation? Chapter 921. Emotion-Severing Sect. In a quiet little courtyard, a young man dressed in green sat there. Around his body, there seemed to be waves of aqua-blue waves sweeping past. It was the water concept. In the sky, 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes spiraled down. They stayed there quietly, accumulating their energy. At this moment, the young man sitting there did not use any origin energy at all. In other words, he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to condense 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes with his water concept alone. It was obvious that he had comprehended the 1st level advanced water concept. Time passed by quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the waves of aqua-blue ripples around the young man's body suddenly stirred. They emitted waves of mist that spread out like a gentle breeze. Droplets of water swept out from the mist and landed on the flowers and plants planted in the courtyard like stars in the sky. It added some vitality to the flowers and plants. Supreme emotion forgetting technique. Extreme water, condense ice. All of a sudden, the young man in the aqua-blue ripples opened his eyes. A gleam flashed across his eyes as he muttered. Almost at the instant his words left his mouth, the waves of aqua-blue ripples around his body emitted waves of bone-chilling coldness until they no longer emitted any mist. It didn't take long for the blue waves to completely condense together, turning into a thick layer of ice. The thick layer of ice covered the young man's entire body. However, the young man did not seem to notice it at all. His face was still cold as he continued to mutter without stopping. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in the sky out of thin air. It was an expressionless middle-aged man. I didn't expect that our emotion-severing sect, which has been passed down for thousands of years and no one has been able to cultivate the supreme emotion-forsaking technique, has been successfully cultivated by him. The extremity of water condenses ice. The extremity of ice gives birth to fire. The extremity of fire gathers lightning. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, with his current progress, I think it won't be long before he successfully nurtures the fire concept with the ice concept. At that time, he'll be able to unleash both ice and fire at the same time. The power of both ice and fire will multiply. Suddenly, as though he had noticed something, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. When he lowered his head and looked down, he saw that the young man in the small courtyard was covered in a thick layer of ice. Wisps of flames were rising from the ice around his body. The blazing flames emitted a hot aura, but they did not fuse with the extremely cold ice, and the extremely cold ice did not extinguish the flames either. It looked extremely strange. The peaceful coexistence of the two seemed to have completely violated the principle of water restrains fire. At this moment, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above the young man's head. All of a sudden, bang! The young man stomped his feet on the ground, and the thick bricks on the ground cracked apart. Cracks spread out in all directions as if forming a huge spider web. On this spider web, waves of cold air were left behind, and within the cold air, there were also wisps of scorching aura. The combination of contradictions caused the flowers and plants in the courtyard to completely lose their vitality. After stomping on the ground, the young man borrowed the force to soar into the air. It was as if he had turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing high into the sky. Supreme Emotion Forgetting Technique. Ice and Fire Dual Heaven. The young man stood in the air and muttered. When he reached the end of his sentence, he suddenly shouted out loud. As he shouted out loud, the ice and flames on his body strangely merged into one, transforming into wisps of brand new azure flames. It looked crystal clear and beautiful. They were like wisps of burning ice flames. The ice flames emitted waves of extreme cold and scorching heat. The combination of contradictions caused the heaven and earth energy in the sky to stir again. Boom! Without warning, the young man took a step forward and threw a punch in the air. It was like a cannonball that shot out rapidly. Azure flames instantly surged out of his fist. It was like a shockwave that tore through the sky and swept out, setting off a series of ear-piercing explosions. Waves of air that was a mixture of cold and scorching heat swept out in all directions. In the sky above his head, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons had appeared beside the 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. From the beginning until the end, he did not use any origin energy at all. In other words, the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons was not given to him by his origin energy. That's right. Even though the dual heavens of ice and fire is only at the beginner level, it's still enough to help you increase your strength by half. When you've taken another step forward and cultivated it to mastery, you'll be able to increase your strength by one-fold. Unknowingly, a middle-aged man with a cold expression appeared out of thin air not far from the young man, and a rare wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this middle-aged man as Peiyan, the sect leader of Emotion Severing Sect. As for the young man, he was Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan. The Supreme Emotion Forgetting Technique was a cultivation method passed down in the Emotion Severing Sect since ancient times. It was said that even in the entire Cloud Continent, it could be considered as a top-notch cultivation method. However, all this while, nobody in the Emotion Severing Sect could cultivate it successfully. In order to cultivate the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Technique, other than completely severing one's emotions, one must also comprehend the water concept to a certain level. The peak of water was ice. The peak of ice was fire. The peak of fire was thunder. These short words were the outline of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Mantra. Once a person who cultivated the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Technique succeeded in condensing ice from water and comprehended the ice concept, he would be able to rely on the ice concept to nurture the fire concept that was at the same extreme. Moreover, the fire concept did not need to be comprehended by the cultivator himself. As long as the ice concept improved, the fire concept would also improve at the same time. This was because it originated from the ice concept. It was the same for the thunder concept at the back. As a top-notch cultivation method in the entire Cloud Continent, the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Technique's strength was naturally not limited to just this point. Those who cultivated the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Technique would also be able to master a special technique, and it was the Ice and Fire Dual Heaven. The Ice and Fire Dual Heaven was divided into two levels. the rudimentary stage and the mastery stage. Compared to the complicated martial skill, it was much more concise. At the rudimentary stage, one could merge the ice concept and fire concept into one. Not only could one combine the strength of the two, but it could also increase the strength by 50%. Just like Xianxia now. His first-level advanced water concept was transformed into the first-level advanced ice concept through the supreme emotion forgetting technique. It was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The fire concept that was nurtured was at the same level as the first-level advanced fire concept. It was also equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. When the two were combined, it was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. With the ice and fire dual heaven that was at the rudimentary stage, one could increase the strength by 50%, which was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Once the ice and fire dual heaven was cultivated to the mastery stage, one could increase the strength by 50%, which was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The stronger the ice concept was, the stronger the fire concept was, and the stronger the ice and fire dual heaven would be. In addition, the dual heavens of ice and fire could only be considered as a combination of the ice concept and the fire concept. It did not conflict with the martial skill at all, so it was completely possible to use the dual heavens of ice and fire as a foundation to execute the martial skill. In that case, the strength would increase as well. Master. When Zhang Yan saw the person who came, he hurriedly bowed. He did not dare to be negligent at all. Prepare. We'll depart tomorrow and head to Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Pei Yan nodded. The moment his words left his mouth, he vanished into thin air before Zhang Yan's eyes. After Pei Yan left, a gleam flashed across Zhang Yan's eyes as he muttered to himself, with my current cultivation base at the 7th level void interpretation, coupled with the dual heavens of ice and fire formed from the fusion of ice and fire concept, I can exert the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapons. If there's no accident, none of the young powerhouses from the other sects should be a match for me now. As Zhang Yan muttered to himself, his eyes were filled with confidence. Ever since Zhang Yan joined the emotion-severing sect and displayed his innate talent and comprehension ability, he had been constantly fed with spirit fruits. After he had broken through to the 6th level void interpretation, he no longer had any suitable spirit fruits to consume. Although there were many spirit fruits in the emotion-severing sect, they were all spirit fruits that he had consumed in the past. He was already immune to the medicinal efficacy. Due to this reason, since the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held at the Skywolf Fort, he who did not have any spirit fruits to consume had only made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. Duan Linking, he just came out from the Darkhan dynasty? I'm sure he didn't consume any spirit fruits that are exclusive to void interpretation martial artists. After he joined the Blade sect, he has no shortage of spirit fruits. It's very likely that his current cultivation base has already surpassed mine. A familiar purple figure appeared in his mind. A rare faint smile crept up the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth. However, even if his cultivation base is higher than mine, and his concept is raised with the help of the profound assimilation formation, his strength is still far from mine after I've successfully cultivated the supreme emotion forsaking technique. Only that Zishang. Perhaps he can pose a threat to me. A hint of dread appeared between Zhang Yan's brows when he thought of Zishang. He still could not help but shudder when he recalled the secret technique Zishang had cast previously. 2nd level void interpretation. After casting the secret technique, his cultivation base skyrocketed to the 6th level void interpretation. Fortunately, Zishang's concept did not seem to be able to be raised at the same time. Chapter 922. In the southwestern region of the northern desert. Bush. One after another, swift silhouettes came from the northeast direction. Their speed was extremely fast as they passed through the clouds and mist in the sky, leaving behind a clear heaven road. The group was led by 3 middle-aged men, an old man, and a middle-aged woman. There were 20 people following behind them. All 20 of them were young men and women. With just a glance, one could see that none of them were over 40 years old. We're almost there. The middle-aged man leading the group was none other than Guochong, the sect leader of Five-Element Sect. He withdrew his gaze from the distance and came to a halt as he slowed down. At once, the rest of them slowed down as well. We're here. At once, the 20 young men following behind him could not help but be stunned. It has been more than a month since the day we departed. Right now, we're about to arrive at the place where we're supposed to go. Guochong's voice entered everyone's ears in a timely manner. We're really here? Duan Lingtian followed behind and slowed down as well. When he heard Guochong's words, his eyes lit up immediately. Duan Lingtian, we're about to enter the Emperor Wu's secret land. At that time, if both of us join forces, we won't have to worry about not being able to obtain the treasures left behind by Emperor Wu. Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian and said excitedly through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by how thick-skinned Huang Daniu was. Did he need to join forces with someone else? Even if he wanted to join forces with someone else, it did not seem to be this fellow's turn, right? It was more likely that he would look for Nangong Chen from Gold Peak. Currently, Nangong Chen's cultivation base should have already broken through to the 9th level void interpretation. Coupled with his first level advanced earth concept, his strength was so strong that he was only weaker than Duan Lingtian among the younger generation in the entire Five-Element Sect. Duan Lingtian did not doubt whether Nangong Chen would be able to break through to the 9th level void interpretation or not. After all, the 2 spirit fruits that he consumed last time were distributed by the Five-Element Sect. Wood Peak had 4 while Gold Peak had 3. Thinking about it, at least 2 of Jin Feng's 3 crystals were in Nangong Chen's hands. I'm sure you're all curious about where you're going. Now I'll tell you. Guochong's voice continued to ring out. Other than Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, the group of Five-Element Sect's disciples' eyes lit up. Even Nangong Chen was no exception. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard this. He knew that Guochong was going to tell him about the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The place we're going to this time is the secret treasure left behind by an expert named Emperor Wu. Guochong's words entered everyone's ears word by word. Apart from the other 4 peak masters who remained calm, apart from Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, the rest of the Five-Element Sect's disciples were stunned for a moment before they burst into an uproar. The secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu? Oh my god! The secret treasure left behind by an expert named Emperor Wu. How many treasures would there be in there? Even if it's the 9th level concept fragments, grade 1 spirit weapons, and grade 1 medicinal pills, I'm afraid it has everything you need, right? I knew it. The sect leader and the 4 peak masters would bring us out personally. It must be no small matter. However, I never thought that the sect leader and the 4 peak masters would bring us to Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The group of Five-Element Sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their faces were filled with excitement. Even the Nangong brothers were no exception. Nangong Yi's face was filled with anticipation. His eyes were gleaming brightly. Although Nangong Chen's face was still cold, his eyes that were gleaming brightly had undoubtedly betrayed his current mood. According to the news that I've obtained, the secret treasure left behind by an expert named Emperor Wu was left behind when he was nearing the end of his life. It contains all of his inheritance, and it's waiting for the fated person in the future. When Guochong reached the end of his sentence, his voice became louder and louder. How could the inheritance left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu be ordinary? Even he, the sect leader of Five-Element Sect, could not help but feel excited. Inheritance. The moment Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but feel shocked. Although he already knew that they were going to a secret treasure left behind by an Emperor Wu, he only thought that it was a game that an Emperor Wu came up with out of boredom. However, it seemed like that was not the case. Although the things inside the game created by an Emperor Wu and the inheritance left behind by an Emperor Wu were enough to make people fight over it, the latter was obviously more precious. This was because the latter could very well contain the wealth that Emperor Wu had accumulated throughout his life. It was enough to tempt any force or person on Cloud Continent. I'm really looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. At the same time, the group of 5-element sect's young disciples who heard Guochang's words began to breathe rapidly. The inheritance left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu? What kind of concept was that? The inheritance left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu is the wealth that Emperor Wu had accumulated throughout his life. Whoever can obtain it will definitely soar to the sky. I can't wait anymore. However, since it's the inheritance left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu, why do the 5 peak masters want to bring us to retrieve it? Wouldn't it be more reassuring if we bring the sect elders to retrieve it? Don't tell me there's a reason? The group of 5-element sect's disciples discussed intensely. When they reached the end of their discussion, they looked at Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, and the other 4 peak masters in confusion. The place that we're going to is Emperor Wu's secret treasure. There are all kinds of tests left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu. If we want to obtain the treasures that he left behind, we'll have to enter and search for them ourselves. Naturally, Guochong heard the discussion among the group of 5-element sect's disciples. He slowly explained, "Also, the reason why we brought all of you here is because there's an inscription formation at the entrance of that place. Only people below the age of 40 can enter that inscription formation. Once you force your way in, the entire Emperor Wu's secret treasure will collapse." Now, do you understand the reason why we brought all of you here? Guochang's words entered the ears of all the 5-element sect's disciples. Other than Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu, who were already prepared, the other 18 people could not help but be taken aback. However, after listening to Guochang's explanation, they finally understood everything. It was not that the sect leader and the 4 peak masters did not want to bring the sect elders. It was just that none of the senior officials in the sect, including themselves, could enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Only people like them who were below the age of 40 could enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Also, the 5-element sect is not the only one who knows about the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As far as I know, the 4 major forces in the south of the northern desert all know about the existence of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. When the day of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure opens, they'll definitely bring the most outstanding young disciples from their respective sects here. When Guochong reached this point, his face turned a little solemn. In other words, it's not only the 20 of you who will enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The most outstanding young disciples from the 4 major forces in the south of the northern desert will also enter with all of you. As for what's going to happen inside, I'm sure all of you can guess it. For this reason, all of you must be mentally prepared. Guochong finished his sentence in one breath. What? The 4 major forces in the northern desert also know about the existence of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Oh my God! When the young powerhouses from the 4 major forces enter with us, even if we find the treasure, we might not be able to keep it once they find it. None of the 4 major forces is weaker than our 5-element sect. Looks like it's really dangerous to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. Other than Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu, who were already prepared, the group of 5-element sect's disciples was shocked again. Some of them even had dread in their words. Of course, there were also some people whose eyes were burning with passion. For example, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. When they heard that the young powerhouses from the other forces would enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure together, they could not help but emit a thick battle intent from their bodies. On the other hand, Hu Fei, Tan Huan, and Tianjin's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Of course, no matter who doesn't want to go in, the sect will definitely not force you. However, before all of you make your decision, I'd like to represent the sect to inform all of you. When Guochong reached this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. Among the things in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the sect leader is only interested in the profundity fragment. As for the other things, such as the 9th level concept fragment, grade 1 spirit weapon, and so on, they belong to whoever finds them. The sect will definitely not snatch them away by force. Profundity fragment. The moment Guochang's words left his mouth, other than Duan Lingtian, the 19 young 5-element sect's disciples, including Huang Dainiu, could not help but narrow their eyes. They knew very well what a profundity fragment meant. As long as the five-element sect could obtain a profundity fragment, even if it was just one, it would be able to give birth to a martial monarch powerhouse. However, the Emperor Wu's secret treasure that they were about to enter actually had a profundity fragment. However, when they thought about it again, they felt relieved. After all, that was the place where Emperor Wu's lifelong legacy was stored. Among the wealth that Emperor Wu had accumulated throughout his lifetime, there would definitely be no lack of profundity fragments. No matter who it is, as long as they obtain a profundity fragment, they'll be a great contributor to the sect. In the future, the sect will definitely not reject any disciple who has handed in the profundity fragment to the best of our ability if they have any requests. When Guocheng reached the end of his sentence, he had a serious expression on his face. If you don't hand it involuntarily and it's discovered by us, then you won't have such benefits anymore. When Guocheng reached the end of his sentence, he suddenly changed his tone and became stricter. All of the five-element sect's disciples who come out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure must hand over the spatial ring in their hands and let us search through it. After we've confirmed that you don't have any profundity fragments, we'll return the spatial ring to you. As for the other things, the sect won't touch them. Chapter 9:23. Guocheng's words completely dispelled some of the five-element sect's disciples' thoughts of keeping the profundity fragments for themselves after they found them. If they had to search through the spatial ring, it would be difficult for them to keep the profundity fragments for themselves. Search through the spatial ring? The moment Duan Lingtian heard Guocheng's words, he frowned imperceptibly. He was different from the other five-element sect's disciples. Even if he did not enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he still had 3 profundity fragments in his hands. They were obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. It would be fine if the profundity fragments that he found in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure were taken away. However, if the 3 profundity fragments were taken away, who would he cry to? Sect leader. Duan Lingtian looked at Guocheng and spoke. Huh. Guocheng looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. The stern expression on his face had disappeared and was replaced with a smile. Is there anything? In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was the most powerful five-element sect's young disciples who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. He placed most of his hopes on Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, he did not put on the airs of a sect leader in front of Duan Lingtian. What if a person finds 2 or more profundity fragments in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Don't tell me that you have to hand them all to the sect? Duan Lingtian looked at Guocheng and asked slowly, not only can the profundity fragments allow the sect to produce a martial monarch powerhouse, but even if we keep them for ourselves, they can help us to reach the martial monarch stage in the future. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed brightly. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the other 19 five-element sect's disciples looked at Guocheng in unison. It was apparent that they were very concerned about this as well. Duan Lingtian's words hit the nail on the head. That was right. Not only could the profundity fragments allow the five-element sect to produce a martial monarch powerhouse, but they could also help them to reach the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse in the future. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Guocheng hesitated. Sect leader, if the sect really wants us to hand over all the profundity fragments we've obtained, I think not many people would be interested in fighting for the profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian continued, after all, if it's not ours, what's the use even if we risk our lives to get it? What's the point of taking more? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, who was standing at the side, snorted coldly, what do you mean by, what's the point of you risking your lives? What's the point of taking more? Don't forget that all of you are disciples of our five-element sect. The sect has nurtured all of you into geniuses. Now that the sect needs all of you, could it be that all of you shouldn't give your all for the sect and die for it? When Cha Bai reached the end of his sentence, he swept his gaze across the group of five-element sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian. Peak Master Cha Bai, you sound so righteous? Don't tell me that if you were the one who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, you would be willing to risk your life to fight for the profundity fragments that you would have to hand over to the sect sooner or later. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Cha Bai. Of course. Cha Bai replied as if it was a matter of course. His posture was as if he was willing to sacrifice himself for the sect. If that's the case, Peak Master Cha Bai, do you dare to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation? If what you said is not from your heart, then you would be willing to be killed by the 99 heavenly tribulation. A sneer crept up on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. You. Cha Bai's face turned grave right away. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to bring up the 99 heavenly tribulation again. However, would he dare to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation? Of course not. Looks like the words that you said just now were just words that were not from your heart, Peak Master Cha Bai. Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Cha Bai and sneered. At once, many of the 5 element sects disciples glanced at Cha Bai with a mocking look on their faces. Some of them even began to hiss at him. It's our duty to search for the profundity fragments for the sect. However, if there's no incentive at all, I'm afraid we won't be able to arouse the passion of the sect's disciples. Duan Lingtian looked at Guochong again and said slowly, Sect leader, why don't you think about it for a moment? How much passion would the sect's disciples have for the profundity fragments when they enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, knowing that it's impossible for them to obtain the profundity fragments? At that time, I'm afraid all of their attention would be placed on those high-level concept fragments and spirit weapons. After all, no matter how many of those things they obtain, they would still belong to them. When Duan Lingtian reached here, he paused for a moment before changing the topic and continued to say, however, if the sect promises that no matter who it is, once the 2nd or 3rd profundity fragment is found, it would belong to them. In that case, I'm afraid all of the sect's disciples would fight for the profundity fragments with all their might. After all, one profundity fragment is enough to change a person's life. Since all of the sect's disciples were selected by the sect, their innate talent and comprehension ability are not weak at all. Sooner or later, they would be able to make a breakthrough to the 9th level void transformation and comprehend the 9th level void transformation concept. To them, the profundity fragment is also a rare treasure that's hard to come by. I hope sect leader can consider this carefully. Otherwise, I don't dare to speak for the others, but I might be willing to search for the profundity fragments for the sect in order to repay the sect's kindness of nurturing me. However, if the profundity fragment appears in the hands of a young powerhouse whose strength is not weaker than mine and who might be able to kill me, I probably won't fight for it with him. After all, we only have one life in this world, and it's very precious. No matter how good the profundity fragment is, it's not ours after all. It's not worth risking your life for it. Duan Lingtian finished his sentence in one breath. Well said, senior brother Lingtian. That's right. If we have to hand in all of the profundity fragments we obtain to the sect, it'll definitely dampen our enthusiasm to search for and fight for the profundity fragments. It's not ours anyway, so there's no need to risk your life for it. However, if the 2nd profundity fragment we obtain can belong to us, I'll definitely fight for it even if I have to risk my life for it. It's related to whether I can become a martial monarch powerhouse in the future or not. That's what I think as well. Senior brother Lingtian may be young, but every word of his is like a gem. It completely resonates with my thoughts. Before Guochong could respond, the group of 5 element sects disciples had already begun to make a ruckus. Their words showed that they agreed with Duan Lingtian. Among them were Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, and Tianjin. Nangong Chen's face was cold, but his eyes that were constantly gleaming undoubtedly expressed the same thoughts. Although Hu Fei was unhappy that these words came out of Duan Lingtian's mouth, he had to admit that he also agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. When Guochong saw that the situation had gone out of control because of Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but smile wryly. One had to admit that when Duan Lingtian's words struck a chord with the group of 5 element sects disciples, it had also struck a chord with him. Although he was not the party involved, he could roughly guess the thoughts of the group of people involved. It was just like what Duan Lingtian had said. If the group of sect's disciples had to hand in all of the profundity fragments they obtained to the sect, no matter how loyal they were to the sect, their enthusiasm would definitely be dampened. Sect leader, I think what Duan Lingtian said makes sense. At this moment, Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, stood up and said bluntly, in order to arouse the enthusiasm of the sect's disciples, I hope that sect leader will allow them to keep the second, third, and fourth profundity fragment that they obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure as their own. I also think what Duan Lingtian said makes sense. At this moment, Yu Feng, the peak master of Water Peak, and Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, also agreed. Peak Master Cha Bai, what about you? When Guocheng saw that the three peak masters had stood up and agreed with Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but look at Cha Bai, who had remained silent all this while. Don't tell me you don't agree with Duan Lingtian's words? I don't have any objections. Although Cha Bai hated Duan Lingtian in his heart, he knew that this was not the time to show off. If he rejected Duan Lingtian's words, his Fire Peak's disciples would probably hate him to death. Alright. When Guocheng saw that the four peak masters had agreed with him, he nodded his head. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 25 Element sect's younger generation disciples and said in a clear voice, I, Guocheng, the sect leader of 5 Element sect, promise all of you on behalf of the sect that no matter how many profundity fragments you obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, each of you will only need to hand in one piece. The disciples who have already handed in one profundity fragment will no longer need to hand in their spatial rings for us to verify. Guocheng finished his sentence in one breath. At once, the eyes of the group of 5 Element sect's disciples lit up. Some of them even began to breathe rapidly. Sect leader is so wise. In that case, even if I have to risk my life, I'll still obtain at least 2 profundity fragments. Martial Monarch stage, wait for me. The group of 5 Element sect's disciples burst into an uproar. Each and every one of them was extremely excited. Upon seeing this scene, Guocheng could not help but sigh emotionally. He knew that the enthusiasm of this group of sect's disciples to search for and fight for the profundity fragments had been successfully aroused. Now, all that was left was for them to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure and show off their skills. When Duan Lingtian saw that things had taken a turn for the better, he heaved a sigh of relief. I hope that I can find a profundity fragment that I won't be able to use in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. In that case, I'll be able to repay the 5 Element sect for nurturing me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The 5 Element sect had given him 3 spirit fruits and even allowed him to enter the profound assimilation formation, allowing him to achieve a great breakthrough in his strength. These were all thanks to the 5 Element sect for nurturing him. If he did not repay them, he would not feel at ease. However, even if it's an Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I don't think there will be many profundity fragments. If I really can't find any profundity fragments in there, I'll have to think of another way to hide the 3 profundity fragments in my hands. Duan Lingtian was already prepared for the worst. It was impossible for him to hand over the 3 profundity fragments in his hands. The Wind profundity fragment, the Thunder profundity fragment, and the Sword profundity fragment. Chapter 924. Let's go! As Guocheng, the sect leader of 5 Element sect, shouted softly, he led the group of people from 5 Element sect, including Duan Lingtian, and continued to fly forward. Soon, the group of people arrived at a mountain range that was filled with hills. The mountain range was so vast that it seemed as though it had no end in sight. There's someone over there. Suddenly, a 5 Element sect's disciple cried out in surprise as though he had discovered something. Instantly, the group of people followed his gaze and saw a group of people flying towards them from afar. The other party was so fast that they arrived in front of them in just a moment. The other party had also discovered them and stopped one by one to confront them. There were a total of 24 people in total. There was a middle-aged man, 3 old men, and 20 young men and women who were no older than 40 years old. Other than the middle-aged man who was dressed casually, the 3 old men and the 20 young men and women all wore red robes with gold and copper edges. The 3 old men were wearing red robes with golden edges, while the 20 young men and women were wearing red robes with copper edges. The badge on their chests was a bright red moon. Uniform. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. The first thing that came to his mind was Skywolf Fort. The group of vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort and the disciples of Skywolf Fort usually wore similar uniforms. Skywolf Fort, I'll settle the score between us sooner or later. When Duan Lingtian thought of Skywolf Fort, his eyes turned red. The scene of Ta Mu blocking the attack for him and dying when he was chased by the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort was still vivid in his mind. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. It's the people from Crimson Moon sect. A commotion entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Many of the 5 element sect's disciples had begun to whisper to each other. Crimson Moon sect? Duan Lingtian looked at the Crimson Moon badge on the chest of the group of people in front of him and suddenly understood. He was no stranger to the Crimson Moon sect. When he was still in the Ye family in Driftcloud Town, Yi Xian had mentioned the Crimson Moon sect to him. For this reason, he knew that Crimson Moon sect was one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert, just like the 5-element sect. In terms of strength, they were not inferior to the 5-element sect. Sect Master Ren. Guichong looked at the middle-aged man in the lead and greeted nonchalantly, I can't believe that the Crimson Moon sect has received the news as well. This middle-aged man with a medium build and ordinary appearance is none other than Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect. It's said that his cultivation base has already reached the peak of the void. When Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man, he heard a familiar voice. It was Chen Wei who told him the middle-aged man's identity via voice transmission. I didn't expect that your 5-element sect would be so well informed. However, the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu can only be obtained by those who are capable. Renji glanced at Guichong nonchalantly and paused when he reached the end of his sentence. His sharp gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the other 25-element sect's young disciples one by one before it finally landed on Duan Lingtian. He sneered, Sect Leader Gua, it seems like your 5-element sect really doesn't have anyone among the younger generation. Shouldn't such a young kid be left at home to drink milk? Ha! The moment Renji's words left his mouth, the 3 old men and the 20 young men and women behind him could not help but laugh out loud. Their laughter was filled with mockery. Sect leader is right. Such a young kid should be left at home to drink milk. Look at his age, he's only around 25 years old. Is trash like this going to die in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Perhaps he thinks that dying in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is an honorable thing to do. Many Crimson Moon sect's disciples discussed and mocked Duan Lingtian without restraint. They deliberately raised their voices, intending to cooperate with their sect leader to embarrass the 5-element sect. Humiliation. Blatant humiliation. Although Duan Lingtian's face remained calm, his narrowed eyes were gleaming with a terrifying cold gleam. It was a clear indication of his current mood. His gaze was locked onto the few Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were mocking him happily. As long as he had the chance, he would kill these people without mercy. His dignity would not allow anyone to trample on it. Drink milk? Guichong's face turned extremely grave as well. The 3 major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert were like fire and water. If any of the forces had the ability to annihilate the other 2 forces, they would definitely not wait until the next day to make their move. However, it had never crossed Guichong's mind that the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect would be so shameless in such an occasion. The moment they met, he had already mocked the 5-element sect's disciples. Sect leader Ren, as the dignified sect leader, don't you think it's a little inappropriate to treat a junior like this? Guichong asked in a deep voice. Inappropriate? I don't think so. Renji's face was calm as he said nonchalantly, if he thinks I'm wrong, he can come out and challenge any one of the 20 young disciples from my Crimson Moon sect. As long as he can defeat any one of them, I, Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, take back what I said earlier. Almost at the instant Renji's words left his mouth, a purple figure had already leaped over the group of 5-element sect's people and stood in front of Guichong, the sect leader of 5-element sect. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Boy, you really dare to stand out? When Renji saw Duan Lingtian walking out from the group of 5-element sect's people, a hint of astonishment could be seen in his eyes. Then he sneered, I must remind you. You might lose your life if you try to be brave. Sect leader Ren, are you planning to take back what you said earlier? Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm. Even when he was facing Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, he was neither servile nor overbearing. His tone was indifferent, as though he was talking to an insignificant person. Ren Ji was stunned at first. Then, he could not help but burst out laughing. It seems like you want to die? Boy, come and challenge me. I'll fight with you. Boy from 5 Element sect, challenge me if you have the guts. Me too. The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who had followed Renji's words and trampled on Duan Lingtian's dignity wantonly earlier looked at Duan Lingtian and clamored. Their faces were filled with disdain. They did not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. Since all 7 of you want to fight with me, I'll fulfill your wish then. All 7 of you, come out and fight with me. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and narrowed his eyes as he glanced at the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were clamoring. His voice was cold and emotionless. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only were the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples stunned, but the other 13 Crimson Moon sect's disciples were also stunned. The 3 old men who were dressed in red robes with golden edges and Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, were stunned as well. On the other hand, the group of people from 5 Element sect, including Wuchong, the sect leader, remained calm. It was as though the scene in front of them was not enough to cause any ripples in their hearts. This guy is going to be in the limelight again. Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, and his direct disciple, Hu Fei, secretly snorted coldly. Ha! At this moment, Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, also noticed the 5 Element sect's disciples' expressions. His heart could not help but skip a beat. Could it be that he had misjudged him? The moment Ren Ji thought of this, he began to study the purple-clad young man in front of him seriously. His sharp eyes that seemed to be able to pierce through everything were locked onto Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to see through Duan Lingtian completely. Faced with Ren Ji's serious examination, Duan Lingtian remained calm and collected. He was neither happy nor angry. Ha! At the same time, the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were challenged by Duan Lingtian earlier could not help but burst out laughing when they regained their senses. It was as though they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. That guy wants to challenge all 7 of us alone? Is there something wrong with his head? The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. The words that came out of their mouths were getting more and more unpleasant. At this moment, many of the other 13 Crimson Moon sect's disciples could not help but laugh as well. Of course, there were also a few Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were observant enough to notice the 5 Element sect's group of people's calm demeanor. When they looked at Duan Lingtian, who had a calm expression on his face again, dread could be seen in their eyes. What? You guys don't have the guts. Faced with the repeated provocations from the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all. He hovered in the air with Feng Qingyang on his purple robe as he looked at the 7 people in front of him calmly. What? You're saying that we don't have the guts? Do you really think that we're sick cats if we don't show our might? Fellow senior and junior brothers, since he looks down on us so much, let's meet him properly. The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples were completely enraged by Duan Lingtian. One by one, they flew out and surrounded Duan Lingtian, glaring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, frowned. He could vaguely feel that something was not right. That purple-clad 5 Element sect's disciple seemed to be a little overconfident. Was he really that confident? Or was he deliberately mystifying things? Right now, looking at the calm expression on the 5 Element sect's disciples, Ren Ji could not say for sure. However, now that things had developed to this stage, could he still open his mouth to stop them? In fact, he was the one who suggested that the other party come out and challenge them. If he stopped them now, would he not be slapping his own face? The 3 old men from Crimson Moon sect who were wearing gold-plated red robes also had a slightly solemn expression on their faces. Just like Ren Ji, they could vaguely feel that something was not right. Sect leader Ren, I remember that you told me just now that I might lose my life because of a moment of bravery. Am I right? Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples, looked at Renji calmly and asked faintly, "So, sect leader Ren, do you agree that I should fight to the death with the 7 of you from Crimson Moon sect?" The moment Renji heard this, his face turned grave, but he could not refute it. He was indeed the one who said that. "You brat from 5 Element sect, it seems like you really want to die. If you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish." Chapter 9:25. When they saw that the 7 people from Crimson Moon sect were about to attack Duan Lingtian, both the people from Crimson Moon sect and the people from 5 Element sect watched attentively. The group of people from Crimson Moon sect, led by sect leader Renji, the 3 old men, and a few of the Crimson Moon sect's disciples with amazing observation skills had a hint of dread in their eyes. Duan Lingtian's confidence gave them a sense of foreboding that rose from the bottom of their hearts. The remaining Crimson Moon sect's disciples, on the other hand, looked at Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by their 7 senior and junior brothers with a mocking smile on their faces. Their cold eyes swept across him as though they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, this 5 Element sect's disciple would definitely die. The group of people from the 5 Element sect, including Guochong, the sect leader, thought that Duan Lingtian would use his innate ability to create an illusory realm to affect the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples. At that time, the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples would be like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of him. They would not be able to withstand a single blow. Bush, 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 bush. The origin energy on the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples soared as their concepts merged with their origin energy like a shadow. About 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky above their heads. Among the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples, the strongest one had a cultivation base at the 5th level void interpretation and had comprehended the 6th level void interpretation concept. The weakest one had a cultivation base at the 3rd level void interpretation and had comprehended the 3rd level void interpretation concept. Bush, 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 bush. As though they had discussed beforehand, the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples attacked at the same time. They did not even use any spirit weapons. Their fists and palms swept out and pressed down on Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by them. In the sky, nearly 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons formed a circle. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they swept towards Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Boom, 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 boom. The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples struck out either with their palms or fists, and they carried the strength of around 100 ancient horned dragons as they tore through the sky. Everywhere they passed, waves of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding resounded. At the place where the sound of the air explosion was heard, the air was compressed and then exploded, causing waves of air to surge. The airwaves then spread out and transformed into gusts of vast and violent winds. Some of the 5 Element sect and Crimson Moon sect disciples could not help but squint their eyes. Only the upper echelons of the 5 Element sect and Crimson Moon sect, as well as some of the disciples with high cultivation base, were watching the scene before them without blinking. They did not miss a single detail. When Duan Lingtian saw the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples charging at him and aiming for his vitals, his eyes narrowed into slits again as a cold gleam flashed across them. At the same time as the cold light flashed, he had already raised his hand. The yuan power in his hand condensed and transformed into a milky white 1-meter-long blade. The elemental energy condensed into a sword, and after a moment, it became illusory, turning into a sword that was completely formed from condensed purple electric snakes. At the same time, streaks of purple lightning appeared on the sword, following him like a shadow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Other than the upper echelons of the 5 Element sect and Crimson Moon sect and a few disciples with high cultivation base, the rest of the people could not see Duan Lingtian's movements clearly. Swoosh. In the next moment, a short-lived sword whistling sound, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of thunder, was clearly heard by everyone at the scene. Swoosh. Almost at the same time when the sword whistling sound that was accompanied by the sound of thunder came to an abrupt end, everyone could only see a purple lightning bolt soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the encirclement of the 7 Crimson Moon sects disciples. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time when the purple lightning bolt soared into the sky, everyone could see that the 7 Crimson Moon sects disciples who were charging at Duan Lingtian aggressively had blood spurting out from their throats. At the same time, their bodies crashed into each other violently, causing their flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. Due to the inertia, their speed was extremely fast. It was as if 7 sports cars on Earth where Duan Lingtian was from had crashed into each other at top speed, causing them to be smashed into smithereens. Looking at the 7 deformed corpses, the entire scene was dead silent. At the same time, above the void above the purple figure in the sky, the heaven and earth anomaly that had yet to condense into a complete form quickly dissipated. Duan Lingtian stood high up in the sky with his hands behind his back. Dressed in purple, he followed behind Feng Qingyang. His handsome face was incomparably cold. His pair of calm eyes stared directly at the 7 falling corpses. There was no emotion in them at all. 7 Crimson Moon sects disciples were killed by him with just one slash of his sword. One slash of his sword killed 7 people. What a fast sword! That slash of his sword contained the thunder concept. Although his short attack did not cause the heaven and earth phenomenon to solidify, with the speed of his attack earlier, it was at least more than the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The group of Crimson Moon sect's senior officials, led by sect leader Renji, had an extremely grave expression on their faces. Earlier, they had clearly seen Duan Lingtian's attack. They could also see that the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples were definitely going to die under that slash of his sword. At that moment, it was only natural that they wanted to rescue them. However, just as they were about to make a move, they realized that the group of 5 Element sect's senior officials had locked onto them. At that moment, they realized that even if they made a move, they would be stopped by the group of 5 Element sect's senior officials. For this reason, they did not make any move at all. All they could do was watch in grief as the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were originally alive turned into 7 bloody corpses in just a blink of an eye. How can he be so strong? How old is he? Renji's face was ghastly pale. He gritted his teeth and stared at the purple figure in the sky. He could not wait to kill him immediately. However, he also knew that as long as Guochong, the sect leader of 5 Element sect, was there, it was impossible for him to kill him. The 3 old men in the gold-trimmed red robes, the 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon sect, had an extremely grave expression on their faces. Although they were furious, none of them made a move against Duan Lingtian. In the end, they were the ones in the wrong for what happened today. Moreover, even if they really wanted to use force, they might not be able to do anything to the group of people from 5 Element sect. The 5 peak masters of 5 Element sect had been fighting with them for many years. Their strength was on par with theirs. They could not do anything to each other, and the other party could not do anything to them as well. Once a fight broke out, it would only end in a lose-lose situation. That was not something they wanted to see. Good lad. The group of 5 Element sect's senior officials, including sect leader Guochong, Qiyu, Yufang and Tiangu, the peak masters of Wood Peak, Water Peak, Yufang, and Earth Peak, all looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. Initially, they thought that Duan Lingtian would use his innate ability to slowly torture the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples to death. It had never crossed their minds that Duan Lingtian would use the most straightforward method to deal with the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were charging at him menacingly. He killed them with just a single slash of his sword. At this moment, when they saw the grave expression on the faces of the Crimson Moon sect's senior officials, a bright smile appeared on their faces. Humph! Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, secretly snorted. Even though he enjoyed this ending, he could not help but feel displeased the moment he thought about how it was brought about by Duan Lingtian. If it was his direct disciple, Hu Fei, who killed the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples, who were replaced by Duan Lingtian, he would definitely be laughing in his sleep. Duanling, and you're awesome. Huang Daniu waved his fists in excitement as he laughed out loud. Chen Wei, who was standing by the side, had a smile on his face as well. Other than Hu Fei, whose face was slightly grave, the other 5 element sects disciples, including Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, and Tianjin, had a bright smile on their faces as well. Even Nangong Chen had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Those 7 Crimson Moon sects disciples were still belittling Duan Lingtian and mocking Duan Lingtian. Look at them now. All of them are dead souls under senior brother Lingtian's sword. That's right. They were so proud when they surrounded senior brother Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, all of them are gone. It's a pity that I'm too weak. I didn't see how senior brother Lingtian struck with his sword. Senior brother Lingtian's sword is just too fast. The group of 5 element sects disciples discussed animatedly. Their faces were filled with excited smiles. At this moment, they were no longer divided into the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth peaks. They only belonged to one sect, the 5 element sect. They shared the same honor and disgrace as the 5 element sect. Compared to the excitement of the 5 element sects disciples, the remaining 13 Crimson Moon sects disciples had an extremely grave expression on their faces. In just one move, 7 of their Crimson Moon sect's young disciples were killed by a terrifyingly young disciple from the 5 element sect. He killed 7 of them with just one slash of his sword. Until now, they still found it hard to believe. Some of them even suspected that they were dreaming. They could not help but pinch their own thighs. The pain that came from their thighs seemed to be telling them something. Everything that happened earlier was not a dream. It was real. What a fast sword. Senior brother Hongqing, did you see it clearly? A Crimson Moon sect's disciple asked the other Crimson Moon sect's disciple beside him with a solemn expression. The Crimson Moon sect's disciple who was addressed as Senior Brother Hongqing had a strong body. His eyebrows were straight, and his eyes were bright. His chiseled face looked extremely determined. The extraordinary aura that was exuded from his entire body was on a completely different level compared to the other Crimson Moon sect's disciples. I saw it clearly. His cultivation base should be at the 8th level void interpretation or above. Not only that, the thunder concept that he cast earlier should be at the 8th level void interpretation or above as well. Hongqing nodded his head. His sharp eyes were filled with killing intent. It did not leave the purple figure in the sky at all. It was as though he could not wait to kill him. Senior brother Hongqing, you mean? Without using any spirit weapon, he could cast the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons just by relying on his origin energy and thunder concept? The Crimson Moon sect's disciple who asked earlier could not help but gasp. Without using any spirit weapon, he could cast the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Such strength was truly shocking. Sect leader Ren, I'm really sorry that your sect has lost so many young powerhouses who were about to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Guochong looked at Renji and smiled faintly. However, there was no trace of apology on his face at all. It was more like he was mocking him. Chapter 926. Master. At this moment, a person walked out from Crimson Moon sect. It was a young man with a strong body, and he came to Renji's side. The young man's eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at the purple figure in the sky far away. I want to fight him. A death duel. The young man's voice was filled with extreme coldness. It made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. It's senior brother Hongqing. Before Renji could react, many of the Crimson Moon sect's disciples' eyes lit up. When they looked at the young man, their eyes were filled with admiration. Senior brother Hongqing is the sect leader's favorite disciple. He's only 38 years old, and his cultivation base has already entered the 9th level void interpretation. After he came out from the profound assimilation formation, he even comprehended the 1st level advanced fire concept. Not only that, senior brother Hongqing has also comprehended the 2nd level intermediate saber concept. Even if he doesn't use any spirit weapon, he can unleash the strength of 350 ancient horned dragons with his full strength. Since senior brother Hongqing is going to fight, that boy will definitely die. Unless he doesn't dare to accept the challenge. He definitely doesn't dare to accept the challenge. The group of Crimson Moon sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their voices spread out brazenly and entered the ears of the five-element sect's people, causing their faces to turn pale. The young man standing next to Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, had actually comprehended the void transformation concept. Not only that, he was a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist. Not only that, he had also comprehended the 2nd-level intermediate saber concept. The 9th-level void interpretation martial artist's origin energy alone was equivalent to the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons. The 1st-level advanced fire concept was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The 2nd-level intermediate saber concept was equivalent to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. Indeed, this Hongqing could unleash the strength of 350 ancient horned dragons even if he did not use any spirit weapon. Everyone from Five Element Sect, including Guochong, the sect leader of Five Element Sect, and the other peak masters, had a solemn expression on their faces. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was a variant and could cast his innate ability to create that unpredictable illusion, they did not know that he was a variant. But they didn't know. With Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy, would he be able to affect a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist if he cast his innate ability? Duan Lingtian would be in a passive position if he could not influence them. After all, the Duan Lingtian in their eyes had only comprehended 9th-level intermediate thunder concept and 3rd-level intermediate wind concept. In terms of true strength, he was no match for Hongqing of the Crimson Moon sect, the proud disciple of the sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect. When Hongqing took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian, Renji's expression was still a little solemn as he carefully observed the changes in the expressions of Guochong, the sect leader of Five Element Sect, and the other high-ranking officials. This was because he did not know if the Five Element Sect's disciple had held back when he killed the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples. He would not allow his most valued disciple to take such a risk before he had a clear understanding of the other party's true strength. When he saw the slight change in Guochong and the others' expressions, he instantly realized that even Guochong and the others did not think that Duan Lingtian could defeat his disciple. Good. Renji could not help but laugh out loud. After a while, the laughter finally stopped. Renji looked straight at Guochong and said coldly, "Guochong, weren't you very proud earlier? Now, this useless disciple of mine wants to challenge your Five Element Sect's disciple. Does your Five Element Sect dare to accept the challenge?" A 38-year-old man wants to challenge our Five Element Sect's disciple who's not even 30 years old. Renji, your Crimson Moon sect is really shameless. Before Guochong could say anything, Tiangu could not help but snort coldly and mock him. "Shorty, I'm talking to Guochong. Since when is it your turn to interrupt?" Renji glanced at Tiangu in disdain and said nonchalantly, "What did you say?" Height had always been Tiangu's taboo. Usually, in the Five Element Sect in Earth Peak, nobody dared to mention the word short in front of him. Right now, someone had violated his taboo and openly exposed his scars. He was instantly enraged. The vast origin energy on his body surged and transformed into a khaki energy that enveloped his entire body. In the next moment, Tiangu disappeared before the eyes of all the Five Element Sect and Crimson Moon sect's disciples. Of course, he did not really disappear. Instead, his speed was so fast that it was difficult for them to capture it with their naked eyes. How fast? Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air, narrowed his eyes. This was his first time seeing Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak, make a move. In his eyes, Tiangu had always been an inscription master with an unattractive appearance. Not only that, but he was also extremely short. It did not cross his mind that Tiangu's strength was actually at the 8th level void transformation stage as well. At this moment, with his spiritual energy that had been raised to the 1st level void transformation stage after his cultivation base had made a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation, he could easily detect Tiangu's cultivation base. After his spiritual energy had made a breakthrough to the first-level void transformation stage, Duan Lingtian could already detect the cultivation base of all void transformation stage martial artists. For example, Guochong, the sect leader of Five-Element Sect, and Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak, were both at the 9th-level void transformation stage. As for Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, and Yu Fong, the peak master of Water Peak, they were also at the 8th-level void transformation stage just like Tiangu. Perhaps, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy, he would not be able to detect Guochong, Qiyu, Cha Bai, and Yu Fong since they were not inscription masters. However, the moment he tried to detect Tiangu, he would be immediately discovered by Tiangu. This was because Tiangu was an inscription master. Due to this reason, he had been holding himself back from detecting Tiangu earlier. It was only at this moment when Tiangu did not have the time to care about anything else that he extended his spiritual energy and detected Tiangu's cultivation base. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Tiangu arrived in front of Rinji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, in just a blink of an eye. Before all the young disciples from Five-Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect, including Duan Lingtian, could react, they heard a thunderous sound reverberating in the air. Boom! In the next instant, they saw Tiangu's short body was sent flying backward. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying for more than 100 meters. Pooh! Tiangu's body trembled. His face turned red as he forcefully spat out a mouthful of blood. Father! Horror dawned on Tianjin's face as he hastily stepped forward to check on Tiangu's injuries. Rinji! When Guochong, the sect leader of Five-Element Sect, saw that Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak, was injured, his face turned extremely grave. When he looked at Rinji again, his eyes were gleaming with an extremely cold gleam. Our Crimson Moon Sect provoked your Five-Element Sect first, and our people were killed by your people. We knew that we were in the wrong, so we didn't hold it against you. However, now that your people are provoking us instead, you can't hold it in anymore? Rinji glanced at Guochong nonchalantly and sneered. Guochong's face turned grave, but he did not make a move in the end. Just like what the other party had said, their Five-Element Sect was in the wrong this time. Of course, he knew very well in his heart. The reason why Crimson Moon Sect did not avenge the 7 Crimson Moon Sect disciples who were killed by Duan Lingtian was not because they were in the wrong. Instead, it was because they were worried that both sides would suffer great losses. The reason why he did not make a move was not because he felt that his side was in the wrong. Instead, he was worried that both sides would suffer great losses. Once both Five-Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect suffered great losses, the Sandstorm Sect, the last of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert, would take advantage of the situation. Our Five-Element Sect really can't hold it in anymore. Just when the atmosphere became a little strange, a cold voice resonated in the air. It lifted the spirits of the Five-Element Sect's disciples as they looked at the source of the voice simultaneously. Peak Master? Duan Lingtian stood in the sky and looked down. He noticed that the person who spoke was none other than Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. Qiyu stepped forward and stared at Rinji fearlessly. Qiyu? Have you recovered from the injury from more than 20 years ago? Rinji looked at Qiyu and could not help but sneer. Qiyu, back then, you were widely acknowledged as a rare genius martial artist in the eastern district of the Northern Desert. Many people even said that you would become the first martial monarch in the eastern district of the Northern Desert in the past 1,000 years. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you haven't fully recovered from the injury from more than 20 years ago, right? I'm afraid your current strength is not as strong as it was 20 years ago, right? If you weren't injured more than 20 years ago, I might have been afraid of you. However, in my eyes now, you're no different from that short winter melon. When Renji reached the end of his sentence, he glanced at Tiangu who had just returned to stand behind Guochong. At once, Tiangu was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Tianzhen, who was supporting Tiangu, turned pale as he glared at Renji. Right now, he hated himself for being too weak and unable to stand up for his father. Upon hearing Renji's words, all of the Five-Element Sects and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, were shocked as they shifted their attention to Qiyu. It had never crossed their minds that this middle-aged man standing before them would have such a glorious past. He was a rare genius martial artist in the eastern district of the northern desert. He was once widely acknowledged as the first martial monarch in the eastern district of the northern desert in the past 1,000 years. I can't believe that the peak master has such a past. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. In fact, it was not only Duan Lingtian. The group of Wood Peak's disciples, including Huang Daniu and Chen Wei, could not help but sigh as well. Similarly, they did not know about Qiyu's past. Whether I'm as strong as 20 years ago or not. Why don't you give it a try and find out? Qiyu, who had become the center of attention, said nonchalantly. The moment his words left his mouth, he disappeared into thin air from the eyes of all the 5 Element sects and Crimson Moon sects disciples, including Duan Lingtian. His speed was so fast that it was terrifying. At this moment, Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, seemed to have noticed something as his face turned solemn. All of a sudden, horror dawned on Ren Ji's face. Chapter 927. Boom. A loud sound reverberated in the air. It was accompanied by a series of continuous air explosions that reverberated like thunder. For a moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, lifted their heads up to look at the source of the sound. There, a wave of blue energy collided with a wave of green energy. After the explosion, the airflow in the air was turbulent. The moment Qiyu and Ren Ji, who were behind the dark blue energy, appeared, they disappeared before everyone's eyes again. At the same time, with the place where the 2 waves of energy collided as the center, a vast airwave was set off. The airwave swept out in all directions. Gusts of strong wind with an extremely oppressive force fell from the sky and pressed down on everyone's body. For a moment, other than the senior officials from 5 Element sect and Crimson Moon sect who were not affected. All of the 5 Element sect and Crimson Moon sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, were pressed down to a lower height. Some of the 5 Element sect and Crimson Moon sect's disciples with a lower cultivation base even plummeted. They only managed to stabilize themselves after falling for hundreds of meters. Once again, they struggled to rise up into the sky against the strong wind. What a powerful energy! Is that the energy of a 9th-level void transformation powerhouse? The group of 5 Element sect and Crimson Moon sect's disciples were shocked. 9th-level advanced water concept and 9th-level advanced wind concept. However, it seems like they're holding back a little. Although he could not see Qiyu and Ren Ji's movements clearly, Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 reincarnations memories, could still see some clues when the 2 waves of energy collided with each other. Finally, Qiyu and Ren Ji's silhouettes appeared before everyone's eyes again. Before the crowd could react, a vast amount of energy surged out from both of their bodies. It suddenly swept out and collided with each other violently. Boom. The energy of the collision this time was on a completely different level compared to the previous one. A terrifying air wave swept out, and a strong wind that blotted out the sky shrouded the ground. This time, even the 3 peak masters of 5 Element sect and the 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon sect had a solemn expression on their faces. A layer of origin energy rose from their bodies and completely shrouded their bodies, forcefully resisting the attack of the strong wind. I can't take it anymore. At this time, all of the 5 Element sect's disciples and Crimson Moon sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, fell down one after another. Like dumplings being dropped into a pot, they disappeared from the sky in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt a strong wind that he couldn't resist, and it pressed down on him, making him fall straight down. Even if he cast other concepts appropriately, he still continued to fall. Other than the 9th-level advanced water concept, the Peak Master has actually comprehended the 9th-level advanced fire concept as well. He has comprehended both water and fire concepts at the same time. No wonder he was publicly acknowledged as the first martial monarch in the eastern district of the northern desert in the past 1,000 years. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked when he thought of the scene he saw just before the strong wind came crashing down. Qiyu was actually a powerhouse at the peak of the void. In the past, although he had some guesses, he could not be 100% sure. However, at this moment, he was completely certain. The Peak Master has comprehended both water and fire concepts that counter each other. Not only that, but he has also comprehended both concepts to the 9th level void transformation concept. Even without the profundity fragment, I'm afraid it won't take long for him to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Experts at the peak of the void stage who had only comprehended 2 types of 9th level void transformation concepts and whose 2 concepts were the water concept and the fire concept were the easiest to break through. Due to the fact that water and fire concepts countered each other, the 2 concepts would, to a certain extent, give the powerhouse at the peak of the void more pressure to comprehend the profundity. Once a powerhouse at the peak of the void comprehended the profundity, it was equivalent to obtaining a pass to enter the martial monarch stage. As long as his origin energy was further enhanced, he would be able to successfully make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also discovered something else. The sect leader of Crimson Moon sect was also a powerhouse at the peak of the void. When he was fighting with Qiyu earlier, other than his 9th level advanced wind concept, he had also cast his 9th level advanced thunder concept. If that Renji is killed by the Peak Master, the Peak Master will give me the 2 concept fragments that he left behind after his death. Duan Lingtian, who was being pushed down by the strong wind, thought happily in his heart. Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, was a powerhouse at the peak of the void. As long as he died, he would contribute a 9th level wind concept fragment and a 9th level thunder concept fragment to Duan Lingtian. These 2 concept fragments were useful to Duan Lingtian. They were much better than the wind concept fragment and the thunder concept fragment that he currently possessed. Qiyu, it seems like I've underestimated you. I can't believe that after more than 20 years, not only have you recovered from your injuries, but you've even made a breakthrough and raised your strength to the peak of the void. A loud voice that was filled with dread resonated from the sky. At this moment, the strong wind that was blowing down from the sky earlier finally stopped, allowing all of the 5-element sect and Crimson Moon sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, to rise to the sky again. After Duan Lingtian rose to the sky again, he glanced at Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, who was hovering even higher in the sky. Renji was the one who said those words to Qiyu. At this moment, Qiyu was hovering in the sky not far away from Renji, confronting him. He was neither happy nor angry. His face was calm, as though even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change at all. Today, for the sake of you, Qiyu, my Crimson Moon sect will not be calculative with your 5-element sect. Let's go. Renji took a deep breath and found a way out for himself. At the same time, he was ready to lead the group of people from Crimson Moon sect away. This Renji is afraid. Duan Lingtian, whose attention had always been on Renji, noticed a hint of dread in Renji's eyes. It was obvious that he was afraid of the current 5-element sect. When he thought about it, it made sense. In the 5-element sect, the sect leader, Guochong, must be a powerhouse at the peak of the void. Right now, there was another person, Qiyu. How could Renji not be afraid? Trying to leave? It's too late. Just when Renji was about to leave, Qiyu suddenly disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already blocking Renji's path. Qiyu, don't you dare cross the line. Horror dawned on Renji's face. Renji, today, all of your Crimson Moon sect's people will die here. Almost at the same time when Renji's expression changed, a loud laughter reverberated in the air. It was Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect. When Guochong reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned colder. Guochong, Renji's eyes narrowed. At once, he realized what Guochong wanted to do. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted again. This was because Qiyu had made a move on him. In front of the group of 5-element sect and Crimson Moon sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, Qiyu and Renji disappeared again. Leave those three old fellows to me. Cha Bai, Yu Fong, both of you lead the sect's disciples and kill the remaining Crimson Moon sect's disciples. Tiangu, you're in charge of protecting the sect's disciples. Guochang's loud and clear voice reverberated like a sudden clap of thunder as he gave out his orders. Today, we'll cut off the 4 most important pillars of Crimson Moon sect and all the future pillars of Crimson Moon sect. When we return, we'll kill our way to the Crimson Moon sect's estate and completely erase their name from the eastern district of the northern desert. Guochang's words were filled with killing intent. His intention was clear. Today, he wanted everyone from Crimson Moon sect to die here. Guochang's words immediately lit up the eyes of the 5 element sect's people. Crimson Moon sect? It's over. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. The 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon sect and the remaining 13 disciples, including Hongqing, were horrified. Some of them were so frightened that their bodies were trembling. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They knew that the 5 element sect was prepared to kill all of them from Crimson Moon sect. Run! At the same time, Renji, who was being chased by Qiyu, took the time to shout out his order to the group of people from Crimson Moon sect. Upon hearing Renji's order, the group of people from Crimson Moon sect no longer dared to hesitate. One by one, they fled in all directions. The current situation was obvious. The 5 element sect had 2 powerhouses at the peak of the void. They could easily suppress Crimson Moon sect. The group of people from Crimson Moon sect, including the 3 vice sect leaders, dispersed and fled in all directions. One of the vice sect leaders was extremely fast and was the first to bear the brunt. In just a blink of an eye, he turned into a small black dot in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes, causing a gleam to flash across Duan Lingtian's eyes. 9th level void transformation stage. However, as long as the sect leader makes a move, before Duan Lingtian could finish his thought, he saw the small black dot in the distance suddenly came to a halt and fell down. At the same time, he saw something else. After the 9th level void transformation vice sect leader of Crimson Moon sect was killed, Guochang appeared in front of the other 2 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon sect one after another and killed them as well. In front of a powerhouse at the peak of the void, an ordinary 9th level void transformation stage and 2 8th level void transformation stage powerhouses were like paper. They could not even withstand a single blow. After killing the 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon sect, Guochang's body flashed and disappeared from the spot again to help Qiyu. 2 powerhouses at the peak of the void who had comprehended 2 types of 9th level void transformation concepts would definitely kill another void powerhouse who had also comprehended 2 types of 9th level void transformation concepts. Kill! 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 At this moment, a deafening battle cry entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian saw it. Under the lead of Cha Bai, Yu Fong, and Tiangu, Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, Huang Daniu, and the rest of the 5 element sect's disciples began to surround and kill the remaining Crimson Moon sect's disciples. In just a short moment, the group of Crimson Moon sect's disciples who had lost their will to fight were mostly dead. Only a few of them were left. At the same time, a swift figure charged towards Duan Lingtian, causing his eyes to turn cold. Hongqing. The person who came was none other than Hongqing, the proud disciple of the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect. Since the 5 element sect destroyed my Crimson Moon sect, I'll destroy you, the genius disciple of the 5 element sect. Chapter 928. Hongqing was the proud disciple of the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect. He was the pride of Crimson Moon sect. Other than his strength that far surpassed his peers, he also had a clear mind and a calm judgment that allowed him to remain calm in the face of danger. When he saw Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak of 5 element sect, demonstrating the strength at the peak of the void that was on par with his master, a sense of danger rose in his heart. The result was just as he had expected. His master and Qiyu were evenly matched. It was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. Guochang, the sect leader of 5 element sect, was the only powerhouse at the peak of the void in 5 element sect. Without his master's restraint, He easily killed the 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon sect. The other Crimson Moon sect's disciples were also surrounded and killed by the other 3 peak masters of 5 element sect. When his master, Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, ordered them to flee, he did not flee because he knew it was impossible for him to do so. Once he fled, he would become an easy target to be hunted down. Just like that, he wandered around the battlefield. Finally, he saw the purple-clad young man standing nearby. He recalled the scene where the purple-clad young man killed the 7 young disciples of Crimson Moon sect with just a sword. When he thought of the purple-clad young man's age, he was instantly envious. He was not more than 30 years old, but his cultivation base was at the 8th level void interpretation or above. He seemed to have comprehended the intermediate thunder concept at the 8th level or above. Without a spirit weapon, he could unleash the strength of more than 200 ancient horned dragons. When he was at this age, his strength was not even half of his opponent's. At the same time, he also realized that this purple-clad young man must be an important person in 5 element sect. He must be someone that 5 element sect would focus on cultivating. He might even be the next sect leader of 5 element sect. For this reason, under the premise that he knew he would die today, he decided to kill Hongqing when the other people's attention was not on him. He made up his mind. He would kill this purple-clad young man and destroy the future pillar of 5 element sect. Die. When Hongqing pounced toward Duan Lingtan, his eyes were bloodshot as though they were dyed with blood. A spirit saber appeared in his hand out of thin air. Blazing flames rose from the saber and transformed into a flaming saber. Waves of sharp aura swept out along with it. Above the void, the power of heaven and earth stirred, and the heaven and earth phenomenon rapidly took shape. Over 440 ancient horned dragon silhouettes bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. It was as if they intended to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Hongqing was a martial artist at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage, and his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons when fully unleashed. The spirit saber in his hand was a grade 2 spirit weapon. Based on the origin energy, it could increase one's strength by almost 80%. It was equivalent to the strength of over 90 ancient horned dragons. The 9th level intermediate fire concept was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. 2nd level intermediate saber concept was equivalent to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. Hongqing's full strength was equivalent to the strength of over 440 ancient horned dragons. The flaming saber was in Hongqing's hand. It pierced through the air like a shadow and attacked Duan Lingtan. Wherever it passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously for a long time. Wave after wave of heat waves swept out in all directions, transforming into waves of scorching strong winds that blew at many of the other 5 element sect members, causing them to shudder and come to their senses one after another. *T. It's that Hongqing. He's going to kill senior brother Ling Tian. One of the 5 element sect's disciples who reacted the fastest hastily shouted. At once, the remaining 18 5 element sect's disciples, including the 2 peak masters of the 5 element sect, turned pale. Duan Lingtan. Huang Dainiu had just killed a Crimson Moon sect's disciple when he heard the voice. He hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian. When he saw that Hongqing's flaming saber was so close to Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on his face. Damn it! I didn't notice that Hongqing. Other than Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, who had a cold expression on his face, Yu Fang, the peak masters of Water Peak, and Tian Gu, the peak masters of Earth Peak, were horrified when they saw this scene. However, it was too late for them to rescue him even if they wanted to. Hongqing's flaming saber was about to land on Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtan. The Nangong brothers, Tan Huan, Tian Gu, and the other 5 element sect's disciples could not help but feel their hearts in their mouths. At this moment, they could only hope that Duan Lingtian's innate ability would work on Hongqing. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. Duan Lingyan, today, I'll avenge the 7 senior and junior brothers of my Crimson Moon sect. Avenge my Crimson Moon sect. Killing you is equivalent to severing an arm of the five-element sect. When Hongqing charged towards Duan Lingtian, his voice transmission pierced into Duan Lingtian's ears mercilessly. It was filled with madness, causing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. Looking at the flaming saber that was so close to him, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. This flaming saber that was extremely fast in the eyes of others seemed to be extremely slow in front of him, causing him to still have the mood to respond to Hongqing's voice transmission. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Just with this mere strength of 440 over ancient horned dragons? Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice transmission pierced into Hongqing's ears, causing his face to change slightly. You're deliberately mystifying me. Hongqing shouted loudly. The blazing flame on the flaming saber in his hand soared up and enveloped Duan Lingtian. If this were to happen, Duan Lingtian would be crippled even if he did not die. The flaming saber slashed through the air like a stroke of God. It set off flames that filled the sky and enveloped Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Lingtian. When many five-element sects disciples saw Duan Lingtian being enveloped by the flames that gushed out from the flaming saber, they could not help but close their eyes one by one. They were unwilling to see the scene of Duan Lingtian's blood splattering all over the place. However, in the next moment, the sound of air exploding that was set off by the flaming saber suddenly stopped. Out of curiosity, they could not help but open their eyes. When they looked into the distance, their eyes narrowed instantly. Their faces were filled with disbelief as though they had seen something that they would never forget in their entire lives. This, from Cha Bai, Yufang, and Tiangu, the peak masters of fire, water, and earth, to Huang Dainyu, Chen Wei, the Nangong brothers, Tan Huan, Tianzhen, and the other five-element sect's disciples, all of them were dumbfounded. Goodness! What did they just see? In the distance, Hongqing was still there. The flaming saber was still there. However, the waves of flames that accompanied the descent of the flaming saber were forcefully pushed back by a terrifying force that rose out of nowhere. At the same time, Guochong and Qiyu, who had just joined forces to kill Rinji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, happened to witness this scene. They could not help but be stunned. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the purple-clad young man stood there. The purple robe on his body fluttered as though it had transformed into a blazing purple flame that followed Feng Qingyang. At this moment, a wave of khaki energy rose around the purple flame. Bolts of purple lightning that looked like snakes flashed within it, emitting waves of terrifying aura. Not only that, but there was also an extremely sharp aura that rose up from the purple flame. From afar, it looked like a gigantic sword that was flying across the sky. There were even spots of sword-shaped energy swirling around it. However, these were not what attracted the attention of the people present. What really attracted the attention of the people present was the hand that the purple-clad young man raised. His hand was placed horizontally in front of his glabella as he forcefully clasped the spirit saber that was burning with flames that was close to him between two of his fingers. The two fingers were like pillars that supported the sky, causing the spirit saber that contained the strength of more than 440 ancient horned dragons to be unable to move forward at all. He caught the saber with his bare hands. At once, the group of five-element sect's disciples who were watching by the side felt their scalps go numb. Lingtian. Senior brother Lingtian caught Hongqing's spirit saber with his bare hands? Hongqing is a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist. The spirit saber in his hand is a grade 2 spirit saber, and he has even comprehended the 9th-level intermediate fire concept and 2nd-level intermediate saber concept. His full strength is equivalent to the strength of more than 440 ancient horned dragons. However, he was still stopped by senior brother Lingtian. Not only that, he stopped it with 2 fingers. While the group of 5-element sect's disciples were discussing animatedly, many of them could not help but gasp. To be able to catch a saber that contained the strength of more than 440 ancient horned dragons with his bare hands, how powerful was the person who caught the saber? The heaven and earth phenomenon above senior brother Lingtian's head has solidified. It was unknown who called out. At once, everyone from 5-element sect, including the group of senior officials, stared at the sky above Duan Lingtian's head. The ancient horned dragon silhouettes that had gathered there clearly entered their eyes. There was a total of 500 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. These 500 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were separated in a regular pattern. At least, in the eyes of Guochong, the sect leader of Five Element Sect, and Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. As powerhouses at the peak of the void, their eyesight was not something that ordinary people could compare to. They could see that. The 500 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were divided into 200 silhouettes, 100 silhouettes, 100 silhouettes, and 100 silhouettes. This Duan Lingtian, he has actually made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage? Guochong was shocked. He could not help but look at Qiyu, who was next to him. I don't know when he made a breakthrough to the first-level void transformation stage. Logically speaking, those 2 spirit fruits should not be enough for him to make a breakthrough from the 7th-level void interpretation to the 1st-level void interpretation. Qiyu shook his head. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of confusion could be seen on his face. Perhaps he had a fortuitous encounter. Guochong's gaze shifted to the purple figure in the distance again, and he sighed. It's fine if it's just the first-level void transformation stage, but this little fellow has not only comprehended the 9th-level intermediate thunder concept, but he has also comprehended the 9th-level intermediate earth concept and the 9th-level intermediate sword concept. With such a level of comprehension, how can he possibly let others live? When Guochong reached the end of his sentence, a hint of bitterness could be seen at the corner of his mouth. He's a complete little monster. Qiyu smiled wryly. But do you still think that I'm deliberately mystifying him? Chapter 929. You? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hongqing snapped back to reality. Fear could be seen in his eyes, and he could not even finish his sentence. He tried his best to retrieve the spirit saber, but he realized that the spirit saber was held in the hands of the purple-clad young man in front of him. It was as though it had grown roots and could not be moved at all. You're a void transformation martial artist? Hongqing gasped and looked at Duan Lingtian with fear in his eyes as he asked in a trembling voice. Don't you want to kill me? Duan Lingtian did not answer Hongqing. Instead, a brilliant smile appeared on his face as he replied with a question. In Hongqing's eyes, the bright smile on Duan Lingtian's face was no different from a devil's smile. Soon, Hongqing's eyes that were filled with fear flashed. He no longer dared to hesitate and let go of his hand that was holding the spirit saber. After Hongqing threw away the grade 2 spirit saber, he turned around and fled as fast as lightning. Seeing Hongqing's silhouette was getting further and further away, Duan Lingtian stood in the air. He had no intention of chasing after him. His hand that was holding the spirit saber with only 2 fingers had already grasped the spirit saber in his hand and weighed it lightly. Why didn't senior brother Lingtian chase after him? Don't tell me that senior brother Lingtian wants to let Hongqing go. Many of the 5 Element Sects disciples were puzzled. Only the 5 Element Sects senior officials looked at the spirit saber in Duan Lingtian's hand thoughtfully. That was the grade 2 spirit saber that Hongqing left behind. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian made his move. His hand that was holding the grade 2 spirit saber suddenly lifted up and stretched backward. It was as though it had transformed into a strong bow. It was so tight that the muscles on his back began to tremble slightly. Soon, the grade 2 spirit saber was covered with a layer of khaki energy. It was surrounded by streaks of purple lightning, and it was emitting a fierce aura. The originally quiet 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head suddenly became restless. Moreover, another 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air beside the 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. It was the boost from the grade 2 spirit saber. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. The grade 2 spirit saber that contained all his strength left his hand. It was like an arrow that was shot out from a powerful bow. Its speed was so fast that it was terrifying. The Grade 2 Spirit Saber shot out swiftly along with the 650 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky. Their speed was much faster than Hongqing, who had fled first. While Hongqing was fleeing, the heaven and earth energy above his head transformed into 350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Now, the Grade 2 Spirit Saber not only contained Duan Lingtian's strength, but it also contained the amplification power of the Grade 2 Spirit Saber. Its speed was nearly twice as fast as his. With such a difference, the result was obvious. The Grade 2 Spirit Saber caught up with Hongqing in just a moment and pierced through his back. The white saber went in, and the red saber came out. It pierced through Hongqing's body and killed him. Senior brother Ling Tian is so powerful. I knew it. How could senior brother Ling Tian let Hongqing go? As it turns out, he didn't even bother to chase after Hongqing. He only threw the saber out and killed Hongqing. Hongqing said senior brother Ling Tian is a void interpretation martial artist? When senior brother Ling Tian threw out the Grade 2 Spirit Saber, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head had an amplification of 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The strength contained in his origin energy should be equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. A first-level void transformation martial artist's origin energy is equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. It seems like senior brother Ling Tian is already a first-level void transformation martial artist. After they saw that Duan Ling Tian was a first-level void transformation martial artist, the group of 5 element sects disciples could not help but be shocked. Duan Lingtian, when did you make a breakthrough to the void transformation stage? Huang Daniu rushed to the front of Duan Ling Tian and sized up Duan Ling Tian as though he was looking at a monster. After a long while, he finally asked in disbelief. He remembered that Duan Ling Tian was only at the 9th level void interpretation before they departed. They had only traveled for a month and Duan Ling Tian had already made a breakthrough? And he had even made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage? I just made a breakthrough a few days ago. Duan Ling Tian replied with a faint smile. Although Duan Ling Tian was pleasantly surprised that he had made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage a few days ago, he was not surprised at all. One must know that before he left the 5-element sect, the bottleneck to the first-level void transformation in his body was already very loose. He only needed to put in a little more effort to make a breakthrough. During this journey, he would still cultivate a little when he had free time. It just so happened that he had made the final breakthrough a few days ago. The origin energy in his body transformed like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate and made a breakthrough to the first-level void transformation in one go. That's right. When senior brother Ling Tian made his move earlier, he mobilized the heaven and earth energy and consolidated 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Other than the thunder concept, it seems like there's also the earth concept. It's not just the earth concept. It seems like there's also the sword concept. 3 concepts combined and it's equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. Senior brother Ling Tian's strength is really terrifying. Soon, the group of 5 element sects disciples began to make a ruckus again. Duan Ling Tian, Hu Fei stood inconspicuously at the side as he stared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with endless hatred. However, there was also a hint of dread in the depth of his eyes. Duan Lingtian's strength made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. He knew that if Duan Lingtian really wanted to kill him, he would not be able to escape from death. I can't touch you in the open. Then I'll do it in the dark. When we reach Emperor Wu's secret treasure, all the young powerhouses from the major sects will swarm in. I don't believe that you'll be able to defeat all of them. As if he had thought of something, a wicked smile crept up on the corner of Hu Fei's mouth. He had a plan to deal with Duan Lingtian in his heart. He believed that as long as this plan was carried out successfully, even if Duan Lingtian had 10 lives, it would still not be enough for him to survive. Ha! Duan Lingtian immediately noticed Hu Fei's gaze that was as venomous as a snake's. His expression turned grave as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. This Hu Fei is really like a haunting ghost. I'll definitely kill him once I find an opportunity in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Hu Fei gave Duan Lingtian a very uncomfortable feeling. This feeling was no different from Zi Shang in the past. Perhaps this kind of person could not do anything to him in the open, but it would be impossible for him to guard against them when they were secretly plotting against him. In Duan Lingtian's heart, he had already sentenced Hu Fei to death. This Duan Lingtian is really insane. Nangong Yi and his brother stood in the distance. Their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian. Nangong Yi could not help but curse. Naturally, there was no malicious intent in his tone. Even though Nangong Yi did not say anything, his eyes were still gleaming brightly. It was as though Duan Lingtian was a bright lamp that lit up the direction for him to move forward. Since this Duan Lingtian can make a breakthrough to the void transformation stage, it means that he has at least comprehended one type of void transformation concept. While the 5-element sects disciples were marveling at Duan Lingtian's strength, the group of 5-element sects senior officials could not help but recall the 3 types of concepts that Duan Lingtian cast earlier. None of the 3 types of concepts was the void transformation concept. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian's strength to only be at the strength of 500 ancient horned dragons. At this moment, they obtained a shocking fact. Duan Lingtian is still concealing another type of void transformation concept. Cha Bai, the peak masters of Fire Peak, Yu Fang and Tian Gu, the peak masters of Water Peak, looked at each other. All of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. This was especially true for Cha Bai. After he recovered from the shock, his face turned ghastly pale. In the end, he took a deep breath as though he had made up his mind about something. Hu Fei. Then, Cha Bai looked at his direct disciple, Hu Fei, and said solemnly through voice transmission, "From this moment onward, forget about the enmity between you and Duan Lingtian. You can't afford to offend him." Initially, Hu Fei was still proud of his plan. However, when he heard Cha Bai's voice transmission, he could not help but be stunned. Before he could reply, Cha Bai's voice continued to enter his ears. "I suspect that this Duan Lingtian was still holding back when he attacked earlier. It's very likely that he has comprehended another type of void transformation concept." Void transformation concept. Cha Bai's words caused Hu Fei's expression to change slightly. Void transformation concept? In the beginning, Hu Fei still could not believe it. He thought that his master had made a mistake. However, after Cha Bai's explanation, he had no choice but to believe it even if he did not want to. "Yes, master? I won't take the initiative to offend him in the future." Hu Fei took a deep breath and replied to Cha Bai. However, even though he said so, he did not think so in his heart. "Duan Lingtian, so what if you've really comprehended the void transformation concept? When you become the target of public criticism in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, you'll still die for sure." When Hu Fei thought of this, a cold gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes. It was as though he was about to devour someone. Asking him to let go of Duan Lingtian? Impossible. Unless he died. Naturally, Cha Bai was unaware of Hu Fei's thoughts. However, when he heard Hu Fei's promise, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He knew that the current Duan Lingtian was someone that even he would have to think twice before offending, let alone his disciple, Hu Fei. Unless he could completely kill Duan Lingtian to prevent any future troubles. Otherwise, what awaited him would be endless revenge from Duan Lingtian in the future. "Duan Lingtian, you've really hidden your strength well." High up in the sky, 2 silhouettes disappeared into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already not far away from Duan Lingtian. Guochong stared deeply at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. "Take it." At this moment, Chi Yu, who was standing next to Guochong, lifted his head and shot out 2 rays of light towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian hurriedly reached out his hand to catch them. When he lowered his head, he realized that they were 2 concept fragments. 2 concept fragments. One was green while the other was purple. The color was extremely deep. It was obvious that the level was not low. Are these the 2 concept fragments in the body of Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect? Chapter 930. Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, was a powerhouse at the peak of the void. He had comprehended the 9th level advanced wind concept and the 9th level advanced thunder concept. For this reason, the two concept fragments in his body were the 9th level wind concept fragment and the 9th level thunder concept fragment. Both of them were top-notch concept fragments. They could be considered as priceless treasures. With these two concept fragments, Duan Lingtian could quickly raise his wind concept and thunder concept to the 9th level advanced stage. At that time, the next step would be to comprehend the profundity. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian quickly thanked Qiyu. This surprise was just too great. At the same time, when the gazes of the other 3 Peak Masters and the group of disciples from the 5-element sect landed on Duan Lingtian, hints of envy and jealousy could be seen in their eyes. Those were 2 9th-level concept fragments after all. Even the 5-element sect only had a few pieces of such concept fragments. However, Duan Lingtian had obtained 2 of them. Of course, although they were envious and jealous, none of them said anything. Put aside the fact that those were Qiyu's spoils of war, he could distribute them as he wished. Even if they belonged to the sect, with the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed that far surpassed the group of young disciples from 5-element sect, he was still qualified for the sect to bestow these 2 concept fragments to him. Junior brother Qiyu, you've hidden your strength even better than Duan Lingtian. If you had told me earlier that you've already reached the peak of the void, I wouldn't have been so afraid of Renji earlier. At this moment, Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, shifted his gaze away from Duan Lingtian and stared at Qiyu who was next to him. He could not help but sigh. If he had known earlier that Qiyu was a powerhouse at the peak of the void, he would have made his move immediately when the group of people from Crimson Moon sect appeared. As one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the northern desert, the enmity between the 5-element sect and Crimson Moon sect had been going on for thousands of years. The 2 major sects were always thinking about annihilating each other. However, due to the fact that the 2 major sects had always been on par with each other, none of them had ever been able to gain the upper hand. Currently, Qiyu had comprehended 2 types of 9th-level void transformation concept and reached the peak of the void. It could be said that he had broken the balance between the 2 major forces. 5-element sect and Crimson Moon sect's 3 vice sect leaders had easily killed Renji and killed the 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon sect as well. The moment Guochong opened his mouth, everyone from 5-element sect shifted their gaze from Duan Lingtian to Qiyu as though they had discussed this beforehand. At this moment Qiyu used Peak, sect leaders of 5 sect leader. I didn't expect Peak Master Qiyu to be so strong. From today onwards, Peak Master Qiyu is no longer the second strongest person in our 5-element sect. He's now a peak void stage expert who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sect leader, and he's qualified to be ranked as the strongest person in our 5-element sect. The people from Crimson Moon sect are really unlucky. Especially that sect leader Renji of Crimson Moon sect. He had been provoking our 5-element sect since the beginning. In the end, he became even more fearless. Later on, when he found out that Peak Master Qiyu was also a powerhouse at the peak of the void, I still remember the expression on his face clearly. I saw it as well. It was an extremely fearful and horrified expression. Before he died, I'm afraid he was regretting provoking our 5-element sect. Now that the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect is dead, Crimson Moon sect will only exist in name. After we return from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, sect leader and the others will definitely wipe Crimson Moon sect off the face of Cloud Continent. Each of the 5-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Excitement could be seen on their faces as they held their heads high. Peak stage void. Many people looked at Qiyu with eyes full of admiration and admiration. The other 3 peak masters of 5-element sect, Cha Bai, Yu Fang, and Tiangu, looked at Qiyu with a complicated gaze. They did not expect Qiyu's strength to be so terrifying. When they recalled how the 3 of them treated with Peak in the past, they could not help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, Qiyu did not make a fuss about it at that time. Otherwise, even if the 3 of them joined forces, they would not be a match for Qiyu at all. A peak stage void powerhouse was just too terrifying. That was an existence that had half a foot in the martial monarch stage. The two types of ninth-level void interpretation concepts that Qiyu comprehended are the water concept and fire concept. Even if the sect's disciples don't manage to obtain the profundity fragment from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I'm afraid it won't take long for him to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Yu Feng glanced at Cha Bai and Tian Gu before speaking to them through voice transmission. After being reminded by Yu Feng, Cha Bai and Tian Gu finally remembered. When Qiyu fought with Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, he had cast the 9th level advanced water concept and 9th level advanced fire concept. Perhaps he might be able to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage earlier than sect leader and become a martial monarch powerhouse in one fell swoop. Tian Gu sucked in a cold breath. Peak Master Qiyu, congratulations. At once, Yu Feng and Tian Gu exchanged glances before looking at Qiyu in unison. They congratulated him for achieving the peak stage void strength. Congratulations. Even Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak who had always been at odds with Qiyu, put aside his pride and congratulated Qiyu. There was no lack of subservience in his words. Hu Fei, look at the expression on your face. It's as if your parents have just died. Do you regret betraying our Wood Peak? Suddenly, a burst of laughter resonated in the air. It was Huang Daniu looking at Hu Fei, who was standing in the distance with a grave expression on his face. Hu Fei's expression changed drastically when Huang Daniu exposed his thoughts in front of so many people. He glared at Huang Daniu angrily, but he did not dare to say anything harsh. Put aside the fact that Huang Daniu and Duan Lingtian were quite close, even if it was Huang Daniu himself, he would not dare to provoke him. Perhaps, during the Battle of the Five Peaks, Huang Daniu had to rely on the earth energy to defeat him. However, right now, Huang Daniu could still defeat him easily even if he did not rely on the earth energy. Previously, when Huang Daniu came out of the profound assimilation formation, he had already comprehended the 9th level advanced earth concept. When he fought with the people from Crimson Moon sect earlier, he even displayed a cultivation base that was not any weaker than his. At that time, he already knew that the current Huang Daniu could easily defeat him even if he did not rely on the earth energy. Duan Lingtan. Hu Fei's face turned grave when he felt the mocking gazes from the surroundings landing on him. His eyes were cold as he stared at Duan Lingtian from afar. Until now, he still believed that it was Duan Lingtian who had caused him to lose his chance to reap any benefits from the profound assimilation formation. Idiot! When Duan Lingtian noticed Hu Fei's gaze, he could vaguely guess what was going on in Hu Fei's mind. He glanced at Hu Fei coldly and sent his voice transmission into Hu Fei's ears. You! Horror dawned on Hu Fei's face right away. In a fit of anger, his internal organs trembled as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Why is this Hu Fei spitting out blood? He must be regretting his decision after seeing the strength that Peak Master Qiyu displayed and how powerful Wood Peak is now. Looks like he's angry at himself for making such a stupid decision. So what if he's angry? An ingrate is still an ingrate after all. Even though the group of 5 element sects disciples were whispering, they did not intentionally lower their voices. Every single word entered Hu Fei's ears clearly, causing him to be so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Let's continue our journey. When Guochong noticed that Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, had a grave expression on his face, he wanted to help him, so he called out to the others and took the lead to fly forward. At once, the 5 element sects disciples followed closely behind him. We're not there yet? After flying for a while, Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked down at the hills below his feet. There are quite a lot of people there. Don't tell me that the secret treasure that Emperor Wu left behind is there? Suddenly, a surprised voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was a 5 element sect's disciple who exclaimed as he pointed to the front. His voice was filled with excitement. Many of the 5 element sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, followed his gaze when they heard his voice. In front of them, after bypassing a towering mountain forest, a gigantic valley appeared before their eyes. Above the valley, there were 2 groups of people standing in the air. There were more than 20 people in each of the 2 groups. It was similar to the 5 element sect's disciples. There's a group of bald heads there. Don't tell me they're from the Empyrean Temple, one of the 4 major forces in the southern of the northern desert. In the entire northern desert, only the Empyrean Temple has so many bald monks. When Duan Lingtian noticed that there were many monks wearing kasayas with rings on their heads in the group, many of the 5 element sects disciples began to discuss among themselves. Empyrean Temple, Hui Ming, Hui Jing, and that little monk. Very soon, Duan Lingtian found 3 familiar figures among the group of people who were mostly bald. They were the 3 monks from the Empyrean Temple whom he had met in the Skywolf Fort. Abbot Hui Kong, long time no see. How have you been? The 5 element sects group flew over and attracted the attention of the Empyrean Temple's group and another group of people. Guochong was the first to look at the Empyrean Temple's group. His gaze landed on the old monk who was leading the group. The old monk had 9 rings on his head. His 2 white eyebrows were bent down, making him look kind and amiable. He was the abbot of the Empyrean Temple, Hui Kong. The abbot of the Empyrean Temple was also the highest leader of the Empyrean Temple. Amitba, sect leader Gua, this humble monk greets you. Hui Kong squinted his eyes and looked at Guochong. He clasped his palms together in a respectful manner. Duan Lingtian? At this moment, an exclamation resonated from the group of people from the Empyrean Temple, attracting many people's attention. Subsequently, everyone saw a monk disciple from the Empyrean Temple who had not shaved his head staring at one of the 5 element sects disciples. It was a purple-clad young man. There's actually someone from the Empyrean Temple who knows Senior Brother Lingtian? Senior Brother Lingtian is really amazing. Even the people from the Empyrean Temple in the southern of the northern desert know him. Who was Hui Kong? The abbot of the Empyrean Temple, a powerhouse at the peak of the void. However, such an existence took the initiative to greet a 5 element sect's disciple who appeared to be only 25 years old. They could not help but be shocked. Even Guochong, the sect leader of the 5 element sect, could not help but turn pale with fright. He knew Hui Kong, this old monk, very well. He knew that if it was not someone that Hui Kong took a fancy to, it was absolutely impossible for Hui Kong to take the initiative to greet him. In other words, Duan Lingtian had caught Hui Kong's eye. Abbot Hui Kong, you've heard of Duan Lingtian before? Guochong could not help but ask Hui Kong curiously. Yes. Hui Kong nodded lightly and then said, although I don't know how little benefactor Duan joined the 5 element sect, the 5 element sect will be like a tiger that has grown wings with little benefactor Duan's help this time. Congratulations, sect leader Gua. Ah, you have a good eye, Abbot Hui Kong. Guochong could not help but laugh when he heard this. He was still very confident in Duan Lingtian's strength. Now, among the younger generation of the 5 element sect, as long as Duan Lingtian claimed to be second, there was absolutely no one who dared to claim to be first. Of course, there were still many people in the Empyrean Temple who looked at Duan Lingtian with a doubtful expression. They really could not figure out why such a young man who looked to be only 25 years old would receive such exaggerated praise from their Empyrean Temple's abbot. Could the abbot have made a mistake? Just him alone will make the 5 element sect like a tiger that has grown wings? Many of the Empyrean Temple's secular disciples whispered to each other and expressed their doubts. What 5 element sect, Empyrean Temple? Looks like there's really no one left in your 2 great forces. A little kid who's not even 30 years old can be regarded as a treasure by all of you? How laughable! A cold snort that was filled with disdain, accompanied by a voice that was neither loud nor soft, resonated from the group of people in the distance. Everyone from the 5 element sect and the Empyrean Temple, including Duan Lingtian, could not help but look over when they heard the voice. They discovered that the person who spoke was the leader of the group of people, an old man in black clothes. The old man's face was cold, and his eyes were extremely sharp. It was as though there were wisps of terrifying cold gleams flashing in them, causing people to not dare to look at him directly. Similar to the old man, the other 4 old men behind him and the remaining 20 young men and women were also dressed in black. There was a badge pinned on each of their chests. The badge on the chest of the old man in the lead was a blazing sun. The badge on the chest of the 4 old men who stood side by side behind him was a bright moon. As for the remaining 20 young men and women, the badge on their chests was a star. One of the 2 great forces in the western district of the northern desert, the Sun-Moon sect? Guocheng muttered to himself when he saw the attire of the group of people in front of him. His gaze then shifted to the old man in the lead and asked, "You must be the sect leader of the Sun-Moon sect, right?" "That's right. It's me, the sect leader," the old man replied nonchalantly. "How should I address you, sect leader?" Guocheng asked again. "Chen Feng," the old man replied impatiently. "Sect leader Chen Feng." Guocheng nodded before asking again, "Earlier, you said there's no one left in our 5-element sect." "Humph." Chen Feng snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Isn't that the case? Only your 5-element sect and Empyrean temple would treat a young boy like a treasure. In our Sun-Moon sect, a disciple of this age is not qualified to leave the sect." "Young boy? It seems like you're looking down on this disciple of our 5-element sect, sect leader Chen Feng. I wonder how many of the 20 young disciples from your sect are confident in defeating him?" Guocheng asked bluntly as he narrowed his eyes and a smile crept up on the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing Guocheng's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He knew the sect leader was going to use him as a tool to trick the sect leader of Sun-Moon sect and the group of Sun-Moon sect's disciples. Although Duan Lingtian did not like being used as a tool, he did not know why he did not resist at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Perhaps it was because the sect leader of Sun-Moon sect, Chen Feng, had used him as a topic to provoke the 5-element sect and Empyrean temple. Defeat him? Upon hearing Guocheng's words, Chen Feng looked at Duan Lingtian. After sizing him up for a while, he could not help but scoff. "A young boy like this can be easily defeated by any young disciple from our Sun-Moon sect. If that's the case, why don't we give it a try?" Guocheng's eyes that were narrowed suddenly opened. The smile on his face grew wider as he asked bluntly. Guocheng's straightforwardness stunned Chen Feng. He could vaguely sense that something was amiss. "But, sect leader Chen Feng, don't tell me you're afraid?" Guocheng smiled. It was a smile filled with contempt. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Chen Feng was enraged by Guocheng. He shouted coldly before he turned to look at one of the Sun-Moon sect's disciples. "Lu Kai, come out and meet that young boy from 5-element sect." The Sun-Moon sect's disciple who was called out was a young man who looked about 35 years old. He was skinny and had a cold expression on his face. Coupled with his black clothes, he gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. The moment Lu Kai heard Chen Feng's words, he immediately flew out. His emotionless eyes instantly locked onto Duan Lingtian. Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. Just a glance from the other party was enough to make him feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave. It was obvious that the other party's strength was extraordinary. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and instantly probed the other party's cultivation base. 9th level void interpretation. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that Chen Feng would actually be so cautious. The moment he opened his mouth, he immediately asked a young disciple from Sun-Moon sect who was at the 9th level void interpretation to come out and fight him. The strength of this young disciple was most likely one of the best among the 20 young disciples in Sun-Moon sect. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian flew out and stood opposite Lu Kai. His face was calm and did not show any emotion at all. At this moment, no matter if it was the 5-element sect's disciples, the Empyrean temple's disciples, or the Sun-Moon sect's disciples, all of them were staring at the 2 people who were standing opposite each other without blinking. They were anticipating the battle between the 2 of them. "Sect leader Chen Feng, this is the first time we've met each other. Why don't we each put up some prizes for our disciples sparring?" Guocheng looked at Chen Feng when he saw that Duan Lingtian and Lu Kai were about to fight. "That's exactly what I want." Chen Feng sneered when he heard Guocheng's words. Chapter 932. Ninth level sword concept fragment. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words and seeing the concept fragment in his hand, many people from Five Element Sect and Empyrean Temple were shocked. They did not expect the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect to be so daring. A ninth level concept fragment was considered extremely precious even to the forces they belonged to. After all, the forces they belonged to were merely third-rate forces on Cloud Continent. The most powerful one among them was only a person who had comprehended the ninth-level void transformation concept. The ninth-level concept fragments in the hands of the forces they belonged to were either left behind by their ancestors who had died of old age or obtained by killing martial artists who had comprehended the ninth-level void transformation concept. For a third-rate force, it was not an easy task to kill a martial artist who had comprehended the ninth-level void transformation concept. However, Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, had taken out a ninth-level sword concept fragment as the wager for the battle between Lu Kai, the Sun Moon Sect's disciple, and Duan Lingtian, the Five Element Sect's disciple. As long as Duan Lingtian won, he would lose this ninth-level sword concept fragment to the Five Element Sect. Sect leader Chen Feng is so daring. When Guochong, the sect leader of Five Element Sect, saw Chen Feng taking out a ninth-level sword concept fragment as the wager, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. "What? Sect leader Gua, are you satisfied with the wager that I took out?" When Chen Feng saw the surprise on Guochong's face, he thought Guochong was frightened by him. A hint of disdain appeared on his face. "Stingy!" Before Guochong could open his mouth, an unbridled voice broke the temporary silence at the scene. It said that Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, was stingy. Stingy? He took out a ninth-level concept fragment as the wager and was called stingy? Who was so arrogant? At once, everyone from the three major forces shifted their attention to the source of the voice. A young man in purple clothes was standing there. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said that the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect is stingy? Many people from the Empyrean Temple widened their eyes in shock, disbelief written all over their faces. In their opinion, a ninth-level concept fragment was something extraordinary even in the eyes of the sect leader of Five Element Sect, let alone a mere Five Element Sect's disciple. In the face of a person who took out a ninth-level concept fragment as a wager, even the sect leader of the Five Element Sect would not be able to say that the other party was stingy. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? That's a ninth-level concept fragment. I think he's deliberately saying this to make things difficult for the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect. No matter what the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect offers, he can always say that the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect is stingy. At that time, he can use this as an excuse to not make a move. If that's really the case, then this Duan Lingtian from the Five Elements Sect is really too sinister. Many of the Empyrean Temple's lay disciples were whispering. Although their voices were not loud, everyone present could hear them clearly. The Five Element Sect's disciples scoffed at the words of these Empyrean Temple's lay disciples and did not take them seriously. They knew Duan Lingtian's strength very well. It was absolutely impossible for him to back down in front of a mere Sun Moon Sect's disciple, let alone back down in such a roundabout way. What's Duan Lingtian doing? The sect leader of Sun Moon Sect took out a ninth-level concept fragment, and he actually said that the other party is stingy? Huang Daniu, Nengong Yi, Tan Huan, Tianjin, and the others looked at each other. They could see the same doubt in each other's eyes. The Peak Masters of Fire Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak also had a puzzled look on their faces. Only Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, had a smile on his face as though he had understood something. It was as though he had guessed what Duan Lingtian was going to do next. This little fellow is really greedy. Guochong was stunned at first. Then, as though he had recalled something, he stared deeply at Duan Lingtian's back without saying anything. Ridiculous! How dare he say that our sect leader is stingy? That's a ninth-level concept fragment we're talking about. You're just a brat from Five Element Sect. This must be your first time seeing it, right? Many Sun Moon Sect's disciples finally regained their senses and glared at Duan Lingtian as they mocked him. If you're so capable, Take out a 9th level concept fragment as well, or take out something more valuable? Otherwise, you're just a coward who doesn't dare to fight with senior brother Liu Kai. Ask him to take out a 9th level concept fragment? I think he won't be able to take it out even if we kill him. In my opinion, he's just afraid of senior brother Liu Kai. That's why he's looking for an excuse to avoid the battle with senior brother Liu Kai. The group of Sun Moon sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. Their words were filled with disdain toward Duan Lingtian, a 5-element sect's disciple. In their opinion, how strong could a young man who looked like he was only 25 years old be, even if he had a high innate talent and comprehension ability? As Qin Feng raised his hand, the group of Sun Moon sect's disciples finally quieted down. However, their eyes were still filled with disdain when they looked at Duan Lingtian. It was a disdain that came from the bottom of their hearts. Are you saying that I'm stingy? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Duan Lingtian as he asked in a deep voice. Aren't you? Duan Lingtian acted as though he did not hear the mockery from the group of Sun Moon sect's disciples. When he heard Qin Feng's question, he replied in a matter-of-fact manner. As the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, you only took out a 9th level concept fragment as the wager. Don't you think you're stingy? Humph. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed sharply as he snorted. The 9th level sword concept fragment in my hand is just the first wager that I took out. If sect leader Gua thinks it's not enough, I can add in some other wagers. Of course it's not enough. The moment Qin Feng's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian immediately replied, let alone our sect leader, even I, a nobody from the 5-element sect, feel that the wager you took out is not enough. You also said that you're a nobody? Do you think you can represent the sect leader of your 5-element sect? Qin Feng sneered. Of course, I can't represent our sect leader. However, I can wager with you myself. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and said word by word. You want to wager with me yourself? When Qin Feng heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but be stunned. Ha! What a joke! This 5-element sect brat said that he wants to wager with our sect leader himself. Does he really think that a 9th level concept fragment is a cabbage? First, he said that our sect leader is stingy. Now, he wants to wager with our sect leader himself. I really want to see what he can take out to wager with our sect leader. The Sun Moon sect's disciples became restless again. Each of them looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on their faces, waiting for Duan Lingtian to make a fool of himself. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. If he can't take out something that's worth more than the 9th level sword concept fragment now, he's going to make a fool of himself. He's definitely going to make a fool of himself. The group of Empyrean Temple's monk disciples shook their heads and looked at Duan Lingtian with pity on their faces. The abbot of Empyrean Temple, Hui Kong, stood at the side and stared at Duan Lingtian kindly. Even though Duan Lingtian had made such a boast, he did not seem surprised at all. On the other hand, many of the 5-element sect's disciples laughed. They did not know anything else. However, when it came to 9th level concept fragments, Duan Lingtian did not lack them at all. In fact, he had just obtained 2 of them not too long ago. They came from Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect who was killed. That's right. I'll wager with you myself. Duan Lingtian looked straight at Qin Feng and nodded solemnly. Boy, do you know the value of this 9th level sword concept fragment in my hand? Let me tell you, not everything is as valuable as this concept fragment in my hand. Qin Feng weighed the fragment in his hand and said mockingly, I don't know about other things, but I know that the combined value of these 2 things definitely surpasses the value of the 9th level sword concept fragment in your hand. In the face of Qin Feng's mockery, Duan Lingtian remained calm. With a raise of his hand, 2 fragments appeared in his hand. One of them was green while the other was purple. Regardless of whether it was the green or purple fragment, the color was so deep that it would cause one to be shocked at first glance. Sect leader Qin Feng, what do you think? Duan Lingtian weighed the 2 fragments in his hand and smiled faintly. 9th level wind concept fragment. 9th level thunder concept fragment. When Qin Feng's eyes were completely attracted by the concept fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand, Horror dawned on the few Sun Moon sects vice sect leaders standing behind Chen Feng as they exclaimed in surprise. It's really the 9th level wind concept fragment and the 9th level thunder concept fragment. At the Empyrean Temple's side, Hui Jing could not help but exclaim in a low voice. Earlier, Duan Lingtian's unrestrained behavior had made him break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. He felt that Duan Lingtian was going to be humiliated in front of so many people. However, at this moment, he finally realized that Duan Lingtian only dared to behave in such a manner because he had a card up his sleeve. This could be seen from the fact that he casually took out 2 9th level concept fragments. Those are really 2 9th level concept fragments? The group of Sun Moon sect's disciples' faces that were filled with mockery froze completely. Their faces flushed red as though someone had grabbed them by the neck. They could not make a sound for a long time. Oh my god! Who's this Duan Lingtian? He can take out 2 9th level concept fragments so casually. Don't tell me he's the illegitimate son of the sect leader of 5 Element sect? What right does he have to possess 2 9th level concept fragments? When the group of Empyrean Temple's monk disciples saw the 2 concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand, their eyes turned completely red. They could not wait to snatch them away. In this regard, the people from 5 Element sect appeared to be much calmer. This fellow Duan Lingtian actually took out 2 9th level concept fragments at this time. Don't tell me he's trying to cheat the sect leader of Sun Moon sect out of another 9th level concept fragment? Huang Daniu was stunned. He could vaguely guess what was going on. Naturally, there were many people who had the same thought as him. For example, the peak masters of Water, Fire, and Earth Peak, the brothers Nangong, Tan Huan, Tianzhen, and the others. Duan Lingtian, you want to cheat the sect leader of Sun Moon sect? I won't let you do as you wish. Chapter 933. Sect Leader Chen Feng, if I take out these 2 9th level concept fragments as the wager for the battle between me and your Sun Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, shouldn't you take out another 9th level concept fragment as well? Duan Lingtian stared at Chen Feng as he enunciated each and every word clearly. When Chen Feng regained his senses, his face turned grave. It did not cross his mind that the purple-clad young man in front of him would actually take out 2 9th level concept fragments and even want him to bet with him using 2 9th level concept fragments as the wager. As the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, naturally, he was not a fool. Since the other party dared to make this wager and was willing to take out 2 9th level concept fragments as the wager, he must be very confident in himself. For a moment, Chen Feng was in a dilemma. It wasn't difficult for him to take out another 9th level concept fragment. However, the problem was, if the purple-clad young man in front of him won, not only would their Sun Moon sect be humiliated, but they would also lose 2 9th level concept fragments. The reason he took out a 9th level concept fragment earlier was because he thought he would definitely win. He wanted to use that 9th level concept fragment to win the other 9th level concept fragment from the 5 Element sect. However, what happened next was beyond his expectations. First, the purple-clad young man in front of him said he was stingy. Then, he stood out and wanted him to bet with him. Moreover, he wanted to use 2 9th level concept fragments as the wager. He had to admit that he hesitated when he saw the other party's confident expression. Although he did not dare to believe that such a young man would be able to defeat his Sun Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, who was at the 9th level void interpretation. However, the moment he thought about the 2 9th level concept fragments, he had to be extremely cautious. But, Sect Leader Chen Feng, don't tell me you're afraid? When Duan Lingtian saw Chen Feng hesitating, he could easily guess what was on his mind. He could not help but laugh. He deliberately raised his voice so that everyone could hear him. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a disdainful smile crept up the corner of his mouth. Afraid? When Chen Feng heard Duan Lingtian's words and noticed the gazes around him, he was instantly enraged. However, just as his anger rose to his head, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him, and he completely calmed down. He faintly realized that this was the opponent's provocation. Right at this moment, A voice transmission came from afar and pierced into Qin Feng's ears. Sect Master Qin Feng, you mustn't agree to this Duan Lingtian. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Actually, he's a first-level void transformation martial artist. Apart from comprehending a void transformation concept, he's also comprehended 3 9th-level void interpretation concepts. Right now, this Duan Lingtian is trying to infuriate you so that you will agree to his request. Don't fall into his trap. Otherwise, your Sun Moon sect will definitely lose 2 9th-level concept fragments. The voice transmission stopped abruptly at this point. When Qin Feng heard this voice transmission, his expression changed drastically. First-level void transformation stage? Comprehended a void transformation concept and 3 9th-level void interpretation concepts? Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng studied the purple-clad young man in front of him from top to bottom. He kept asking himself in his heart, is this Duan Lingtian really that capable? He did not dare to believe it. In his opinion, it was almost impossible for such a thing to happen. It was inevitable for a first-level void transformation martial artist to comprehend a void transformation concept. Comprehending a 9th-level void interpretation concept was already considered as monstrous. However, the voice transmission said that other than being a first-level void transformation martial artist and comprehending a void transformation concept, Duan Lingtian had also comprehended 3 void interpretation concepts. Ridiculous. This was too ridiculous. Qin Feng shook his head. He immediately concluded that the other party was lying to him. Moreover, the voice transmission came from the group of people from the 5-element sect. Unfortunately, the voice transmission came so suddenly that he could not identify which 5-element sect's disciple it was. However, he was certain of one thing. The other party was lying to him. As for the purpose of lying to him, it was easy for him to guess. The reason the other party did this was because they did not want him to bet with Duan Lingtian. They wanted the Sun Moon sect to admit defeat in front of the 5-element sect and embarrass themselves in front of the people from the Empyrean Temple. It seemed like the other party was helping him by doing this, wanting to help him keep the 2 9th-level concept fragments. However, if one were to look deeper into it, the other party was actually helping Duan Lingtian and the 5-element sect by doing this. This was because if he refused now, Duan Lingtian would not be defeated by the Sun Moon sect's disciple in public. The 5-element sect would also win without a fight and firmly suppress the Sun Moon sect. Duan Ling, I have to say that you're very smart. Qin Feng looked at Duan Lingtian and said through his voice transmission, you actually know how to take a step back in order to advance. You asked someone to exaggerate your strength in front of me so that my Sun Moon sect and I will retreat in the face of difficulties so that you and the 5-element sect will win without a fight. If it was someone from the Empyrean Temple who reminded me through voice transmission, I might have believed it. However, you actually asked someone from your 5-element sect to remind me through voice transmission. How stupid! Qin Feng's voice transmission was filled with disdain. When Duan Lingtian heard Qin Feng's voice transmission, he could not help but be stunned. He asked someone from the 5-element sect to use voice transmission to exaggerate his strength in front of Qin Feng? In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was a little confused. He could not help but look at the group of people from the 5-element sect curiously. Soon he noticed something. When he looked at Hu Fei, he found that Hu Fei seemed to be avoiding his gaze, not daring to look him in the eye, which was unusual. Hu Fei! A cold gleam flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as anger rose in his heart. At this moment, he was certain that the person who warned him through voice transmission was none other than Hu Fei. However, Qin Feng did not seem to believe Hu Fei's words. This made Duan Lingtian heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, the killing intent in the depth of Duan Lingtian's eyes intensified. That killing intent was directed at Hu Fei. Just as he had expected, as long as Hu Fei was alive, he would not be able to have a day of peace. What a pity, what a pity! Initially, I was still a little hesitant when I saw you so confidently taking out 2 9th-level concept fragments to bet with me. At that time, I even thought that in order to protect the 2 9th-level concept fragments, I would reject your bet even if it would embarrass me and the Sun Moon sect. Chen Feng's voice transmission continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears. It was filled with pride. Unfortunately, you actually asked the people from the Five Element sect to remind me through voice transmission to exaggerate your strength. Not only did he exaggerate, he even exaggerated it to such an outrageous extent. Therefore, the ones who will be embarrassed today will not be me and the Sun Moon sect. It will be you, Duan Lingtian, and the Five Element sect. Chen Feng's voice transmission came to an end. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Did Hu Fei actually help him? If Hu Fei knew the outcome would be like this, he would most likely be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood. However, Duan Lingtian did not lose his killing intent toward Hu Fei because of this. In his heart, Hu Fei was already a dead man. As long as he had the chance, he would make Hu Fei die in his hands. Upon hearing Chen Feng's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian snorted. His face turned solemn on purpose. When Chen Feng saw Duan Lingtian's expression, a mocking smile appeared on his face. With a raise of his hand, he took out another concept fragment. Duan Lingyan, since you want to bet big, then I'll bet big with you. This is a 9th level saber concept fragment. Together with the 9th level sword concept fragment in my hand, they'll be the wager for the Sun Moon sect. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Chen Feng announced loudly. At the same time, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Chen Feng looked at the Empyrean Temple's abbot, Hui Kong. Hui Kong, you old bald donkey. Although I've never had any dealings with you before, I've heard that you're a decent person. Today, you'll be the witness for the wager between me and this Five Element sect's disciple, Duan Lingyan. As for the wager, it should be kept by you as well. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he raised his hand and shot the 2 9th level concept fragments in his hand at Hui Kong. Amitba. Since sect leader Chen trusts me, I'll naturally follow sect leader Chen's wishes. Hui Kong placed his palms together and said after he caught the 2 9th level concept fragments. Duan Lingtian now. Shouldn't you hand over your prize to that old baldy Hui Kong for safekeeping? Chen Feng looked at Duan Lingtian. A smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The reason he did this was because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would go back on his word. If things developed to that point, although Duan Lingtian and the Five Element sect would be humiliated, his Sun Moon sect would not be able to obtain the 2 concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand. The reason he did this was to put Duan Lingtian in a difficult position. Of course, Duan Lingtian could still reject it. However, the price of rejecting it would be extremely high. It would far exceed the value of the 2 9th level concept fragments. If Duan Lingtian rejected it, not only Duan Lingtian, but even the Five Element sect would not be able to hold their heads up high in the northern desert in the future. Sect leader Chen Feng, you're really something. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could guess Chen Feng's thoughts. After taking a deep look at Chen Feng, he casually shot the 2 9th level concept fragments to Hui Kong. Abbot Hui Kong, I'll have to trouble you. Amitba. You're too kind, young benefactor Duan. Hui Kong placed his palms together and said after he caught the 2 9th level concept fragments. Chen Feng could not help but frown when he saw Duan Lingtian handing the 2 9th level concept fragments to Hui Kong without hesitation. However, his frown quickly disappeared. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was puffing himself up at his own cost. No matter what, he would not believe that a young boy like Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Lu Kai, who was ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation in the Sun Moon sect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already returned to the opposite side of Lu Kai. He stood opposite Lu Kai, who had a cold expression on his face. Young benefactor Duan, young benefactor Lu. Although your battle will determine the ownership of the 2 9th level concept fragments, this poor monk still hopes that both of you will know when to stop. Chapter 934. I have no objections. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. He only wanted to win the 2 9th level concept fragments in this battle. He did not care if he killed or not. Of course, the most important thing was Until now, this young Sun Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, had not done anything that made him want to kill him. Those who provoke our Sun Moon sect will definitely die. Lu Kai's voice was cold and gloomy. His words revealed his determination to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a hint of coldness crept up the corner of his mouth. He was still wondering if he should spare Lu Kai's life earlier. However, Lu Kai's words completely destroyed this thought of his. Everyone had to pay the price for what they said. Duan Lingtian and Lu Kai stood opposite each other, facing each other. They instantly attracted everyone's attention. This Duan Lingtian can actually take out 2 9th-level concept fragments. This is really shocking. However, what's even more shocking is that he actually dared to make a bet with the sect leader of Sun Moon sect. Don't tell me he really thinks he can win against that Sun Moon sect's disciple? That Sun Moon sect's disciple must have extraordinary strength to be called out by the sect leader of Sun Moon sect personally. I'm afraid this Duan Lingtian is going to go for wool and come home shorn. Many of the Empyrean Temple's monk disciples were discussing among themselves. It was obvious that they did not think highly of Duan Lingtian. Of course, the main reason was that Duan Lingtian was too young. So young that it was terrifying. All of a sudden, the black robe on Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple who was facing off against Duan Lingtian, fluttered. The origin energy on his body rose and merged with a fierce aura. At that moment, the raging origin energy on Lu Kai's body transformed into a gigantic saber that emitted an aura that seemed to be able to cut through everything. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon condensed and formed. First, 120 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared before another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. 9th-level void interpretation. 9th-level intermediate saber concept. Lu Kai's strength shocked many of the Empyrean Temple's disciples. They were even more convinced that Duan Lingtian could not defeat Lu Kai. Duan Lingtian, I hope you won't disappoint me. Xian Bei stared at the back of Duan Lingtian and muttered to himself. Just as a thin spiritual saber appeared in Lu Kai's hand and he was about to attack, he suddenly seemed to have noticed something. He shook his head and looked into the distance. At this time, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, looked into the distance. There was a group of people coming over in a grandiose manner. After a short while, he arrived near them. Elder Brother Duan. A gentle and pleasant voice sounded out from the group of people, and it was filled with excitement and joy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure that looked like a fire spirit flew out and headed straight for the purple figure in the distance. Its speed was as fast as lightning. When Duan Lingtian heard this familiar voice, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. In the next moment, before he could even react, he noticed a fiery red figure had already arrived in front of him. They stood facing each other and looked at each other. The person who stood in front of Duan Lingtian was a beautiful lady. A smile that could turn the world upside down was blooming on her face. For a moment, everything around her was overshadowed. Tianwu. Looking at the red-clad lady in front of him, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. The person who came was none other than Feng Tianwu. Elder Brother Duan, why are you here? Feng Tianwu, who was excited to see the person she missed, calmed down a little. She took a deep breath and asked softly. She did not expect to see her elder brother Duan here. Logically speaking, elder brother Duan should have been taken away by a martial monarch powerhouse, right? Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. At this moment, 2 figures tailed Feng Tianwu and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Both of their faces were filled with surprise. It was obvious they did not expect to see Duan Lingtian here. Su Li, Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian smiled and greeted the 2 of them. The 2 people who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian were none other than Su Li and Zhang Shouyong. Duan Ling, where have you been all this time? Why are you here? Su Li could not help but ask curiously. Although Zhang Shouyong did not ask, his eyes that were filled with doubt showed he was very concerned about this. It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail when I have the time in the future. As for why I'm here, my purpose is the same as yours. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, however, there's a difference. You're representing Blade sect while I'm representing 5-element sect. 5-element sect. When Su Li heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but be shocked. The 5-element sect, that's one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the northern desert? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Elder brother Duan, why did you go to 5-element sect? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with doubt. Before Duan Lingtian could answer, a middle-aged man among the 4 people who had just arrived in the distance looked at Duan Lingtian with a gleam in his eyes. Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man greeted Duan Lingtian. When he heard this voice, Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man, and his eyes lit up as he greeted with slight pleasant surprise. Senior. The middle-aged man was none other than the vice-sect leader of the House of Swords and Su Li's master, Jian 13. Jian 13 had done him a favor, and he'd always engraved it in his heart. You said earlier that you're representing 5-element sect this time? Jian 13 frowned slightly as he asked. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said apologetically, Senior, I'm truly sorry. Because the 5-element sect has done me a favor, so I'm entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time to contribute to the 5-element sect. I'm unable to represent the Blade sect. The group of people from the 5-element sect were slightly surprised when they saw many people recognize Duan Lingtian in the group that had just arrived. Now that they heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Jian 13, they were shocked once more. In the past, Duan Lingtian was intending to represent the Blade sect to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, even though they didn't know what happened later on, but when they heard what Duan Lingtian said now, they couldn't help but feel slightly fortunate. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was a great weapon of slaughter. The 5-element sect that had Duan Lingtian would surely be able to obtain the greatest benefits from the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Jian 13 hadn't spoken when a cold snort sounded out. Subsequently, a green figure flashed out from the group of people from the Blade sect. It was a green-clothed young man, and he was precisely one of the 20 young disciples from the Blade sect that had come this time. After the green-clothed young man came out, he looked at Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment and asked with a deep voice, You're Duan Lingtian? Or you? Duan Lingtian frowned when faced with the green-clothed young man who had come with ill intentions. You don't have to know who I am. You just have to answer me. Did you promise Junior Uncle Jian to join our Blade sect and even join the Sword sect? The green-clothed young man glanced at Duan Lingtian with disdain before he asked again in a deep voice. Duan Lingtian nodded. Just when he was about to explain, he was interrupted by the green-clothed young man. That's enough. In other words, you, the prospective Sword sect disciple of our Blade sect, has switched to the 5-element sect. Even if you're only a prospective Sword sect disciple, according to the rules of our Blade sect, a prospective disciple who has switched to another sect will be regarded as a traitor. Today, I, Lian Xiong, will enforce the law on behalf of the sect's enforcement elder and get rid of a traitor like you. The green-clothed young man, Lian Xiong, spoke very quickly. Before the crowd could react, he had already transformed into a green lightning bolt and charged towards Duan Lingtian. A swift sword ray accompanied him as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, the sword ray had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian's glabella. The speed of the sword ray was so fast that it was terrifying. At the same time, more than 270 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Lian Xiong's head. In other words, the sword that he stabbed towards Duan Lingtian contained the strength of more than 270 ancient horned dragons. 8th level Void Interpretation. 8th level Intermediate Sword Concept. Grade 3 Spirit Sword. In the eyes of most people present, the speed of the green-clothed young man was shockingly fast. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, it was pitifully slow. When Duan Lingtian saw that the Grade 3 Spirit Sword in the green-clothed young man's hand was only a foot away from his glabella, he was already prepared to reach out to grab the sword. To him, stopping the sword with his bare hands was not a problem at all. However, just when Duan Lingtian was about to make his move, he heard a short-lived piercing sound. Slap. At the same time, A sound entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw that the sword that was a foot away from his glabella disappeared before his eyes in just a blink of an eye. To be more precise, it flew into the distant sky. Along with it, an arm that was forcefully torn off flew out. Dazzling fresh blood was still spurting out from the wound on the arm. The blood splattered across the sky and condensed into red roses. Ah! At the same time, a shrill scream reverberated in the air. It was Lien Xiong who was standing near Duan Lingtian. He pressed on the wound on his severed arm with one hand and stopped the bleeding as he screamed in pain. "Who's that?" When he caught his breath, he glared at the person who attacked him. However, when he saw the red-clad lady standing there with a long whip that looked like a red spirit snake in her hand, horror dawned on his face. T. Jr.'s sister Feng, he betrayed the sect. He should atone for his sins with his death. Why are you helping him? The person who crippled Lien Xiong was none other than Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu was the first to react and stopped Lien Xiong in time. Her whip swept out and coiled around Lien Xiong's arm that was holding the sword. In the next moment, she forcefully tore the arm off Lien Xiong's shoulder and flung it away. Her entire action was as smooth as flowing water. Because he's my elder brother Duan. Chapter 9:35. It's because he's my elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's short sentence caused many young men from various forces to look at Duan Lingtian with jealousy in their eyes. They could not wait to replace him. At this moment, as long as one was not blind, one could see the affection Feng Tianwu had for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, this fellow really has a lot of luck with women. Huang Daniu said with an envious expression on his face. When Feng Tianwu was such a peerless beauty, everyone, including him, could not help but be tempted when they first laid their eyes on her. Junior sister Feng, why you'll regret this? Lien Xiong gritted his teeth and said to Feng Tianwu with a jealous expression on his face. Then, he flew away and chased after his arm that was severed and thrown away by Feng Tianwu. If he could find and reattach his arm in time, there might still be a chance for him to recover. When that Blade Sect's disciple made his move earlier, he mobilized the heaven and earth energy and consolidated more than 270 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. He's very powerful, but his arm was still severed by this fairy-like Blade Sect's female disciple. This Blade Sect's female disciple looks like she's only in her early 20s. She already possesses such terrifying strength at such a young age. It's really shocking. She's really blessed by the heavens. Not only does she have a devastatingly beautiful appearance, but she also has an innate talent and comprehension ability that makes people jealous. Whether it was the Five-Element sect, the Empyrean Temple, or the Sun-Moon sect's young disciples, all of them could not help but whisper among themselves. The shock that Feng Tianwu brought to them was just too great. Although Feng Tianwu's attack was very fast, and she did not even mobilize the heaven and earth energy to consolidate the heaven and earth phenomenon, they could see that Feng Tianwu's strength was far above the Blade Sect's disciple whose arm was severed by her. Tongwu girl, this time, you've gone a little overboard. The skinny old man who was the leader of the two old men from Blade Sect looked at Feng Tianwu with a slightly reproachful expression. Sect leader, I held back just now. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse now. In the face of the old man's reproach, Feng Tianwu replied calmly with a hint of coldness in her voice. As the saying went, a dragon has a reverse scale, touch it and you'll die. In her world, Duan Lingtian was her reverse scale. The reason she did not kill Lien Xiong today was because her father, Feng Wudao, was the Sword Sect's elder in Blade Sect. She did not want to put her father in a difficult position. The sect leader of Blade Sect? Although he did not know the old man's name, he had to admit, Duan Lingtian, he had a bad impression. What did he mean went a little overboard? That Blade Sect's disciple, Lien Xiong, had wanted to kill him the moment he attacked. The sword in his hand was inches away from his glabella, and he had nearly killed him. If Tianwu had not made the first move and it was him instead, Lien Xiong would have already become a corpse. Was a Tian, Tian, he's very well was Tian. You're Duan Ling Tian? The prospective disciple of Blade Sect? Soon after, the old man's gaze shifted from Feng Tianwu to Duan Ling Tian. His tone was calm and cold. From now on Duan Ling Tian, have nothing to do with Blade Sect anymore. Duan Ling Tian announced calmly as he looked at the old man. When he heard the old man reproach Feng Tianwu, he no longer had any interest in joining Blade Sect. Duan Ling Tian. Horror dawned on Xianxia when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would dare to speak to the sect leader of Blade Sect in such a manner. Moreover, he wanted to cut ties with Blade Sect as soon as he opened his mouth. Ha! When the old man regained his senses, horror dawned on his face as he said in a deep voice, "Do you think you can join Blade Sect as you please?" "That's exactly the case for me." Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly, "The reason I agreed to join the Blade Sect was because I owed him a favor. As for now, I'm not interested in joining the Blade Sect at all." Duan Ling Tian no longer bothered with the old man when he reached this point. Instead, he looked at Xianxia and said, "Senior, Duan Ling Tian, will definitely repay your kindness in the future. As for Blade Sect, I won't join it anymore." The old man's attitude earlier had chilled Duan Ling Tian's heart. Although there might be other reasons, such as Lian Xiong's identity and background, etc. In his opinion, those were not excuses. When Xianxia saw the determination on Duan Ling Tian's face, he realized the situation was irreversible. He did not know what to say and could only smile wryly. "But, alright. Today, for the sake of little Tian Wu, I won't fuss about it with you." The old man was angered by Duan Ling Tian until his face turned gloomy. When he reached the end of his sentence, he took a deep breath and continued, "Since you're unwilling to join Blade Sect, we won't force you either. From now on, you're no longer a prospective disciple of Blade Sect. There are many young powerhouses in Blade Sect. We don't need someone like you." When the old man reached the end of his sentence, his interest waned. It was obvious that he did not take Duan Ling Tian seriously. "That would be great." Duan Ling Tian nodded and turned around to look at Sun Moon Sect's disciple, Lu Kai, who was waiting there. He said in a deep voice, "Let's continue." He did not forget about the bet with Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect. It was impossible for him to forget about the 2 9th-level concept fragments. "Elder brother Duan, what are you doing?" Feng Tianwu glanced at Lu Kai. Although Lu Kai had already retracted his origin energy and concept, she could still see the strength he displayed when she first arrived. He did not use any spirit weapon, but he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 220 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Due to this reason, Feng Tianwu could see that Lu Kai was a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept. "It's nothing. I have a bet with him. You can just watch from the side." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled as he gave Feng Tianwu a reassuring look. The moment Feng Tianwu heard this, she obediently retreated. "Duan Ling Tian, be careful." At this moment, Su Li and Zhang Shouyong had also retreated. They watched from afar as Duan Ling Tian confronted the black-clad young man. The young man gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. As Duan Ling Tian confronted Lu Kai again, the origin energy and saber concept on Lu Kai's body reappeared. At the same time, the group of Empyrean Temple's monk disciples began to discuss again. From the Empyrean Temple's monk disciples, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and the rest of the Blade Sect's people quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Each of them could not help but be shocked. The wager for each side in this bet is 2 9th-level concept fragments. That Sun Moon Sect's disciple, Lu Kai, is a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who has comprehended the 9th-level intermediate saber concept. One by one, the Blade Sect's disciples began to discuss. Although they were shocked, they could not help but feel excited about the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Lu Kai. Of course, most of them felt that Lu Kai had a higher chance of winning. At this moment, a figure flew over from afar. It was Lien Xiong who had returned from picking up his severed arm. Lien Xiong's severed arm had already been reattached by him, but his face was still extremely pale. It was no different from a dead person's face. After he returned, Lien Xiong looked at Feng Tianwu. The depth of his eyes was filled with extreme coldness. Lien Xiong, the matter of Tianwu little girl cutting off your arm ends here. The skinny old man, who was also the sect leader of Sword Sect, glanced at Lien Xiong indifferently. His tone was cold and did not contain any emotion. Sect leader Shi. Upon hearing the old man's words, horror dawned on Lien Xiong's face. He wanted to say something but was interrupted by the old man again. Did you not hear what I said clearly, or do you want me to repeat it for you? When the old man reached the end of his sentence, his voice seemed to have come from an ice cave. It scared Lien Xiong so much that he could not help but shudder. He glanced at Feng Tianwu reluctantly, but he did not dare to have any thoughts of revenge. He knew very well in his heart. Unless he did not want to stay in Blade Sect anymore, or the old man was dead. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take revenge on Feng Tianwu. Otherwise, if the old man found out about it, he would definitely die. Lien Xiong took a deep breath and shifted his gaze away. He began to search for Duan Lingtian's figure. Soon after, he discovered Duan Lingtian was standing opposite a black-clad young man. Moreover, the black-clad young man displayed a strength that far surpassed his own. He was at the 9th level void interpretation and had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept. What's going on? Lien Xiong could not understand why Duan Lingtian would be facing such a young powerhouse. When he found out the reason from the others, he could not help but sneer inwardly. So that's how it is. This Duan Lingtian is really seeking death. Does he really think he can defeat a 9th level void interpretation martial artist who has comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept? Count yourself lucky that you didn't die in my hands. Lien Xiong's cold gaze was locked onto Duan Lingtian's back. A sneer crept up the corner of his mouth. However, in the next moment his smile froze completely. God, what did he just see? In the distance, the Sun Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, made his move. The spirit saber in his hand that was as thin as a cicada's wing shook. All of his energy surged into the spirit saber as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. In the sky, more than 310 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced toward Duan Lingtian. Where the saber light that was as thin as a cicada's wing pointed, the airflow in the air was split apart and set off a series of clear whistling sound. The whistling sound grew louder and louder, giving off an extremely ear-piercing feeling. The saber that contained the strength of more than 310 ancient horned dragons charged toward Duan Lingtian like a shadow. It was as though it wanted to split Duan Lingtian into two. Faced with Lu Kai's menacing saber, Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold. He suddenly took a step forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian made his move. He clenched his right hand into a fist and pulled it backward abruptly. His broad back was like a strong bow being pulled. All of a sudden, whoosh! Chapter 936. When they saw Duan Lingtian punching his empty hand toward the Grade 2 spirit saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing in the hand of the Sun Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, other than the people from 5 Element sect, most of the people could not help but feel their scalps go numb. However, all of this did not last for long. Duan Lingtian's fist that was shot out like a cannonball was instantly surrounded by a raging origin energy. The moment the origin energy appeared, it underwent an earth-shattering change. The milky white origin energy transformed into a vast and majestic khaki energy. Surrounding the khaki energy were thunderbolts that were as thick as purple electric snakes. Not only that, but it was also emitting waves of fierce aura. Not only that, but there were also gusts of solid astral wind that twined around his fist like a shadow. Of course, all of these changes could only be seen clearly by the high-ranking officials of the major forces who were present with their amazing eyesight. In the eyes of the young disciples from the major forces, after Duan Lingtian punched out, They could no longer see the situation of Duan Lingtian's fist. All they could see was the airflow in the air moving rapidly before it was compressed and exploded. It set off a series of ear-piercing explosions that reverberated in their ears like thunder. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions became louder and louder, causing some of the young disciples with weaker strength from the major forces to feel their eardrums vibrate. Their faces turned pale. Some of the young disciples with weaker cultivation base felt their eardrums explode. Blood spurted out from their ears. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise reverberated in the air, causing everyone's eyes to narrow involuntarily. When the energy contained in Duan Lingtian's fist collided with the Grade 2 spirit saber in the hand of the Sun Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, it easily sent the Grade 2 spirit saber flying before it continued to envelop Lu Kai's body. In an instant, Lu Kai's body exploded into pieces of flesh and blood that filled the air. Not a single piece of him was left intact. He could not be any more dead. After completely crushing Lu Kai with just one punch, Duan Lingtian withdrew the origin energy and the 4 types of concepts in his hand. The heaven and earth energy that was surging in the air above his head dissipated as well. Because he had only attacked in the blink of an eye, the phenomenon of heaven and earth had dissipated before it could take form. Duan Lingtian stood in the air. Not far in front of him, a rain of blood filled the sky like blooming fireworks, celebrating his final victory in this gambling battle. Fireworks filled the sky, looking extremely gorgeous, eye-catching, and dazzling. Duan Lingtian's purple robes fluttered in the wind as he stood there. In the eyes of the onlookers, he appeared incomparably tall. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths suddenly rang out, rising and falling one after another, continuous and unending. This Duan Lingtian is so strong. Isn't his strength too terrifying? With just one punch, he killed the Sun Moon sect's disciple who had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept. How old is he? He's simply a monster. For a moment, whether it was the Empyrean Temple's disciples, the Sun Moon sect's disciples, or the Blade sect's disciples, all of them could not help but whisper among themselves. When they mentioned Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of fear in their voices. It was fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's eyes lit up, and a smile that could turn the world upside down appeared on her beautiful face. Her graceful body stood there with a smile that was like a flower. It was as though she had transformed into a beautiful painting. Although Feng Tianwu had always been very confident in Duan Lingtian, when she saw Duan Lingtian displaying such a powerful strength and killing his opponent with just one punch, she could not help but feel happy for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength has actually become so powerful? Su Li's eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with astonishment. I originally thought that when we met again, the gap between us would be narrowed. Who would have thought that he has already left me far behind? Duan Lingtian had killed a 9th level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept with just one punch. This caused him to feel inexplicably shocked from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Shouyang's eyes narrowed as well. Although he did not say anything, his current expression was enough to show the shock in his heart. It could be said that he had watched Duan Lingtian step by step until today. The young man who needed his help to survive at the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast had unknowingly grown to the point where he had to look up to him. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Brother Lingtian, now that I recall the first time we met, the world has really changed. Zhang Shouyang thought to himself. On the Blade sect's side, it was not only Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang who were shocked. Even Sword 13 and the other 3 Blade sect's high-ranking officials could not help but be shocked. In just a few months, Duan Lingtian's strength has actually risen to such a level. What a monster! Sword 13 sighed. As expected of a variant. Saber 5, who was standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Variant? Saber 5's words caused the 2 old men standing at the side to narrow their eyes. The sturdy old man looked at Saber 5 and asked in a deep voice, Saber 5, you said Duan Lingtian is a variant? Saber 5 nodded. He's a variant who can cast his innate ability. A variant who can cast his innate ability? The sturdy old man, who was also the sect leader of Saber sect, sucked in a breath of cold air. The skinny old man standing next to him, the sect leader of Sword sect, trembled imperceptibly before his body stiffened. At that moment he felt his face burning. He seemed to recall the words he said to Duan Ling Tian earlier by the side of his ears. There are many young powerhouses in Blade sect. We don't need someone like you. At that moment, he only wanted to slap himself. The reason he said that earlier was because he did not know Duan Lingtian's strength was so terrifying. He also did not know that Duan Lingtian was a variant that was 1 in a million. Why didn't the two of you say so earlier? The sect leader of Sword sect glared at Sword 13 and Saber 5. There was a hint of anger in his tone. If he had known that Duan Lingtian was so strong and knew that Duan Lingtian was a variant, he would definitely not have treated Duan Lingtian the way he did earlier. A single slip would cause everlasting regret. That was how the sect leader of Sword sect felt at that moment. Senior brother Saber and I thought that Duan Lingtian was taken away by a martial monarch powerhouse. That's why we didn't mention anything about him. Sword 13 smiled wryly. Saber 5 nodded his head. Forget it. Since things have come to this, there's no turning back now. Our Blade sect is not fated with him. It has nothing to do with anything else. The sect leader of Saber sect shook his head and said as he guessed what the sect leader of Sword sect was thinking. How's that possible? Lian Xiong looked at the purple figure standing proudly in the air in the distance. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He kept shaking his head, unwilling to believe that this was real. I heard from Su Li that he's only 28 years old. He killed a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept with just a punch at 28 years old. Lian Xiong's heartbeat gradually quickened. It took a long time for him to calm down. With his strength, earlier, when I attacked him, if he had attacked me before junior sister Feng, wouldn't I have died without a doubt? The moment Lian Xiong thought of this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He no longer dared to make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian. He was scared now. Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength had completely destroyed the hatred he had for Duan Lingtian in his heart. Senior brother Lingtian is really amazing. That's right. He killed that 9th-level void interpretation Sun Moon sect's disciple who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept with just a punch. Looking at all the younger generation in our 5-element sect, only senior brother Lingtian alone can do that. That Blade sect's senior official said that their Blade sect has a lot of young powerhouses, and they don't lack senior brother Lingtian alone. What a joke! Other than that red-clad girl who admires senior brother Lingtian, how can the rest of the Blade sect's disciples be compared to senior brother Lingtian? The 5-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Many of them looked at the sect leader of Sword sect from Blade sect mockingly as though they were mocking him for being blind. The group of 5-element sect's senior officials, apart from Guochong and Chiyu, had a smile on their faces. Even Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, who had a grudge with Duan Lingtian in the past, seemed to have forgotten about the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian. A sincere smile appeared on his face. That Chen Feng actually doesn't believe me. Hu Fei stood at the side and glanced at Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, who had a grave expression on his face from afar. A sneer crept up the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, Chen Feng only had himself to blame for losing to Duan Lingtian this time. How's this possible? Chen Feng's face was as grave as it could get. It had never crossed his mind that a 5-element sect's disciple who looked only 25 years old would be so terrifying. With just a punch, he had killed Lu Kai, who was ranked 3rd among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect. On top of that, it was under the premise that Lu Kai had used a grade 2 spirit saber. The few vice sect leaders of Sun Moon sect and the group of Sun Moon sect's disciples also had a grave expression on their faces. 2 of the Sun Moon sect's disciples who stood alone at the side looked at each other. Are you confident? One of them suddenly opened his mouth and asked in a deep voice. Nope. How about you? The other person shook his head and asked in return. Nope. The former also shook his head. At once, both of them became silent. They were the two most powerful people among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect. However, they did not see the punch that Duan Lingtian, the five-element sect's disciple, threw out. Not only that, when faced with Lu Kai, who had used a grade 2 spirit saber and unleashed his full strength, none of them dared to say that they could kill him with their bare hands. However, Duan Lingtian had done it. How powerful! Over at the Empyrean Temple's side, Xianbei's eyes narrowed in shock. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian's strength would be elevated to such a level in just a few months' time. Now, this is interesting. However, the moment Xianbei recalled the battle between him and Duan Lingtian, excitement surged in his heart. He began to look forward to it. Chapter 937. Amitba. Congratulations, little benefactor Duan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Empyrean Temple's abbot, Hui Kong, slowly raised his hand and directly shot out 4 fragments that flew towards Duan Lingtian. 9th level concept fragments. Although they were already mentally prepared, when they saw the 4 9th level concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hands, many of them could not help but feel shocked and their eyes turned red. That was a 9th level concept fragment. Even the forces they belonged to would only have a few fragments at most. However, Duan Lingtian, a mere 5-element sect's disciple, had already monopolized 4 9th level concept fragments. Even many of the high-ranking officials from the major forces could not help but feel envious and jealous. Thank you, Master Hui Kong. Duan Lingtian took the 4 9th level concept fragments and put them away into his spatial ring. At the same time, he thanked Hui Kong from the Empyrean Temple. You're too kind, little benefactor Duan. It's just a small matter. Hui Kong said nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian nodded and stared at Qin Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, whose face was ghastly pale. He grinned and said, Sect leader Qin Feng, thank you for the 2 9th level concept fragments. Chen Feng's face, which was already ghastly pale, turned even gloomier. He sneered and said, Duan Ling, so what if you manage to obtain the 2 9th level concept fragments? You're only capable if you have the ability to protect them. Otherwise, you'll just be paving the way for someone else in the end. The moment Qin Feng's words left his mouth, many of the Empyrean Temple's, Blade sects, and Sun Moon sect's disciples' eyes lit up. That was right. Duan Lingtian had 4 9th level concept fragments in his hands. After they entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, would they not be able to snatch them away? Of course, the moment this thought appeared in most of their minds, it was mercilessly shattered by him. What a joke! If they wanted to snatch the 9th level concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hands, they would need to have the ability to do so. Otherwise, they would only be courting death. Earlier, the scene of Duan Lingtian killing a 9th level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended 9th level void interpretation concept with a single punch still reverberated in their minds, and it took a long time for it to fade away. Of course, there were also some young disciples with comparatively stronger strengths from the 3 great powers that privately sent voice transmissions to discuss the possibility of cooperation. After all, Duan Lingtian had 4 9th level concept fragments. Even if the 4 people joined forces and killed him, they would still be able to each of them would be able to each obtain 1 9th level concept fragment. However, Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian did not take Duan Lingtian. However, he did Duan Lingtian. However, he did not pay attention to him. Thank you for your concern, Sect Master Qin Feng. Duan Lingtian replied Qin Feng calmly before looking at the group of young disciples from the 3 major forces who were eyeing him covetously. If there's really someone who wants the 4 9th level concept fragments in my possession, I'm very interested in getting close to them. A bright and confident smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the confident smile on Duan Lingtian's face, many young disciples immediately dismissed the idea of fighting with Duan Lingtian and snatching the 4 9th level concept fragments. Of course, there were many exceptions as well. After all, the temptation of the 4 9th-level concept fragments was too great. Even if they knew Duan Lingtian's ability was extraordinary, they still wanted to give it a try. As the saying went, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong once again gathered together. At the same time, he beckoned the 3 of them to come before the group of people from 5-element sect. Then, Duan Lingtian introduced Feng Tianwu and the other 2 to Guochong, Qiyu, Huang Daniu, and Shenwei. At the same time, he also introduced Guochong and the other 3 to Feng Tianwu and the other 2. Sect leader Guo, Peak Master Qi. Feng Tianwu and the other 2 greeted Guochong and Qiyu politely. At the same time, they nodded and smiled at Huang Daniu and Shenwei. I've never heard Duan Lingtian mention before that he even knows a peerless genius like you, Miss Duan Lingtian. In my opinion, I'm afraid your ability is not inferior to Duan Lingtian, right? Qiyu asked with a smile as he looked deeply at Feng Tianwu. You flatter me, Peak Master Qi. How can I possibly be compared to elder brother Duan? Feng Tianwu quickly replied humbly. Tianwu, you don't have to be so humble. When Lian Xiong made his move on me earlier, even I couldn't react in time since I was completely unprepared. Duan Lingtian shook his head. At that time, even he couldn't help but be shocked by the strength Feng Tianwu revealed. Unfortunately, Feng Tianwu had already withdrawn her origin energy and fire concept by the time he'd completely reacted to it, so he didn't have the time to use his spiritual energy to investigate. However, he was certain that Feng Tianwu's current ability was not inferior to his. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian immediately extended his spiritual energy and swept towards Feng Tianwu in an attempt to probe Feng Tianwu's strength. In the next moment, he probed Feng Tianwu's cultivation base. It would have been better if he did not probe her cultivation base. However, the moment he did, he was so shocked that Duan Lingtian could not regain his senses for a long time. He stood there blankly as though he was possessed. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. How's this possible? She's actually only a 3rd-level void interpretation martial artist. According to Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy probe, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had not even entered the 4th-level void interpretation. She was only at the 3rd-level void interpretation. How could a mere 3rd-level void interpretation martial artist help him stop Lian Xiong? He was slightly hesitant at this moment. However, when he recalled the scene when Feng Tianwu severed the arm of the Blade Sect's disciple, Lian Xiong, he could not help but feel refreshed. Lian Xiong is an 8th-level void interpretation martial artist who has comprehended the 8th-level intermediate sword concept. Tianwu was able to sever his arm before he could react. This means that her ability is much stronger than him. Tianwu is indeed only a 3rd-level void interpretation martial artist. Could it be the fire concept that Tianwu has comprehended? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was certain. Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body. The speed at which she comprehended the fire concept could be said to be extremely fast. In the process of comprehending the fire concept, it was almost impossible for her to encounter a bottleneck. Moreover, once she used the fire concept fragment to assist her comprehension, the speed at which she comprehended the fire concept would make all martial artists who did not possess the innate spirit body feel embarrassed. However, even if she uses the fire concept fragment to assist her cultivation, Tianwu shouldn't be able to defeat Lian Xiong with just her 3rd-level void interpretation cultivation base, right? The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more curious he became. Lian Xiong was an 8th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 8th-level intermediate sword concept. With the help of his spirit sword, his strength was equivalent to the strength of over 270 ancient horned dragons. With Tianwu's 3rd-level void interpretation martial artist cultivation base, even if she used the grade 3 spirit whip that he refined, she would only be able to exert the strength of 68 ancient horned dragons at the most. The strength of a third-level void interpretation martial artist was equivalent to the strength of 40 ancient horned dragons when he fully unleashed his origin energy. The grade 3 spirit whip that he refined himself could amplify the strength by 70%. It was equivalent to the strength of 28 ancient horned dragons. When the two were added together, it was the strength of 68 ancient horned dragons. In other words, even if Tian Wu has comprehended the first-level advanced fire concept, she would only have the strength of 268 ancient horned dragons in addition to the strength of 68 ancient horned dragons. She's not as good as Lian Xiong, unless Tian Wu has comprehended the second-level advanced fire concept. In that case, she would be able to crush Lian Xiong with the strength of 368 ancient horned dragons if she unleashes all of her techniques. Duan Lingtian thought as he cleared his mind. As he cleared his mind, he could not help but gasp. If Tian Wu only relied on the fire concept fragment to assist her, it's impossible for her to elevate her fire concept to such a level in such a short time. In that case, it must be the profound assimilation formation. The Blade sect also had the profound assimilation formation. If it was the profound assimilation formation that allowed Feng Tianwu to undergo such a transformation, then everything would not be strange anymore. The profound assimilation formation is the inscription formation that the reincarnation Emperor Wu created back then. It has a miraculous effect that far surpasses ordinary people when it comes to innate spirit bodies like Tian Wu's fire spirit body. It was easy for Duan Lingtian to find out about this after he searched through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Moreover, according to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's judgment, the profound assimilation formation could elevate an innate spirit body far beyond ordinary people's imagination. In other words, Tian Wu's fire concept might not be as simple as the third-level advanced fire concept. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he gasped to himself, "Duan Lingen, I can't believe you actually know a peerless beauty like Miss Feng. What a surprise." A voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to snap back to his senses. It was Huang Daniu who was talking to him. "Do you think that all the people I know are big idiots like you?" Duan Lingtian said snappily as he rolled his eyes at Huang Daniu. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, the few people who were close to them, including Guichong and Qiyu, could not help but laugh. Bush, 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 bush. All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. It seemed to have merged into two. Upon hearing the sound, the people from the four major forces present on the scene immediately looked over. With just a glance, they saw two groups of people walking toward them in a grandiose manner. In just a moment, they arrived near them and stopped moving. It's the people from Skywolf Fort and the people from Emotion Severing Sect. Many of the Blade sects and Empyrean Temple's disciples exclaimed in a low voice at once. As one of the four major forces in the south of the Northern Desert, the people from Blade Sect and Empyrean Temple knew more about Skywolf Fort and Emotion Severing Sect than the Five Element Sect from the east of the Northern Desert and the Sun Moon Sect from the west of the Northern Desert. Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian's eyes were already fixed on four of the five people in the lead when the group of people from Skywolf Fort appeared. There were three old men and one middle-aged man. Meng Li, Ning Ken, Yu Kong and Feng Wei. Chapter 938. Naturally, Meng Li and the other three noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze at the first possible moment. If it was in the past, they would definitely look back at Duan Lingtian with contempt. However, now that they knew about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and that little grandaunt, they did not dare to do so. Of course, although they would not deepen the conflict between Skywolf Fort and Duan Lingtian, they would not take the initiative to apologize to Duan Lingtian either. Not to mention that Zishang would be displeased if they did so, and he would no longer do his best for their Skywolf Fort. Even if it was their Skywolf Fort, they could not afford to lose face in front of the people from the various great powers. Due to this reason, they chose to ignore Duan Lingtian completely. However, even if they chose to ignore it, it didn't mean that it could extinguish Duan Lingtian's rage. After Duan Ling Tian's cold and fierce gaze swept past Meng Li's group of 4, it descended onto a white-clothed young man behind them. Zishang. When Duan Ling Tian looked at Zishang was also looking at him. Moreover, when he looked over, Zishang's voice transmission had already entered his ears in a timely manner. Duan Lingan, I really didn't expect that you're so lucky. You actually managed to survive the joint attack of 4 vice fort masters. Upon hearing Zishang's words, Duan Lingtian's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He had long guessed that the reason the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort had brought along 10 elders from Skywolf Fort to hunt him down was because of Zishang. However, after he confirmed it from Zishang's mouth, his emotions were still greatly affected. A cold light flickered in his eyes that were filled with killing intent. Zishang, Emperor Wu's secret treasure will be your grave. After Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed his agitated emotions, his voice transmission pierced into Zishang's ears without any emotion. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. What Duan Lingtian did not expect was that Zishang, who could only admit defeat in front of him in the past, was exceptionally tough this time. It was as if he had the confidence to kill him. Looks like your strength has improved a lot. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so confident. Duan Lingtian sneered. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Zishang replied coldly. I'll wait and see. The sharp light in Duan Lingtian's eyes grew brighter as he spoke word by word. Amitba. Vice Fort Master Luo, Fort Master Qin didn't come? The abbot of the Empyrean Temple, Hui Kong, looked at an old man among the 5 leaders of the Skywolf Fort and asked with his palms pressed together. The latter was none other than the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. Abbot Hui Kong. Faced with Hui Kong, the leader of the Empyrean Temple, Luo Fu did not dare to be disrespectful. He quickly replied, Our fort master has encountered some matters recently, so he didn't have the time to come. Fort Master Qing didn't even come personally for such a big matter as the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It seems like he's been busy with something important recently. Hui Kong's eyes flashed as he smiled. Yes, it's very important. Luo Fu nodded, but the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. At this moment, the other 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort had an awkward expression on their faces. It was hard for them to imagine. If the people from the other 5 major forces found out that the reason their fort master of Skywolf Fort did not come was because he had become a mount for a young girl, what kind of expression would they have? Naturally, they would not reveal this matter. If they did, not only would Skywolf Fort become the laughingstock of the northern desert, even the disciples of Skywolf Fort would not be able to accept this fact. Sect Leader Pei, long time no see. I didn't expect you to have taken over the position of the sect leader of Emotions Severing Sect. Greetings. After Hui Kong greeted Luo Fu, he looked at the leader of the group of people from Emotions Severing Sect. It was a middle-aged man with a cold expression who wore plain clothes. The middle-aged man in plain clothes was none other than Pei Yan, the sect leader of Emotions Severing Sect. Abbot Hui Kong. Even when faced with Hui Kong, the Empyrean Temple's abbot, Pei Yan's expression was still cold. He nodded nonchalantly and greeted him casually. However, Hui Kong was not unhappy because of this. After smiling lightly, he stood there quietly. At the same time, the high-ranking officials of the 6 major forces greeted each other. Time continued to pass by quietly. Not long after, the sun set in the west. The sky was filled with a crimson sunset glow, causing the entire world to seem as though it was dyed red. It looked magnificent. Time's up. Suddenly, the high-ranking officials of the 6 major forces looked at each other before diving down one after another into the complicated terrain of the mountains. Let's go. When Duan Lingtian and the other young disciples of the 6 major forces saw this, they hurriedly followed after them, not daring to be slow at all. They knew that the Emperor Wu's secret treasure was about to be opened. On the way here, the disciples of the 6 major forces, including Duan Lingtian and the other 5 element sects disciples, had all learned about Emperor Wu's secret treasure from the high-ranking officials of their respective forces. Emperor Wu's secret treasure had a specific opening time. It would only be opened for a day, and they had to enter on that day. Otherwise, they would not have the chance to enter again. Of course, there was a time limit for entering, but there was no time limit for exiting. The inscription formation at the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure only prohibited entry and exit. Moreover, it was said that the secret treasure of Emperor Wu that they were going to enter this time was buried deep underground. There were countless inscription formations with powerful destructive force surrounding it. Once someone forcefully destroyed the entrance, those powerful destructive inscription formations would automatically activate and destroy the entire Emperor Wu's secret treasure in one fell swoop. In that case, many of the treasures in Emperor Wu's secret treasure would be buried underground forever. It was precisely because of this that the major forces who knew about the existence of Emperor Wu's secret treasure did not dare to use force. They could only obediently follow the rules set by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. They allowed the young disciples below the age of 40 to enter and search for the profundity fragments that they needed. Very soon, under the leadership of the 6 major forces' high-ranking officials, Duan Lingtian and the other young disciples of the 6 major forces arrived at a spacious valley. It was the valley below the sky where they were just now. The valley was spacious and filled with forests. There was nothing special about it. The entrance to Emperor Wu's secret treasure is here? All the young disciples of the 6 major forces, including Duan Lingtian, had a puzzled expression on their faces. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and extended his spiritual energy. Very soon he found a clue in the forest in the valley. There was a dense aura of an inscription formation there. As a person who had merged with the lifetime of reincarnation Emperor Wu's inscription memories, Duan Lingtian had a rich understanding of inscription formations. It was easy for him to identify the few inscription formations. There were a total of 5 inscription formations. The one at the top was an inscription formation that was activated at a fixed time. It would only be activated once. Below this inscription formation was an inscription formation that used the age-measuring pearl as its foundation. It was an inscription formation that tested the age of a martial artist. Moreover, there were 3 other inscription formations below this inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian discovered them, he could not help but gasp. That Emperor Wu powerhouse is really bold. He actually set up 3 killing formations at the entrance. Once these 3 killing formations are activated, I'm afraid even a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse would be killed immediately. Duan Lingtian understood how terrifying these 3 killing formations were from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Apart from the extremely precious materials required to set up these 3 killing formations, they also required Emperor Wu's stage spiritual energy to set up. Every intersecting inscription inside could only be inscribed by an inscription master at the Emperor Wu stage. It seems like that Emperor Wu powerhouse is most likely an inscription master as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Elder brother Duan, what did you discover? Feng Tian Wu, who was following beside Duan Lingtian, besides observing everything in the valley, would occasionally look at Duan Lingtian. She just happened to notice Duan Lingtian's solemn expression, and she immediately asked via voice transmission. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and replied via voice transmission. If I'm not mistaken, the entrance to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is right below the forest. Apart from an inscription formation that activates at a fixed time and an inscription formation that tests the age of a person who enters, there are also 3 inscription formations that have extremely terrifying lethality. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at the place where he sensed the inscription formation. Almost at the same time Duan Lingtian finished speaking via voice transmission. The higher-ups of the 6 great powers arrived in the sky above the forest with tacit understanding, and then they attacked together and swept the forest clean. Every single one of the higher-ups of the 6 great powers was in existence at the void transformation stage or above. They controlled their origin energy and concept to form a saber, and cleared the forest in a short moment. After the forest was cleared, a magnificent door that lay on the ground appeared before everyone's eyes. The door was embedded on the ground just like that. Its shape was huge and simple, and it wasn't tainted by a trace of dust, and it gave off an extremely aged feeling. The aged feeling that greeted them seemed to be telling how long the door had existed for. Then what should we do? Should we still go in? When she heard Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face had a trace of vigilance. Don't worry. Those 3 killing formations are only targeted at people who forcefully enter and those who are over the age of 40. Under other circumstances, those 3 killing formations won't be activated. Duan Lingtian consoled. Feng Tianwu came to a sudden understanding when she heard this. So that's how it is. This is the entrance to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure? This door looks extremely old. I wonder how long it has existed. The young disciples of the 6 great powers followed behind the higher-ups of their respective powers as they looked down at the gigantic door embedded on the ground. At the same time, their faces were filled with curiosity. It said that the Emperor Wu's secret treasure under this door has existed for 1,000 years. The martial emperor powerhouse who left behind this secret treasure died of old age 1,000 years ago. Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, slowly explained when he heard the discussion of the young disciples of the various powers. 1,000 years? Chapter 939. Setting up an inscription formation so that the secret treasure he left behind would be opened after 1,000 years. What kind of powerful technique was this? Apart from Duan Lingtian and the senior officials of the various major forces who knew about all this from other sources, the others were shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The strength of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu was beyond their imagination. Even Zhang Yan, who had been standing quietly behind Pei and without the slightest sense of existence, could not help but be slightly moved at this moment. This Zhang Yan seems to be a little different from before. Earlier, when the group of people from Emotion-Severing Sect had just arrived, Duan Lingtian casually glanced at Zhang Yan a few times and did not pay much attention to him. Therefore, he did not notice the slight changes on Zhang Yan. However, now that he took a closer look, he noticed the clues immediately. Compared to a few months ago, the current Zhang Yan seemed to have an indescribable peculiar aura on his body. Duan Lingtian faintly realized that something might have happened to Zhang Yan in the past few months. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and swept towards Zhang Yan. He immediately detected Zhang Yan's cultivation base. It was the 7th level void interpretation. A few months ago, Zhang Yan's cultivation base was at the 6th level void interpretation. Now that he had broken through to the 7th level void interpretation, Duan Lingtian was not surprised. After all, Zhang Yan was different from him. Zhang Yan had long left the Darkhan dynasty and came to the northern desert of the foreign lands. He even joined Emotion-Severing Sect and took Pei-in as his master. During Zhang Yan's cultivation process, he definitely did not lack various spirit fruits that were exclusive to void interpretation martial artists. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess a cultivation base at the 6th level void interpretation a few months ago. Previously, he had consumed a large amount of spirit fruits exclusive to void interpretation martial artists. This meant that unless Zhang Yan obtained spirit fruits exclusive to void interpretation martial artists that he had never consumed before. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to rely on the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruits to raise his cultivation base. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Duan Lingtian frowned for a moment before relaxing again. Earlier, at the same time that he sensed an indescribable peculiar aura from Zhang Yan, he also felt a trace of danger from Zhang Yan. It was as if Zhang Yan could pose a threat to him. When he probed Zhang Yan's current cultivation base with his psychic power, his first thought was that he was mistaken. It was impossible for Zhang Yan, who was at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage, to pose a threat to him. After all, not everyone was Feng Tianwu. Why hasn't the Emperor Wu's secret treasure been opened yet? Half an hour later, Tian Gu, the peak master of the 5-element sects Earth Peak, frowned slightly as he asked in bewilderment. Almost as soon as Tian Gu finished speaking, a translucent light shield appeared on the outside of the magnificent door that was embedded in the ground, enveloping the entire door. Seeing the sudden appearance of this translucent light barrier, everyone present couldn't help but burst into an uproar. This is the inscription formation? I think so. The young disciples of the 6 major forces discussed animatedly as they looked at the translucent light shield with curiosity in their eyes. One of the monk disciples from the Empyrean Temple even flew forward curiously and reached out his hand to touch the translucent light shield as though he wanted to feel how it felt. This Empyrean Temple disciple's speed was so fast that the others could not react in time. When Duan Lingtian was the first to react, the Empyrean Temple disciple had already touched the translucent light shield and even put his hand into it. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew that this Empyrean Temple disciple was finished. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the first of the 3 killing formations had suddenly moved. It was obvious that it had been activated. Stop! The senior officials of the 6 major forces reacted one after another. The Empyrean Temple's abbot, Hui Kong, had a change of expression as he cried out in shock. He lost his composure and no longer looked as calm as before. Hui Kong's cry shocked many of the young disciples from the major forces to the point that they could not help but shudder. Abbot, this light shield can... Upon hearing Hui Kong's cry, the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple whose hand went through the light shield did not seem to realize the danger he was in. Instead, he looked at Hui Kong as though he was asking for credit. It was as though he wanted to say to Hui Kong, "Abbot, I've tried it. Abbot, I've tried, this light barrier can be passed through." However, before he could finish speaking, the entire valley suddenly shook as though an extremely violent earthquake had occurred, interrupting his words. The Empyrean Temple's monk disciple's expression changed. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he realized that he was in trouble. Without any hesitation, he quickly pulled his hand out of the translucent light shield. Unfortunately, it was too late. The people present did not even see any energy appear, but the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple's body suddenly stiffened before he exploded with a bang and turned into a bloody rain that filled the sky. It was fortunate that the people nearby had evacuated in time. Otherwise, they would have been splattered with blood. Even so, the young disciples from the major forces could not help but gasp. When they looked at the translucent light shield that enveloped the door again, their eyes were filled with dread and fear. All Empyrean Temple disciples, listen up. Unless this light shield disappears on its own, nobody is allowed to get close to it. Hui Kong's expression was slightly grave as he warned the other Empyrean Temple disciples. The upper echelons of the other 5 major forces, including the 5-element sect, also warned their disciples one by one. The young disciples from the various forces nodded without any hesitation. Even without the warning, they did not dare to get close to the translucent light shield. In their eyes, the translucent light shield was no different from a scourge. When the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple came into contact with the translucent light shield, his body inexplicably exploded. They were terrified from the bottom of their hearts after learning this lesson from their predecessors. Elder Brother Duan, is that the power of the killing formation? Feng Tianwu's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it seemed to contain traces of terror mixed within. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. Moreover, that's only the power of the first killing formation among the 3. My spiritual energy can sense that the other 2 killing formations that are even more powerful have yet to be activated. Even more powerful killing formations? How powerful are they? Feng Tianwu was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. It's hard for me to describe exactly how powerful they are. Let me put it this way. Among the 3 killing formations, once the 3rd one at the bottom is activated, even a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse would follow in the footsteps of the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple. After pondering for a moment, Duan Lingtian replied to Feng Tianwu through voice transmission. His tone was solemn. Once the 3rd killing formation was activated, it could even kill a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face turned pale at once. In her opinion, a martial monarch stage powerhouse was extremely powerful. Even the Blade sect had gone to great lengths for the sake of Emperor Wu's secret treasure to obtain the profundity fragments so that a martial monarch stage powerhouse could be born in the sect. However, the newly born martial monarch stage powerhouse was only at the first level martial monarch stage. Such a powerhouse was like an ant in front of a 9th level Emperor Wu stage powerhouse. It was not worth mentioning at all. However, the killing formation at the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure could kill a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse instantly, let alone a group of martial artists who had not even entered the Emperor Wu stage. After the death of the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple, the entire spacious valley regained its tranquility. However, soon after, another loud noise reverberated in the air. Many people were so frightened that they trembled instinctively. Rumble! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the door that was shrouded in a translucent light slowly opened, revealing the true face underneath. Under the door, a high platform appeared before everyone's eyes. On one side of the high platform, there was an endless stone staircase that led to the depths of the ground. Looking down from above, it was pitch black. As for the other 3 sides, it was deep and boundless like a bottomless abyss. Flight prohibiting formation? When most of the people's attention was on the high platform and the stone staircase, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy that had penetrated the 5 inscription formations could clearly sense the aura of the inscription formations that permeated the high platform. It was none other than the flight prohibiting formation. The flight prohibiting formation was an inscription formation that prevented a martial artist above the void stage from flying in the air once they entered it, unless their own strength could break free from the shackles of the inscription formation. Otherwise, in the flight prohibiting formation, one could only obediently walk on the ground. This flight prohibiting formation must have been left behind by that martial emperor powerhouse as well. In this case, even a 9th level martial monarch powerhouse can only walk on the ground once he enters it. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Although there were many inscription masters among the senior officials of the 6 major forces who could more or less sense the aura of the flight prohibiting formation, they could not identify what kind of inscription formation it was. After all, they were different from Duan Ling Tian, who possessed Reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of inscription formation memories. Reincarnation Emperor Wu had lived 2 lives. In his second life, he had studied inscription formations to the extreme. Not only did he create many inscriptions and inscription formations, but he also understood all the common inscriptions and inscription formations on Cloud Continent. Of course, there were also some obscure inscription formations and inscription formations that Reincarnation Emperor Wu had only heard of, but he did not know how to inscribe and set them up. Just like the Split and Unite inscription formation that Duan Ling Tian obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure, it could allow a spirit sword to temporarily split into 9 and unite into 1. Reincarnation Emperor Wu did not know how to inscribe and set it up. With my current 2nd level Void Transformation Stage spiritual energy, I wonder how many swords I can control if I cultivate the 9 Tribulation Sword control technique? Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart when he thought of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Only now did he recall that when he obtained the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and 3 profundity fragments from the Sword Monarch's treasure, he also obtained a sword skill left behind by the white-clothed Sword Monarch. 9 Tribulation Sword control technique. Chapter 940. The Emperor Wu's secret treasure is at the bottom of the stone stairs? I think so. I was still guessing what would be behind this magnificent door that was embedded in the ground. But I didn't expect that it would be a lonely high platform. After we pass through the door, we'll land on the high platform and walk down the stone stairs. As for what's at the end of the stone stairs, we have no idea. The unknown is the scariest. It seems like we'll have to be careful after we enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The young disciples from the various forces discussed among themselves. Most of them had a hint of anxiety on their faces. Some of them even had the thought of retreating. However, as soon as they thought of retreating, they recalled the many treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Their spirits were lifted. and they completely dismissed the thought of retreating. Wealth came from danger. If they did not even have the courage to take risks, they were destined to be mediocre for life. As long as I can obtain more than 2 profundity fragments, I'll soar into the sky. Many young disciples in the various major forces were muttering the same words to themselves. It seems like the other forces have the same distribution of profundity fragments as our 5-element sect. Huang Dainyu, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, laughed. Of course, otherwise, who would risk their lives for the profundity fragments? Duan Lingtian did not take it to heart. In his opinion, the various forces must know how to make a choice if they wanted to motivate their disciples. The door to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is open. Shouldn't we go in now? It was unknown who said this. However, no one dared to be the first to stand out. Everyone's eyes fell on the translucent light shield above the open door. Ever since the monk disciple from the Empyrean temple was killed by the explosion, this translucent light shield had become a shadow in their hearts. As long as the light shield did not disappear, they would never cross the line. Suddenly, a soft sound resonated. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the translucent light shield disappeared into thin air as though it was never there. It's finally gone. If it didn't disappear, I'm afraid nobody would dare to enter. When the young disciples of the various forces saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Shouldn't we go in? At the same time, many young disciples of the various forces stared at the senior members of their respective forces with puzzlement in their eyes. Before the upper echelons of the various forces could open their mouths, a layer of gray light appeared out of thin air above the open door. This caused the expressions of the people from the various forces to change, except for Duan Lingtian. Seeing everyone's expression, Duan Lingtian was momentarily speechless. Isn't it just an inscription formation that tests the age of the person who enters? Is there a need for such a big reaction? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When the translucent light shield disappeared, he had already sensed that another inscription formation to test his age had been activated. What the hell is going on? The door is open, and the translucent light barrier is gone. Why is there another layer of gray light barrier? Could this gray light shield be the same as the previous translucent light shield? One touch and you'll die, right? The young disciples of the various forces were worried, and no one dared to try. Even the upper echelons of the various forces had dread written all over their faces. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu, Huang Dainyu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong who were next to him. Then he stepped on the air and descended toward the gray light shield at an extremely fast speed. In just a few moments, Duan Lingtian arrived near the gray light shield. You're seeking death. When Zi Shang and Hu Fei saw Duan Lingtian's action, a hint of coldness crept up the corner of their mouths. Both of them felt that Duan Lingtian would definitely die. Duan Lingtian. Xian Bei, who was standing among the group of people from Empyrean Temple, and Zhang Yan, who was standing among the group of people from Emotion-Severing Sect, raised their eyebrows. They were shocked by Duan Lingtian's action. Among the group of 5-element sects upper echelons, other than Tiangu, who was deep in thought, turned pale. This little fella is too reckless. Guochong and Qi Yu's expression turned grave. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already touched the gray light shield. Even if there was something wrong with the gray light shield, they would not be able to save him in time. Just when most of the people thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be killed, Duan Lingtian passed through the gray light shield smoothly as though nothing had happened. Through the setting sun that sprinkled on the ground like blood, everyone could see that the black shadow behind the gray light shield had landed steadily on the high platform inside. Duan Lingnan is actually fine. It seems like the gray light shield doesn't have any lethality. Realization dawned on the disciples of the various forces. Before the others could fully realize it, a figure that looked like a fire elf had already followed Duan Lingtian through the gray light shield, the door, and entered. It was none other than Feng Tianwu. When Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Huang Dainyu were shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions, Feng Tianwu was the only one who followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow. This showed that she had unconditional trust in Duan Lingtian. I can't believe that a few of us men can't even be compared to a woman. Huang Daniu smiled wryly and shook his head before he followed suit. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong looked at each other and smiled wryly. After that, they passed through the gray light shield and stepped on the mysterious high platform below the door. I understand now. At this moment, Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak of 5-element sect, exclaimed in a low voice, "This gray light shield is the inscription formation that's used to test the age of the person who enters." The moment Tian Gu's words left his mouth, the group of inscription masters present on the scene was enlightened. At the same time, they could not help but wonder how Duan Lingtian knew that the gray light shield would not harm him. Could it be that he was also an inscription master? If he was really an inscription master, how powerful would his attainment in the inscription Dao be to be able to be the first one among all the inscription masters present on the scene to react to it? Soon after, another person from the 5-element sect passed through the gray light shield and entered. It was none other than Nangong Chen. Since even Nangong Chen had entered, it was only natural that Nangong Yi would enter as well. Subsequently, the 5-element sect's disciples followed suit and entered one after another. It looked like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Humph. He's lucky. Zishang stood behind the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. His face was extremely gloomy. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would be killed by the inscription formation at the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Who would have thought that not only was Duan Lingtian not killed, but he even became the first person to enter and stole the limelight. What's the hurry? Why don't you go in now and kill him directly? A gloomy, hoarse, and old voice reverberated in Zishang's mind, bewitching him. The moment Zishang heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. Kill! Without waiting for the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to say anything, Zishang flew out and entered the gray light shield, entering Emperor Wu's secret treasure. A terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. Below the gray light shield on the high platform under the wide open door, a group of 5-element sect's disciples led by Duan Lingtian stood on the high platform and looked around curiously. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong were also standing next to Duan Lingtian. The high platform was square in shape. All 3 directions were pitch black. It was so deep that one could not see the end of it. It was like a bottomless abyss. Only the last direction had a stone staircase that led to the bottom. I can't see the end of this stone staircase at first glance. I wonder where it leads to. Huang Daniu frowned and muttered to himself. No matter where it leads to, we have no choice. We can only follow it down. Duan Lingtian said, "Why don't we fly down from the other 3 directions and have a look?" Su Li suggested. Fly. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. From the moment they stepped on this high platform, they had already entered the area covered by the flight-prohibiting formation. You want to fly? Sure. As long as you have the strength that's on par with Emperor Wu's powerhouse. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to explain, his expression changed as though he had noticed something. He lifted his head abruptly and looked at the sky not far away in front of him. There, a white figure appeared. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a white lightning and charged toward him. Zishang. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. He immediately recognized the white-clad young man who was charging toward him. It was Zishang. He did not expect Zishang's speed to be so fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of him. Bang! An explosive sound of air exploding sounded out. It was Zishang who had arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and smashed out a punch. The flames on his fist skyrocketed, accompanied by waves of piercingly cold azure wind that grew stronger and stronger. His punch was like a collapsing mountain that flashed directly toward Duan Lingtian. Its speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian had no time to block it. He could only instinctively stomp on the ground and retreat swiftly. "You're courting death." At almost the exact same moment, a delicate shout sounded out. It was Feng Tianwu who stood nearby that made her move. Her entire body was enveloped by flames that shot into the sky. She seemed to have transformed into a true fire spirit as she flashed toward Zishang, who was chasing after Duan Lingtian. A long whip that was like a red spirit snake shot directly toward Zishang's hand that had punched out. Right at this moment, under the gazes of everyone present, the figures of Duan Lingtian and Zishang who flashed out of the high platform swayed. They actually lost control and fell down swiftly as if they were about to fall into the bottomless abyss. At the same time, the long whip in Feng Tianwu's hand missed as well. Zishang's rapid fall had exceeded her expectations. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu, who stood at the side of the high platform, looked at the violet figure that gradually disappeared into the bottomless abyss. Her face went grim, and then she didn't even think before jumping down as well. When she jumped down, she finally realized why her elder brother Duan and Zishang would lose control and fall down. It turned out that no matter how one circulated their origin energy, they were unable to fly in this place. Young Miss Tianwu, Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Huang Daniu's faces went grim. They stood at the side of the high platform and looked at Feng Tianwu, who was falling down as well. They were completely unaware of what had happened. Why can't we fly here? Chapter 941. After dodging Zishang's attack and retreating from the high platform, Duan Lingtian initially wanted to use his energy to attack the air. He wanted to use the air resistance to create a recoil force to propel his body back to the high platform. After all, there was a flight-prohibiting formation here, and he could not fly. However, after trying a few times, he realized that the air around him did not create any resistance at all. His energy swept out and disappeared completely as though it had entered a ball of cotton. It was as though it had never appeared. Let alone the sound of air exploding, even the sound of wind whistling could not be heard. What's going on? Under his great shock, the memories of the rebirth martial emperor flashed past Duan Lingtian's mind. In the end, he finally found the answer. So that's how it is. If it's a flight-prohibiting formation set up by an inscription inscribed by an Emperor Wu stage inscription master, other than forbidding a martial artist from flying, the air resistance would also be removed. After finding out the reason, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. At this moment, he could clearly feel that he was falling faster and faster. If this continued, he would most likely be smashed into minced meat when he reached the end. Suddenly, a soft sound resonated by Duan Lingtian's ears. It shocked him so much that he could not help but narrow his eyes. When he turned his head to look, he realized that Zishang, who was falling with him, actually wanted to attack him in such an environment. The milky white origin energy on Zishang's hand swayed and transformed into a vast red flame. When strands of solidified green wind merged with it, the flames suddenly soared. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Zishang's head was constantly changing. Initially, there were only 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Subsequently, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. Subsequently, another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. In the end, as the green energy merged with the flame soared and another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. I knew it. This Zishang is only a 7th level void interpretation martial artist. How could his speed be so fast? He arrived in front of me in just a blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but narrow. His face was filled with shock. As it turns out, he has comprehended the 1st level advanced fire concept and 3rd level advanced wind concept. Not only that, with the addition of the wind force prowess to his fire force, his fire concept can gain an additional strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian gasped. He had never expected that Zishang's strength would improve so much in just a few months. He still remembered. When the Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties all those years ago, Zishang was only a 2nd level void interpretation stage martial artist, and only his wind concept was slightly stronger from the 2 concepts he'd comprehended, yet it wasn't very strong. Today, When he saw Xianxia again, his spiritual energy immediately probed Xianxia's current cultivation base, the 7th level void interpretation. He was not surprised by this. Although Xianxia was only a 2nd level void interpretation martial artist, if Skywolf Fort really saw him as their trump card to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they would definitely spare no effort to cultivate him. The spirit fruits in Skywolf Fort would definitely be used on him. With the strength of the Skywolf Fort, it wasn't difficult for them to make Xianxia go from a 2nd level void interpretation stage martial artist to a 7th level void interpretation stage martial artist in a few months of time. However, the problem was, a martial artist's cultivation base could be raised in a short period of time with spirit fruits, but concept could not. No matter how many concept fragments there was a limit to how fast one could raise one's concept. Perhaps there's a profound assimilation formation in Skywolf Fort, but the profound assimilation formation is not enough to raise Xianxia's strength so much, unless he can merge his spiritual energy with it like I did. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's face froze. His eyes narrowed as he muttered, could it be that the remnant soul of the powerhouse suspected to be Emperor Wu hiding in Xianxia's body has some kind of technique that allows Xianxia to gain benefits that are not inferior to mine in the profound assimilation formation? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally came to a realization. Although it was only a remnant soul, it was still the remnant soul of the powerhouse suspected to be Emperor Wu after all. It was not surprising that it had some special technique. Moreover, the profound assimilation formation was only an inscription formation set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master. It did not seem difficult for the soul of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu to enter it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had inadvertently glanced at Xianxia, noticed a 7-foot-long spear had appeared in Xianxia's hand. It was a spirit spear. The 7-foot-long spear was completely shrouded by the wind and flames in Xianxia's hand as it merged into the spear. It was surrounded by green energy and red energy. At the same time, another 78 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky above Xianxia's head. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was not surprised at all. When Xianxia took out the 7-foot-long spear, he could already tell it was a Grade 2 spirit spear. A Grade 2 spirit weapon refined by an ordinary Grade 2 weapon craftsman would only have a 78% increase in strength at most, just like the 7-foot-long spear in Xianxia's hand. The heaven and earth phenomenon above Xianxia's head had now gathered into 878 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. They were ready to attack at any time. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a sword that emitted an unusual aura. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. When the Grade 2 spirit spear in Xianxia's hand was about to stab him, he did not hesitate at all. The origin energy in his hand entered the quasi-royal grade spirit sword easily. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon quickly consolidated. 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air. A first-level void transformation martial artist's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword could double the strength. With Duan Lingtian's origin energy as the foundation, it could double the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. In total, it was the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. This was Duan Lingtian's concept that he did not use. As the waves of concepts merged with the origin energy like shadows and entwined around the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, a khaki-colored energy appeared, and purple lightning followed like a shadow. On top of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, there was an additional fierce aura. Not only that, but there were also gusts of solidified wind entwining around the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon underwent a tremendous change. Next to the 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air. In total, there were 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The strength of the 4 types of concepts combined was equivalent to the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons. Among the 300 ancient horned dragons, the Earth concept, Thunder concept, and Sword concept each accounted for 100 ancient horned dragons. The remaining 300 ancient horned dragons were exclusive to the Wind concept. Before entering the profound assimilation formation, among the 4 types of concepts that Duan Lingtian had comprehended, only the Wind concept was the Void interpretation concept. The other 3 were only the Void initiation concepts. For this reason, in the profound assimilation formation, Duan Lingtian's Wind concept had undoubtedly improved the most. It had risen to the 2nd level advanced stage in one fell swoop. The 2nd level advanced Wind concept was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. In the face of Xianxia's spear attack that contained the strength of 878 ancient horned dragons, Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in hand. A disdainful sneer crept up on the corner of his mouth. Above his head, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovered there, accumulating their strength and waiting to strike. Ha! Xianxia thrust his spear out with all his might. The wind and fire energy on the spear skyrocketed before transforming into a swift windfire spear ray that shot toward Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. Due to the fact that the flight-prohibiting formation had sucked away all the air resistance, Xianxia's windfire spear ray did not set off any wind whistling or air explosion even though it contained an extremely powerful force. Everything was exceptionally quiet. It was so quiet that it was a little strange. Let's see if you can still survive this time. After the spear ray shot out from the grade 2 spirit spear in his hand, a sneer crept up on the corner of Xianxia's mouth. However, the sneer on the corner of Xianxia's mouth quickly froze. Impossible! Xianxia raised his head. He originally wanted to see the scene of Duan Lingtian's body being penetrated by the spear ray, but he did not expect to see a scene that made his guts burst. I must be dreaming! Xianxia roared in his heart. Looking at the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the distant sky, Xianxia's pupils constricted. His face was filled with astonishment, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can this Duan Lingtian possess such a powerful force? Xianxia was unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. Faced with Xianxia's swift spear ray that was silently approaching, a sneer crept up on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook as it went up against the spear ray that was approaching menacingly. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian made his move as fast as lightning. The spirit sword in his hand pointed at the side of the spear ray. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons swept out and did not encounter any resistance. It easily destroyed the spear ray that contained the strength of 878 ancient horned dragons. Bang! A loud noise reverberated. It was the sound of the spear ray exploding. At the same time, Duan Lingtian made use of the recoil force produced when the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand destroyed the spear ray and suddenly shot into the distance. That was the direction where Xianxia was. Xianxia's body was still falling, but his falling speed was not worth mentioning at all in front of Duan Lingtian's swift speed. Xianxia. When Duan Lingtian charged toward Xianxia, his eyes were extremely cold and filled with killing intent. Xianxia had caused him a lot of trouble in the past. Last time, he was almost killed by the 6 Skywolf Fort's elders. At that time, Ta Mu stood in front of him and lost his life because of him. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Chapter 942. Horror dawned on Xianxia's face when he saw Duan Lingtian borrowing the force from his spear ray and charging toward him with his sword. At this moment, the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head that were charging toward him were like a ferocious beast in Xianxia's eyes. The 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward him. They grew larger and larger in Xianxia's eyes, causing him to shudder with fear. that was the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. If it landed on him, he would definitely die. Elder Ghost. Due to the flight-prohibiting formation, Xianxia could not escape at all. He could only ask for help from the remnant soul hidden in his body. His voice reverberated in his mind in an extremely urgent manner. Ha! At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was charging towards Xianxia with his sword, clearly saw a small black dot appearing out of thin air between Xianxia's brows. The small black dot was growing rapidly. Old fellow, how dare you be dishonest in front of me? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian naturally realized that the remnant soul in Xianxia's body that was suspected to be Emperor Wu had temporarily taken over Xianxia's body. At this moment, a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He raised his other hand, and a stone tablet that was partially broken appeared in his hand. At this moment, the broken stone tablet trembled as though it had discovered its prey and was about to pounce on it. Damn it! At the same time, a gloomy and old voice resonated in the depths of Xianxia's mind. There was a hint of exasperation in the voice, and it was filled with fear toward the broken stone tablet. At the same time, the small black dot between Xianxia's brows did not even have the time to transform into a black flame mark before it disappeared again. Xianxia regained control of his body, but he was not happy at all. Humph! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and casually grabbed the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. He held the Devil Seal tablet in one hand and the sword in the other as he continued to charge toward Xianxia. Duan Lingtian moved like a bolt of lightning and arrived near Xianxia's position in just a blink of an eye. He would be in a good position to attack and kill Xianxia soon. Ghost Elder. Xianxia's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and he once again sought help from the strand of remnant soul hidden within his body. What should I do now? If this Duan Lingtian really succeeds, then not only will I die for sure, but even you won't be able to escape the fate of being suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet. Xianxia panicked, completely panicked. He originally thought that with his current strength, it would not be difficult to kill Duan Lingtian. But he never expected that. In the past few months, the improvement in Duan Lingtian's strength was even more terrifying than the improvement in his strength. When he unleashed all his techniques, he could exert the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. He had a strength of over 100 ancient horned dragons more than him, and he was completely crushed. There's only one way now. Throw out the Devil Seal tablet fragment in your hand. In that way, not only will you be able to borrow the strength to escape, but you'll also be able to make the Devil Seal tablet fragment resonate with the Devil Seal tablet in his hand, causing him to have no time to chase after you. Ghost Flame's voice reverberated in Xianxia's mind and told him the method to survive before Duan Lingtian. Ghost Elder, if you throw out the Devil Seal tablet fragment, I'll indeed be able to borrow the strength to escape. But even if I escape, I'll still be unable to escape death if I keep falling, right? Xianxia took a deep breath and said hastily, if I fall from such a high place and don't have the help of the Devil Seal tablet fragment when I'm close to the ground, then even if I exert my full strength, I'll still be unable to resist the force of the fall. At that time, I'll surely fall to my death. Don't worry. Even if you keep falling, you'll be fine. I'm sure of this. Ghost Flame spoke again with a voice filled with confidence. Xianxia's eyes lit up when he heard Ghost Flame's words. He had been with Ghost Flame for a long time, and he believed that Ghost Flame would not lie to him. After all, this matter was related to Ghost Flame's life and death. Once he died, his soul would be annihilated as well. At that time, Ghost Flame's remnant soul would be trapped in his body. Once Ghost Flame's remnant soul was exposed to the air, it would not take long for it to be completely annihilated. Ghost Elder, I believe in you. Xianxia took a deep breath and raised his hand. A stone that was the size of 3 adult fists appeared in his hand. There were some ancient words on the stone that were difficult to decipher. Almost at the same time Xianxia took out the stone, Duan Lingtian, who was about to attack and kill Xianxia, suddenly had a change in expression. At this moment, he clearly noticed that the Devil Seal tablet in his hand had suddenly become restless as though it had sensed something. It looked as though it wanted to break free from his restraints. The Devil Seal tablet continued to tremble violently, causing Duan Lingtian's body to tremble as well, causing his hand that was holding the sword to loosen. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. When he looked over, he saw that Xianxia's legs had kicked the stone that was suspended in the air. As Xianxia's legs landed on the narrow stone, his entire body seemed to have transformed into an arrow that was released from a bow. He borrowed the force and flew down rapidly. In an instant, Xianxia's body completely disappeared into the bottomless abyss before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Is he looking for death? Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb when he saw Xianxia's body falling rapidly. Xianxia's actions would undoubtedly increase the speed of his fall. Once he reached the ground, would he not be smashed into a pulp? However, Duan Lingtian had no time to care about Xianxia. He was shocked to discover that, at this moment, the Devil Seal tablet in his hand was similar to the stone that Xianxia had used to borrow force. It was suspended in the air and even lifted him up so he would not continue falling. This Devil Seal tablet is really terrifying. Even the flight-prohibiting formation set up by Emperor Wu's stage inscription masters can't do anything to it. Duan Lingtian slightly exerted force in his hand that was holding the Devil Seal tablet and used the force to leap up. He landed on the Devil Seal tablet and stood up. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was even more curious about the Devil Seal tablet's origin. Suddenly, the Devil Seal tablet flew out from under Duan Lingtian's feet. Its target was the stone that Xianxia had left behind. It was like a hunter that had discovered its prey. What's going on? When Duan Lingtian's gaze had just landed on the stone that was the size of 3 adult fists, he noticed that the stone had also transformed into a streak of light that shot toward the Devil Seal tablet under his feet. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's face tensed up. He exerted force in his feet and tried his best to stand firm. He was really worried that the Devil Seal tablet would collide with the stone and send him flying. In that case, he could only continue falling. What awaited him would be a pile of mush. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that his worries were completely unnecessary. When the Devil Seal tablet and the stone were close to each other, they actually stopped at the same time. They seemed to have reached some sort of tacit understanding and gave off a peaceful feeling. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who finally saw the appearance of the stone, clearly could not help but narrow his eyes. It was as if he had seen something that shocked him. Heavens! What did he see? This stone that was the size of 3 adult fists was actually carved with ancient words that were exactly the same as the words on the Devil Seal tablet. Even the handwriting was exactly the same. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he saw that the Devil Seal tablet under his feet and the stone were slowly approaching each other. After they were stuck together, not a single gap could be seen. The Devil Seal tablet that originally had a large gap was now perfectly stuck to the stone, leaving only a shattered corner. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he was dumbstruck. This stone that Xianxia took out, is actually a part of the Devil Seal tablet? Duan Lingtian looked at the Devil Seal tablet under his feet with a face full of shock. He clearly saw that after the Devil Seal tablet and the stone were stuck together, the words on the two were also perfectly aligned. There was not a single trace of disharmony. Although Duan Lingtian did not recognize these words, when the two were put together, the words were neatly arranged on the stone. This made him deeply aware of a problem. The Devil Seal tablet and the stone were originally a part of the same body. This means, if I can find the shattered corner of the Devil Seal tablet now, the Devil Seal tablet will be restored to its original state and become a complete Devil Seal tablet? Looking at the Devil Seal tablet that was missing a corner, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. When he recalled the terrifying power that the Devil Seal tablet had given him after he was devilified by the broken Devil Seal tablet, he was certain that once the Devil Seal tablet was restored, it would become even more powerful. Elder brother Duan. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his thoughts, he heard a familiar voice coming from the sky. When he raised his head to look over, he discovered that Feng Tianwu had actually fallen as well. However, The place where Feng Tianwu was falling was not where he was standing on the Devil Seal tablet that was floating in the air. This caused him to become slightly anxious. In his anxiety, Duan Lingtian instinctively thought of controlling the Devil Seal tablet to fly toward Feng Tianwu so that he could catch Feng Tianwu. Originally, Duan Lingtian was not completely confident that he could control the Devil Seal tablet. He only heaved a sigh of relief when the Devil Seal tablet flew toward the place where Feng Tianwu was falling according to his thoughts. Duan Lingtian put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. His hands moved like the wind as he extended strands of gentle origin energy to help Feng Tianwu decelerate step by step. When Feng Tianwu's falling speed had completely slowed down, Duan Lingtian extended his hand and held onto Feng Tianwu's slender hand before bringing her to stand on the Devil Seal tablet. "Elder brother Duan, this tablet of yours seems to be different from before?" Feng Tianwu glanced at the Devil Seal tablet beneath her feet with surprise. She was not unfamiliar with this broken tablet. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties a few months ago, Duan Lingtian had lent it to her. Chapter 943. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Staring at the peerless beauty that was so close to him, his eyes became a little blurred. He did not even need to think to know why Tian Wu fell with him. She must have jumped with him. At this moment, the love string in Duan Lingtian's heart was gently plucked, and it took him a long time to calm down. Has my importance in her heart surpassed her own life? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in his heart. At the same time, his gaze when he looked at Feng Tianwu again was filled with gentleness. It was a gentleness that had not appeared for a long time. It was a gentleness that only appeared in front of his 2 fiancées. "Elder brother Duan, what are you looking at?" Feng Tianwu originally wanted to ask Duan Lingtian why the Devil Seal tablet changed. However, when she lifted her head, she realized Duan Lingtian was staring at her. The gentleness in his eyes seemed to be able to melt her heart completely. At this moment she felt like crying. Even she did not know why she felt that way. And nothing. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. After retracting his gaze, he forced a smile on his face. "Let's go. Let's go up." The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian stepped on the Devil Seal tablet and rose into the sky with Feng Tianwu. The flight-prohibiting formation could not stop the Devil Seal tablet from flying. At the bottom of the entrance to Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the young disciples from the 6 major forces landed on the high platform one after another and stood steadily on it. "What the hell is this place? He can't even fly in the air." Many of them cursed. "There must be some kind of restriction. I guess there's a special inscription formation that's shrouding this area, causing us to be unable to fly. I've seen records of something similar to an inscription formation in an ancient book. This inscription formation seems to be called the Flight Prohibiting Formation." Flight Prohibiting Formation? What a domineering inscription formation. It directly took away our right to fly. The young disciples of the various forces discussed animatedly, and many of them began to look around. Apart from the stone stairs on this side, the other 3 sides are all pitch-black, bottomless abyss. You can't fly here. Once you fall, you'll definitely die. Isn't that so? Just now, 3 people fell down. I'm afraid they won't be able to escape death. What? Did someone fall? Yes. Which 3 people? You must have an impression of 2 of them. Duan Lingtian from 5 Element Sect and that peerless beauty from Blade Sect. There's also a young disciple from Skywolf Fort. He's dressed in white and has an extraordinary bearing. In a short moment, many young disciples of the various powers found out that Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Zishang had fallen into the bottomless abyss. Duan Lingtian fell? Hu Fei came in later. Unlike the other 5 Element Sect's disciples, he only found out that Duan Lingtian had fallen into the bottomless abyss at the side of the high platform. Looks like even God is helping me. However, it's a pity for the 4 9th-level concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hands, Hu Fei muttered to himself. His face was filled with pity when he reached the end of his sentence. Huh. After Empyrean Temple's Xianbei and emotion-severing sects Zhang Yan heard that Duan Lingtian had fallen into the bottomless abyss, they stood at the side of the high platform and looked down. In their eyes, the bottomless abyss was like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. Once one entered it, it would be difficult for one to come out again. Duan Lingyan, looks like the agreement between you and me is going to be voided. Xianbei clasped his hands together and muttered, "What a pity!" A gleam flashed across Zhang Yan's eyes. His face was still cold as though Duan Lingtian's death could not cause any ripples in his heart. He only felt that it was a pity. That Duan Lingtian is dead? When the group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples heard that Duan Lingtian had fallen into the bottomless abyss, their eyes lit up immediately. Their faces were filled with joy. Senior brother Lingtian. Apart from Hu Fei, most of the five-element sect's disciples stood at the side of the high platform. Their eyes were filled with sadness and pity as they looked at the bottomless abyss. What a pity! That Duan Lingtian is dead. Nangong Yi sighed. Not necessarily. Nangong Chen shook his head. Nangong Yi looked puzzled as he looked at Nangong Chen curiously. Why do you say so? He doesn't look like someone who has a short life. Nangong Chen's answer was direct, simple, and straightforward. The corner of Nangong Yi's mouth twitched. For a moment he was rendered speechless. Junior sister Feng has fallen in as well? Many of Blade Sect's disciples sighed. That peerless beauty had perished just like that? God was jealous of her talent. They're both dead. It's good that they're dead. It's good that they're dead. Lian Xiong stood at the side with a delighted smile on his face. He no longer dared to go against Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. However, when he knew that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had both fallen into the bottomless abyss and were definitely dead, he could not help but feel delighted. God's will. God's will. The smile on Lian Xiong's face grew even wider. In his opinion, God was helping him. However, his smile quickly froze. A series of surprised cheers resonated in his ears. It's senior brother Lingtian. Senior brother Lingtian is here. And that female disciple from Blade Sect as well. They're here together. Senior brother Lingtian is fine. Senior brother Lingtian is fine. The eyes of the five-element sect's disciples who were looking down from the side of the high platform lit up as they cried out in surprise. At this moment, their eyes were fixed on the two figures that were rising rapidly from the bottomless abyss. When Huang Dania found out about the flight-prohibiting formation, his heart sank completely. He knew that Duan Lingtian who had fallen into the bottomless abyss would definitely die. Duan Lingtian. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of him again, his eyes that were filled with disappointment suddenly lit up. He greeted Duan Lingtian excitedly. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong stood at the side. Originally, they felt the same as Huang Daniu. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu coming up, the gloominess on their faces disappeared and was replaced with a sincere smile. They're not dead. They're not dead. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian is not dead? Xianbei's eyes lit up. A rare smile crept up the corner of his mouth. Duan Lingtian, you really didn't disappoint me. Zhang Yan's eyes were filled with surprise. How did he get up here? After my test, I found out that there's almost no air resistance in the area covered by the flight-prohibiting formation. Zhang Yan, who had investigated the current situation, knew that there was no air resistance in this area other than the fact that it was impossible to fly in this area. For this reason, it was almost impossible to rely on the air resistance to create a recoil force to return to the high platform from the bottomless abyss. After a while, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a purple figure and a red figure rose up from the side of the high platform and appeared before their eyes. It was a young man in purple and a young woman in red. The man was handsome while the woman was beautiful. When they stood together, they looked like a golden couple. Senior brother Ling Tian and this blade sect's female disciple are really a match made in heaven. They're a perfect match. Not only that, they both have monstrous martial Dao innate talent. They're really a match made in heaven. Perhaps, our five-element sect can consider forming a marriage alliance with the blade sect. Many of the five-element sect's disciples were discussing animatedly. When their eyes landed on the young man and woman standing on the stone tablet with a missing corner, there was a hint of ambiguity in their eyes. The voices of these five-element sect's disciples clearly entered the ears of Duan Lingtian, who had just brought Feng Tianwu up. It made Duan Lingtian feel a little awkward. As for Feng Tianwu, her beautiful face had long turned crimson red. It was so red that it looked as though blood would drip out of it at any moment. It was so charming that it made people want to go up and give her a kiss. Duan Ling, I knew that your life won't be that short, you brat. Huang Dainiu laughed as he scolded. Although Huang Dainiu's tone was rude, Duan Lingtian could see his concern for him from his reddened eyes. He could not help but feel warm in his heart. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong also heaved a sigh of relief. How's this possible? When Hu Fei saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of him again, his face turned grave. His heart that had just risen to heaven fell back to hell in just a blink of an eye. That's impossible. That's impossible. He can actually fly within the range of the flight restriction array? Hu Fei kept shaking his head. He was unwilling to believe that this was real. At the same time, he began to size up Duan Lingtian and the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. In the end, his eyes landed on the stone tablet with a missing corner. Don't tell me it's this stone tablet? Hu Fei's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. At the same time, endless jealousy could be seen in the depth of his eyes. This Duan Lingtian, how can he take all the benefits? Sigh. When Lian Xiong saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, the smile on his face disappeared completely. Apart from feeling helpless, there was only helplessness in his heart. Isn't this place covered by the flight-prohibiting formation? Why are Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu still able to fly? Soon, someone cried out in alarm. Instantly, the attention of everyone started to move, and in the end, it descended onto the stone tablet that was missing a corner beneath Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's feet, and their eyes lit up. It's this stone tablet. What are the words carved on this stone tablet? I can't recognize any of them. This stone tablet can actually fly in the flight-prohibiting formation. It's definitely not something simple. The eyes on the stone tablet with a missing corner under Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's feet were filled with eagerness and desire. Many people's eyes gleamed with greed as though they wanted to take the stone tablet with a missing corner for themselves. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also brought Feng Tianwu back to the high platform. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he put away the stone tablet with a missing corner, which was the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Lingtian, hand over the 4 9th level concept fragments and the stone tablet. Chapter 944. Duan Lingtian, who had just landed on the high platform with Feng Tianwu, was immediately surrounded by a group of people. He raised his eyebrows, but his expression remained calm. Duan Lingtian glanced at his surroundings nonchalantly. He immediately recognized the people surrounding him. They were the 17 disciples of Sun Moon Sect and the 19 disciples of Skywolf Fort. There were a total of 36 people. The opening of Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time was agreed upon by all the major forces. Each force could only bring 20 young disciples to share the loot. For this reason, each force only brought 20 young disciples. Out of the 20 disciples of Sun Moon Sect, one of them was killed by Duan Lingtian outside. There were still 19 of them left. At this moment, other than the 2 black-clad young men who were standing in the distance leisurely, the other 17 disciples of Sun Moon Sect had surrounded him. Each and every one of them was staring at him with hatred in their eyes. As for Skywolf Fort's side, other than Zi Decease who had fallen into the bottomless abyss, the other 19 disciples, including Yi Ling, had surrounded him one by one. Unlike the hatred in the eyes of the 17 disciples of Sun Moon sect, these 19 disciples of Skywolf Fort were staring at him with greed. It was as though he was some kind of treasure. Of course, he was not a treasure himself. It was just that he had a treasure in his hands. 4 9th-level concept fragments. It was a stone tablet that allowed one to fly in the flight restriction formation. It was enough to attract the attention of most people. Hu Lin, are we really not going? One of the 2 Sun Moon sects disciples who were standing in the distance frowned. This is not good, right? Lu Kai is our junior brother after all. It's our duty to avenge him. What? Do you want to die as well? The other person asked nonchalantly with a smirk on his face. That, you mean, Duan Lingtian can deal with them? The former sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, but, is this possible? Those are the 36 elites among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect and Skywolf Fort. Even if all the people from 5-element sect were to go, I'm afraid they might not be a match for them, right? The former added. Zhangping, you're wrong. Hu Lin's eyes narrowed as a trace of fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. He muttered, that Duan Lingtan is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Do you really think that he could kill Lu Kai with a single punch just because his strength is slightly stronger than Lu Kai? I can see that, when this Duan Lingtian killed Lu Kai, he didn't use a spiritual weapon, but he still had a lot of energy left. 36 people. Although it's a lot of people, it's still wishful thinking for them to deal with this Duan Lingtian. Hu Lin's tone was solemn. Is he really that scary? When Zhang Ping heard this, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by 36 disciples of Sun Moon sect and Skywolf Fort. Whether it's that scary or not, you'll know once you continue watching. Hu Lin said calmly, I believe that when the time comes, you will be glad that you managed to keep your life. This bunch of idiots. How dare they not listen to me? They deserve to die. When Hu Lin reached the end of his sentence, the idiots that he was talking about were none other than the 17 Sun Moon sect's disciples who were blinded by hatred. Before the 17 Sun Moon sect's disciples surrounded Duan Lingtian, they had invited him to join them, but he had rejected them. Not only that, when he voiced his concerns, the 17 Sun Moon sect's disciples even called him a coward. They even said that he did not deserve to be the chief eldest senior brother of the current generation in Sun Moon sect. What are all of you doing? When they saw that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were surrounded, many of the 5-element sect's disciples had a drastic change in expression. Some of them had a murderous gleam in their eyes as they stared at the group of Sun Moon sect and Skywolf Fort's disciples with hostility. Duan Lingen, as long as you hand over the 4 9th-level concept fragments and that stone tablet earlier, we'll let you go. Among the group of Skywolf Fort's disciples, Yi Ling, who was Duan Lingtian's old acquaintance and the former strongest person among the younger generation in the Great Qing dynasty, glared at Duan Lingtian coldly as she shouted in a deep voice. Yi Ling! Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a mocking smile crept up the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the first thought that popped up in his mind was none other than Yi Ling and the group of Skywolf Fort's and Sun Moon sect's disciples' heads being kicked by donkeys. Did they think that they could deal with him just because they had more people? However, Duan Lingtian did not know about this at all. The group of Skywolf Fort's disciples who came later did not know that he had killed a 9th-level Void Interpretation Sun Moon sect's disciple who had comprehended the 9th-level Void Interpretation concept with just one punch. Otherwise, they would not have agreed to the Sun Moon sect's disciple's request and colluded with the Sun Moon sect's disciple to deal with him. As for the group of Sun Moon sect's disciples, most of them were blinded by hatred. The Sun Moon sect was different from the other forces. The disciples in the sect were basically taken in since they were young and had undergone a series of brainwashing education. For the sake of the Sun Moon sect's benefit, they would do anything regardless of the gains and losses. To put it simply, most of the Sun Moon sect's disciples were a bunch of lunatics. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Hu Lin, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Sun Moon sect, had not been brainwashed by the Sun Moon sect even though he was smart since he was young. A bunch of lunatics. Nangong Yi shook his head and stood at the side with a calm expression. He was not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety at all. A bunch of people who have a death wish. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong stood at the other side. They were not nervous at all. It was as if they were unconcerned about this matter. Of course, the reason they were so calm was because they trusted Duan Lingtian's strength. The Skywolf Fort's disciples are still alright since they don't know about Duan Lingtian's strength. However, that group of Sun Moon sect's disciples still dare to go against Duan Lingtian even though they know about Duan Lingtian's strength? Is there something wrong with their heads? Tianjin's eyes widened as he glanced at Tan Huan who was next to him and voiced out the doubts in his heart. Look at the eyes of those 17 Sun Moon sect's disciples. It's different from the eyes of the other 19 Skywolf Fort's disciples. The eyes of the Sun Moon sect's disciples are filled with hatred. The eyes of the Skywolf Fort's disciples are filled with greed. Tan Huan was very observant and easily noticed some clues. The former must be trying to avenge Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple who was killed by Duan Lingtian earlier. The latter must be bewitched by the Sun Moon sect's disciples and wants to snatch the treasures on Duan Lingtian. It seems like the Skywolf Fort's disciples are being used by the Sun Moon sect's disciples. After observing for a while, Tianjin nodded his head in agreement with Tan Huan's words. Senior Brother Yen, should we join? At this moment, an emotion-severing sect's disciple looked at Zhang Yan and asked with a burning gaze. The people from emotion-severing sect came with the people from Skywolf Fort. Similarly, they did not witness the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple, with just one punch. They did not know about Duan Lingtian's strength. At the same time, the other 18 emotion-severing sect's disciples, other than Qi Feng and Qin Lian, who were Duan Lingtian's old acquaintances, were all staring at Duan Lingtian with greed in their eyes. Qi Feng and Qin Lian were the people who ranked 3rd and 4th respectively in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that was held at Skywolf Fort a few months ago. Later on, they followed Peiyan, the sect leader of emotion-severing sect, to the emotion-severing sect. This time, the opening of Emperor Wu's secret treasure had caused their strength to increase tremendously after being groomed by the emotion-severing sect. All of them were entrusted with the heavy responsibility of searching and snatching the profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's secret treasure for the emotion-severing sect. All of you can go ahead if you don't want to die. Zhang Yan's face was cold as he said in a neutral tone. At this moment, a person walked out of the emotion-severing sect. It was a young man who was close to 40 years old who wore a gray robe. He glanced at Zhang Yan coldly and said sarcastically, Zhang Yan, as the sect leader's direct disciple, you're really getting more and more cowardly. If the sect's old ancestors of the past knew that the emotion-severing sect's disciple who has successfully cultivated the supreme emotion-forgetting technique is actually so cowardly, I'm afraid they'd be so angry that they'd throw up 3 liters of blood even in the netherworld. When the gray-clad young man reached the end of his sentence, the mockery on his face became even more obvious. There was even a hint of jealousy and hatred in the depth of his eyes. Anyone with a discerning eye could see with just a glance that he did not get along with Zhang Yan. Go ahead if you're not afraid of dying. Zhang Yan did not even look at the gray-clad young man as he said nonchalantly, however, I still have to remind you, if you die, you can only blame it on your bad luck. The sect won't stand up for you. Of course, I'm not as cowardly as you are. The gray-clad young man's face turned grave when he was ignored by Zhang Yan. He snorted coldly. Subsequently, he called out to the other emotion-severing sect's disciples, fellow senior brothers, follow me if you want to share the loot with the Sun Moon sect and Skywolf Fort's disciples. The moment the gray-clad young man's words left his mouth, he had already flown out and joined the ranks of the Sun Moon sect and Skywolf Fort's disciples. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Senior Brother Wei, wait for me. Immediately, another emotion-severing sect's disciple flew out as well. Senior Brother Wei is a 9th-level void interpretation powerhouse who has comprehended the 1st-level void transformation concept. I don't think it'll be difficult for him to kill that Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, the emotion-severing sect's disciples followed suit one after another. After a short while, only Zhang Yan, Qi Feng, Qin Lian, and 5 other emotion-severing sect's disciples remained. 12 emotion-severing sect's disciples, including the gray-clad young man, joined the encirclement and stared at Duan Lingtian with greed in their eyes. How lively! Duan Lingtian was not afraid when he saw the group of people around him had shrunk from 36 to 48. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Tianwu, leave first. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and said with a smile. When Feng Tianwu saw the confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she immediately dismissed the thought of helping Duan Lingtian and nodded sensibly. Subsequently, she strode out of the encirclement. The group of Skywolf Fort's disciples who had formed the encirclement made way for her. Their target was Duan Lingtian, not Feng Tianwu. Chapter 945. Surrounded by the 48 young disciples from the 3 major forces, Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face. Even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him, his expression would not change. Humph! Duan Ling, you're about to die, and you can still smile. Yi Ling sneered. Her eyes gleamed with a ruthless gleam. Are you so sure that the person who will die will be me? Upon hearing Yi Ling's words, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even brighter. His tone was indifferent, as though he did not care about the crisis in front of him at all. In the distance, a group of 5 Element Sect's disciples looked at the group of Sun Moon Sect, Skywolf Fort, and Emotion-Severing Sect's disciples who had surrounded Duan Lingtian. Their faces were filled with mockery, mocking them for overestimating themselves. They're really seeking death. Do they really think they can kill Duan Lingtian just because they have more people? Many of the Empyrean Temple and Blade Sect's disciples had disdain written all over their faces. They looked down on the Sun Moon Sect, Skywolf Fort, and Emotion-Severing Sect's disciples who had surrounded Duan Lingtian. They had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength with their own eyes. A 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept and wielded a grade 2 spirit weapon was instantly killed by him with just one punch. Until now, they could still feel chills running down their spines when they recalled the scene. Duan Lingtian's strength was just too terrifying. Until now, nobody knew how strong Duan Lingtian's true strength was. Xian Bei stood by the side. His calm gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as though he was trying to see through Duan Lingtian. Humph! What a bluff! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Ling sneered again. Then she shouted, "Attack!" Following Yi Ling's order, the 48 young disciples from the 3 major forces, including herself, flew out one after another and pounced on Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by them. The moment they made a move, they utilized their spirit weapons. All of their origin energy exploded, and their concepts followed like shadows as they charged towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing aura. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rained down on Duan Lingtian. Due to the fact that the air resistance in this area had been completely removed by the flight-prohibiting formation, although the attacks of the 48 young powerhouses were fierce, they did not cause any sound of wind whistling or air exploding. The several thousand silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were originally hovering above the 48 young powerhouses in a circle were also dashing toward the encirclement. Thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes charged out, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner. Senior brother Lingtian. Although they were confident in Duan Lingtian, many of the 5 Element Sect's disciples were still worried when they saw Duan Lingtian's figure being drowned by the 48 young powerhouses from the 3 major forces in just a blink of an eye. They broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. In the sky, the several thousand silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were squeezed together gave the onlookers a visual shock. It was as though they were experiencing a visual feast. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu stood by the side with a worried expression on her beautiful face. Duan Ling, you can do it. Huang Dainiu waved his fist and said with a solemn expression. Very soon, The faces of the onlookers froze. Their eyes narrowed almost at the same time. Oh my God! What did they just see? The 48 young powerhouses who were charging towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner gathered together and drowned Duan Lingtian's figure. At the same time, their figures also came to a halt in the air. Following that, the onlookers only saw a flash in front of their eyes as though a sword light had flashed past. Following that, everyone was shocked to see that the 48 young men who were charging towards Duan Lingtian suddenly came to a halt in the air and were cut into two pieces one by one. Some of their heads were separated from their bodies, some of their upper and lower bodies were separated, some of their legs were chopped off, and many of them even had half of their heads and feet chopped off. Blood splattered all over the high platform as though it had gathered into a river. Blood flowed like a river. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of severed bodies fell on the high platform like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Blood splattered on the blood river like beautiful bloody roses. Arg! Arg! At the same time, shrill screams came from the mouths of the young powerhouses whose legs and feet were chopped off. Following that, they fell to the ground one by one and kept rolling around in pain. Not long after, their bodies were covered in blood. As for the other young powerhouses, all of them had turned into severed bodies. Their lives had completely withered away, and they had paid the price for their reckless actions with their lives. Wretch! The bloody scene caused many of the young disciples from the various forces to turn pale and vomit. Some of the female disciples, in particular, were so frightened that they kept vomiting. They hurriedly closed their eyes, not daring to look at the bloody scene again. Although they had more or less killed people before, they had never experienced such a scene before. To them, the scene earlier was simply purgatory on earth. You overestimate yourselves. At the same time, a cold voice resonated in the air. After the 48 young powerhouses from the three major forces were killed and crippled, Duan Lingtian, who was standing on the Devil Seal tablet and rising into the sky, spoke indifferently. His voice was filled with indifference. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the 13 young powerhouses who were lucky enough to survive with their legs and feet crippled. His eyes were filled with merciless coldness. Spare my life. Spare my life. Duan Lingtian, I was blind. Please don't hold a grudge against me. Please forgive me. Senior Brother Yen, save me. Please save me. Among the 13 young powerhouses, other than the Sun Moon sect's disciples who were unafraid of death, the disciples from Skywolf Fort and Emotion Severing sect continued to beg for mercy. Some of the Emotion Severing sect's disciples even begged Zhang Yan for help. There were a total of 8 Emotion Severing sect's disciples, including Zhang Yan, Qi Feng, and Qin Lian. Senior Brother Yen. One of the Emotion Severing sect's disciples looked at Zhang Yan with a pained expression. It was obvious that he wanted to persuade Zhang Yan to save his fellow disciples who were crippled. Say no more. No matter who it is, they'll have to pay the price for their choices. Besides, even if I were to make a move, I might not be able to stop Duan Lingtian from killing them. Zhang Yan's voice was cold as he interrupted the Emotion Severing sect's disciples' words. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with dread in his eyes. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to become so terrifying after just a few months. With just one sword, he did not even mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon, but he had already killed 35 people and crippled 13. The speed of that sword was so fast that even he found it difficult to capture it. Initially, I thought that after cultivating the supreme emotion-forgetting technique and mastering the initial mastery of ice and fire, I've already left Duan Lingtian in the dust. However, it seems like Duan Lingtian's strength is not inferior to mine. Zhang Yan's eyes flashed. A thick battle intent rose from the depths of his eyes. Naturally, he did not make a move even though the battle intent rose in his heart. This was because he knew that now was not the time to make a move. As for the Emotion Severing sect's disciples who were crippled, he did not bother about them at all. In his opinion, everyone had to pay the price for their own choices. If there's a next life, remember this. There are some things that it's best to consider if you have the strength to do so before trying to get your hands on them. Duan Lingtian stood on the Devil Seal tablet. His purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His cold gaze swept across the 13 young powerhouses who were lying on the ground as he slowly lifted the sword in his hand. Spare my life. Spare my life. As though they were aware of the impending danger, the surviving Skywolf Fort and emotion-severing sects disciples knelt on the ground and kowtowed as they begged for mercy. Their voices were filled with fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. There are some things that once you've made a choice, it's hard to turn back. There are some things that you have to pay the price for once you've done them. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold as he enunciated each and every word clearly. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, the sword in his hand turned into a sword flower that bloomed dazzlingly. At the same time, the spectators could clearly see blood blossoming from the throats of the 13 young disciples from Sun Moon Sect, Skywolf Fort, and Emotion-Severing Sect. Boom, 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 boom. 13 corpses fell to the ground one after another. They were completely silent. For a moment, the scene returned to its previous tranquility. The spectators' attention shifted to the purple figure standing above the river of blood and the mountain of corpses. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread that came from the bottom of their hearts. Drip, drip. The purple-clad young man stood with the sword in his hand that was still dripping blood. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Many people felt a chill run down their spines when they heard this voice. God of Slaughter. At this moment, many people present had the same thought as they looked at the purple-clad young man standing on the stone tablet with a chipped corner. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was simply a god of slaughter. 48 young disciples from the 3 major forces were slaughtered in less than 10 breaths. Not a single one of them was left alive. They knew that even if they had Duan Lingtian's strength, they might not be able to achieve this. They were not afraid of killing. However, it was difficult for them to kill so many people with just 2 swords and create hundreds of corpses. In a fit of rage, blood flowed like a river. It was nothing more than this. Many of the spectators were frightened and could not calm down for a long time. This is too scary. This Duan Lingtian is too scary. The Blade Sect's disciple, Lian Xiong, who had attacked Duan Lingtian earlier and whose sword was close to Duan Lingtian's glabella, turned pale. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. At this moment, other than fear, there was only joy in his heart. He was glad that Feng Tianwu had made her move in time and severed his arm. Otherwise, he would have died. Ha! Hu Fei, who was originally standing in the corner with a pale face, was stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian unleashing his invincible strength. Horror dawned on his face immediately. He noticed that after Duan Lingtian killed the 48 young powerhouses from the 3 major forces, his gaze had shifted to him. His eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was about to devour him. No, no. Chapter 946. The Devil Seal tablet under Duan Lingtian's feet moved and brought him to Hu Fei in just a blink of an eye. He hovered in the air in front of Hu Fei. Hu Fei! Duan Lingtian looked down at Hu Fei with a cold, killing intent in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, why can't kill me? You can't kill me. Horror dawned on Hu Fei's face when he saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of him in just a blink of an eye. His voice was filled with anxiety. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill him before he could finish his sentence. I can't kill you? Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, Duan Lingtian smirked. What's the reason? He had long wanted to kill Hu Fei. Previously, the threat that Zishang posed to him made him realize the importance of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. That year, at the peak of Dubhe Peak in 7-Star Sword Sect, when he had the duel with Zishang in the promise of 2 years, if he had killed Zishang, none of the things related to Zishang would have happened. Hu Fei gave him an extremely oppressive sense of threat. He could faintly sense that as long as Hu Fei was still alive, he would definitely become the second Zishang in the future. When they were outside, the vicious gaze that Hu Fei gave him made him realize that Hu Fei must be eliminated. If he did not eliminate him, he would definitely be a huge disaster in the future. At this moment, Duan Lingtun stood on the Devil Seal tablet and hovered in the air as he looked down at Hu Fei. Hu Fei's life was in the palm of his hand. As long as he waved the sword in his hand, he could instantly take Hu Fei's life. Reason? When Hu Fei heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly said, "I'm the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. If you kill me, my master will definitely not let you go. He'll definitely not let you go." That's your reason? Duan Lingtian initially thought that Hu Fei would come up with some new reason. Who would have thought that he would bring up Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, and use him as a shield? He had to admit that he was very disappointed. When he planned to kill Hu Fei, did he not consider that he would offend Cha Bai? Of course he did. But he was not afraid. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was indifferent to his reason, Hu Fei's face turned green and pale. In the end, he kneeled on the ground and kowtowed in front of Duan Lingtun. "Duan Lingtun, spare me. Please spare me." Hu Fei kowtowed as he begged for mercy. "I was blind in the past and offended you. As long as you don't kill me today, I promise I won't go against you in the future. Spare me. Please spare me." Hu Fei kept kowtowing. After a while, his forehead was stained with blood, and his face was filled with fear. It had to be said that Hu Fei's actions had shocked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had never expected that at the moment of life and death, Hu Fei would completely abandon his dignity and kowtow to his former enemy and beg for mercy. Perhaps I've overestimated him. How can a person who betrays his master who saved his life and nurtured him possibly have any backbone? However, when he thought about Hu Fei's despicable past, Duan Lingtian felt relieved again. As the saying went, a dog can never change its habit of eating **t. This saying was referring to people like Hu Fei. This Hu Fei has really brought shame to Fire Peak and our 5-element sect. Huang Daniu said with a disgusted look on his face. Other than a Fire Peak disciple who had a complicated look in his eyes, the other 5-element sect's disciples looked at Hu Fei with disdain. The direct disciple of our 5-element sect's Peak Master of Fire Peak only has this much backbone? Just like what senior brother Daniu said? He has really embarrassed Fire Peak and our 5-element sect. If Peak Master Cha Bai sees this, I'm afraid he would be so angry that he would slap him to death, right? Embarrassing. This is too embarrassing. Each and every one of the 5-element sect's disciples looked at Hu Fei and commented on him with disdain. Even the disciples from the other forces were looking at Hu Fei with disdain in their eyes. I can't believe that there's such a cowardly disciple in the 5-element sect. I think he's the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak in the 5-element sect. How blind must the Peak Master of Fire Peak be to accept such a disgraceful disciple? The 5-element sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian, has profound strength and is iron-willed. He's revered. However, this 5-element sect's disciple, Hu Fei, is a complete coward. He's really despicable. The disciples from the other forces were discussing among themselves. Their words were filled with disdain toward Hu Fei. Some of them even compared him to Duan Lingtian, forming a stark contrast. The discussions around him were not soft. They entered Hu Fei's ears clearly, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and continued to kowtow to Duan Lingtian as though he did not hear anything. Duan Lingtian, please spare me. I beg you. You're a magnanimous person. You're a magnanimous person. Please spare me. Please spare me. Hu Fei lowered his head and continued to kowtow to beg for mercy. However, his eyes were filled with extreme shame, anger, and hatred. He swore in his heart, that's right. As long as he could survive, he would definitely make Duan Lingtian pay him back 10-fold or even 100-fold for what he had done today. If Peak Master Cha Bai sees you kowtowing and begging for mercy in front of me like a coward, I'm afraid I don't even have to lift a finger. He'll personally kill you, right? Duan Lingtian raised the sword in his hand. His eyes narrowed as he said nonchalantly. When Hu Fei saw Duan Lingtian raising his sword from the corner of his eyes and was about to kill him, horror dawned on his face. He quickly stopped kowtowing and begged for mercy. As though he realized that he was about to face a great disaster, he shifted his gaze to a 5-element sect's Fire Peak disciple who was standing nearby. He sent a voice transmission into the disciple's ears. If you do as I say, I don't believe that the strongest young powerhouses from all the major forces can't kill him even if they join forces. After the voice transmission, Hu Fei looked at Duan Lingtan and shouted, Duan Lingnan, I'll wait for you on the road to hell. Duan Lingtian did not expect that Hu Fei would stop kowtowing and begging for mercy at the last moment of life and death. His dignity and backbone seemed to have been awakened in an instant. Then, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait any longer. Soon, Duan Lingtian's face turned cold. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed it down. With just one slash, he ended Hu Fei's life. He had no strength to resist at all. Boom! It was only when Hu Fei's body fell to the ground that Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He knew very well that he had just dealt with a potential threat. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian did not notice it at all. Among the group of 5-element sect's disciples, there was a Fire Peak's disciple who was staring at Hu Fei's body. His eyes were filled with grief and indignation. However, he gritted his teeth and did not reveal his emotions. When the group of 5-element sect's disciples saw that Hu Fei had turned into a corpse, they could not help but sigh. However, none of them felt pity for Hu Fei. When Hu Fei was still in 5-element sect, he already had a bad reputation. He was known as an ingrate. It was apparent that Hu Fei's absurd act of betraying his master who had saved his life and the Wood Peak who had nurtured him to join Fire Peak was still something that many of the 5-element sect's disciples still found hard to let go of. Duan Lingtian killed Hu Fei with just a wave of his hand. Many of the young disciples from the other 4 major forces were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. They were afraid that Duan Lingtian would make a move on them. The decisiveness of Duan Lingtian's attack caused fear to rise from the bottom of their hearts. Both of you are very smart. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, after Duan Lingtian killed Hu Fei, he stared at the 2 black-clad young men who were standing alone at the side. They were the 2 surviving young disciples of Sun Moon sect. The reason why these 2 Sun Moon sect's disciples were still alive was because they did not participate in the encirclement of Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, they would have definitely died. In the distance, the Sun Moon sect's disciples who were horrified when they saw Duan Lingtian looking at them heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. What do you think now? Hu Lin, the strongest person among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect, took a deep breath and asked the person next to him. Zhang Ping, the second strongest person among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect, who was standing next to him, broke out in cold sweat. When he heard Hu Lin's words, he could not help but smile wryly. Fortunately, I listened to you. Hu Lin, I owe you my life. In fact, he originally planned to join forces with the other Sun Moon sect's disciples to deal with Duan Lingtian to avenge Lu Kai. At the critical moment, it was Hu Lin who stopped him. When he recalled the technique that Duan Lingtian cast earlier, cold sweat kept breaking out on his forehead. More and more of it was dripping down like rain. Duan Lingtian, I'm looking forward to our battle more and more now. After we get out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, how about we have a battle? Xianbai, the strongest person among the younger generation in Empyrean Temple, who had been standing quietly at the side, stared at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, I'm more than happy to oblige. Duan Lingtian shrugged nonchalantly before adding, however, we don't necessarily have to wait until we get out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As long as you find something that interests me in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, we'll have to fight. What? You want to snatch something from me? When Xianbai heard Duan Lingtian's words, his eyes narrowed. Of course. As long as you have something that interests me, I'll snatch it from you. Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly. All right. I'll wait and see then. Xianbai took a deep breath and said with a face full of anticipation. Let's go. At this moment, Zhang Yan's voice resonated from afar. Subsequently, Zhang Yan led Qi Feng, Qin Lian, and the other 6 emotion-severing sects disciples down the stone stairs at the side of the stone platform and walked towards the dark bottomless abyss. Follow them. At the same time, Xian Bei called out to the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples and followed them. The 2 remaining young disciples of the Sun Moon sect strode out and followed behind the group of young disciples from the Empyrean Temple. They walked down the stone stairs. Sun Moon sect is really miserable. Out of the 20 young disciples, one of them was killed by senior brother Ling Tian outside. Then, senior brother Ling Tian killed 17 of them here. Now, only 2 of them are left. In my opinion, Skywolf Fort is the unlucky one. Chapter 947. That's right. The most unlucky one is still that Skywolf Fort. 20 disciples from Skywolf Fort came. First, there was an unlucky guy who overestimated himself and launched a sneak attack on senior brother Ling Tian, causing him to lose his footing and fall into the bottomless abyss. There was no way he could survive. The remaining 19 disciples were also killed because they coveted the treasure in senior brother Ling Tian's hand. If the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort knew about this, I'm afraid they would be so angry that they would vomit 3 liters of blood. Of course, a total of 20 people from Skywolf Fort came, and they were all killed before they even entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. If they knew about this, they would definitely be pissed to death. The group of 5 element sects disciples discussed animatedly with each other. When they looked at the purple-clad young man who was slowly descending after putting away the stone tablet with a missing corner, all of their eyes were filled with reverence. Senior brother Ling Tian is too strong. That's right. Even though I have confidence in him, when I saw him being surrounded by 48 young powerhouses, I still couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for him. Me too. However, I didn't expect that senior brother Ling Tian would only use 1 sword to kill more than half of the 48 young powerhouses. Even though the remaining half didn't die, they were all crippled and no longer had the strength to fight. I've decided. This time, I'll follow senior brother Ling Tian in this trip to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Senior brother Ling Tian will eat the meat, and I'll follow him. I only need to drink the soup. You're pretty smart, kid. Duan Ling Tian had just put away the Devil Seal tablet and landed beside Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong when he heard these words. He could not help but smile wryly. The group of Blade Sect's disciples stood quietly at the side. Their eyes were also filled with reverence when they looked at Duan Lincoln. Lincoln, could it be that I'm destined to be stepped on by you forever and never be able to surpass you? The gaze of a Saber Gate disciple landed on Duan Ling Tian with a complicated expression. It was precisely Long Yun. Long Yun, the Saber Young Master that was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, had taken the Vice Sect Master of the Saber Sect, Saber 5, as his master by chance, and he was able to advance by leaps and bounds in his path of cultivation. Later on, he even became eminent in the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and competed with the young experts of the empires and dynasties all along the way to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Presently, he had already followed Saber 5 back to the House of Sabers in the Blade Sect and had officially become a disciple of the House of Sabers. This time, he was one of the 20 young disciples from Blade Sect who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Who would have imagined that the young man that revealed his extraordinary talent during the martial competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great sects a few years ago would have already grown to such an extent? Long Yun sighed and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. Let's go. When he saw that everyone's eyes were still on him, Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and called out to them. Then, he took the lead and walked down the stone stairs at the side of the high platform. The moment Duan Ling Tian made his move, Feng Tianwu followed closely behind him. Behind them were Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. Instantly, The group of 5-element sect and blade sects disciples followed one by one. The 5-element sects disciples were led by Duan Lingtian. However, after the flames on Feng Tianwu's body lit up the surroundings, a ball of flames also rose from the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples. It was obvious that they were inspired by Feng Tianwu. After a while, a ball of flames also rose in front of the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples and the 2 Sun-Moon sects disciples. That was where the group of emotion-severing sect, led by Zhang Yan, was. With the emotion-severing sect, Empyrean Temple, and Sun-Moon sects disciples leading the way, the 5-element sect and blade sects disciples could not help but heave a sigh of relief as they followed behind at a moderate pace. How long is this stone staircase? An hour later, the stone staircase was still the same. They still did not reach the end. Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes. A hint of doubt could be seen on his face. The emotion-severing sects people are turning. One of the 5-element sects disciples exclaimed, waking Duan Lingtian up with a start. When Duan Lingtian heard it, he lifted his head and looked over. However, he noticed that the ball of flames in front of him was moving to the left. As for what was going on, it was impossible for him to see it clearly because they were too far away. After a while, the emotion-severing sects people moved to the bottom left of Duan Lingtian and the others' line of sight. After a while, the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples and the 2 Sun-Moon sects disciples also turned to the left and followed them. As they moved closer, Duan Lingtian could see the end of the stone staircase through the flames that rose from Feng Tianwu's body. Of course, it was only the end of the stone staircase in this direction. The stone staircase in front of them suddenly turned and led to the bottom left, opening up a new unknown path. Don't tell me there's no end to this stone staircase? Duan Lingtian and the others turned to the left and continued to walk down. Huang Daniu could not help but frown. We've been walking for more than an hour. They're speeding up. Before Huang Daniu could finish his sentence, he noticed that the ball of flames from the emotion-severing sects people had suddenly sped up and flew forward. The Empyrean Temple's flames also sped up. Follow them. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He called out to the others and flew after them. Bush, 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 bush. The 5-element sects and blade sects disciples immediately followed them. On top of the magnificent door that led to the exit of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the upper echelons of the 6 major forces stood outside a layer of gray light shield. Their eyes were fixed on the gray light shield, trying to see through it and see what was going on inside. Early on, when Duan Lingtian was the first to pass through the gray light shield and arrive at the high platform, the gray light shield had become even darker, causing the people outside to be unable to see the situation inside clearly. So after Duan Lingtian entered, the people outside were completely unaware of what had happened inside. Sword 13, Saber 5. I originally thought that Duan Lingtian would join your blade sect, yet I never imagined that he would join the 5-element sect in the end. The vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ningkan, looked at the 2 middle-aged men nearby, and a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on his face. Saber 5's face sank when he heard Ningkan, and he said angrily, "Ningkan, you still have the nerve to say that? If it wasn't for your Skywolf Fort interfering that day, how could Duan Lingtian have suddenly gone missing?" Sword 13's expression was extremely unsightly as well. Ningkan's words were undoubtedly rubbing salt on the wounds of their blade sect. If it wasn't for the Skywolf Fort interfering that day with the intention of taking away Duan Lingtian, how could the subsequent events have occurred? How could Duan Lingtian have gone missing? All of you listen up. Once the group of little fellows come out from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, us 2 old fellows will have to make a trip to your Skywolf Fort and ask Azure Wolf to give us an explanation. Meanwhile, the sect master of the Blade sect grunted coldly, and his gaze that was like a blade flashed past the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. If Green Wolf can't give us a satisfactory explanation, I'm going to have to move my old bones a little. The sect master of the Sword sect spoke with a low voice. They were already aware of the incident from a few months ago, but they didn't take it to heart at that time. As far as they were concerned at that time, there was utterly no need for them to shed all pretenses with the Skywolf Fort for a quasi-sword sect disciple that hadn't even joined the sect. But never had they imagined that it was this quasi-sword sect disciple that they didn't take seriously that possessed natural talent and comprehension ability that shocked even them. He wasn't even 30 years old, yet he killed a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who used a grade 2 spirit weapon and had comprehended 9th-level void interpretation concept with just a punch. Chapter 948. It was precisely because of the Skywolf Fort that such a young powerhouse who could be considered as a peerless monster did not manage to join their Blade sect and become their disciple. How could they not be angry? Upon hearing the words of the 2 sect leaders of Blade sect, the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort merely frowned. However, they were not bothered by it at all. If the 2 old fellows from Blade sect could deal with the fort master of Skywolf Fort, their Skywolf Fort would not have been able to survive until now. The 4 major forces in the southern of the northern desert were evenly matched. None of the forces dared to declare war on another force. Unless they could guarantee that their own powerhouses would not be harmed, they would still be annihilated by the other 2 forces even if they managed to annihilate another force. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The group of 5 element sects senior officials, led by Guochong and Chiyu, stood quietly at the side. Looks like our 5-element sect is pretty lucky. Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, could vaguely hear something from the conversation between the Blade sect and Skywolf Fort's senior officials. He could not help but laugh. Only now did he know that Duan Lingtian was preparing to join the Blade sect. It was all because of the trouble caused by the Skywolf Fort that Duan Lingtian managed to come to the eastern district of the northern desert by chance and join their 5-element sect. This is the fate between our 5-element sect and him. Chiyu's eyes gleamed as a gentle smile crept up the corner of his mouth. The him that Chiyu was referring to was naturally Duan Lingtian. I hope that Duan Lingtian can surprise us. However, it doesn't matter even if they don't find the profundity fragment. With the 9th-level advanced water concept and 9th-level advanced fire concept that you've comprehended, it's only a matter of time before you make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Guochong looked at Chiyu. His eyes gleamed brightly like the stars in the sky. Don't count on me. Chiyu shook his head. You should know that even if I really make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage, I won't continue to stay in the northern desert. You should know what I yearn for. If it wasn't for the accident that happened 20 years ago, perhaps I wouldn't be in the northern desert now. When Chiyu reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with yearning as he looked toward the north. I thought you've already given up on leaving the northern desert and going to the central district of the Cloud Continent. I can't believe that you still want to go there. Guochong smiled bitterly. There was a hint of helplessness between his brows. There are some things that will never change. Chiyu muttered. After 10 hours, Duan Lingtian and the others finally reached the end of the stone staircase at the side of the high platform. The 10,000 element sects as well as the Skywolf sect as well as the Black the platform was surrounded by black fog, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Sect. The young disciples from the various sects had a confused expression on their faces. Duan Lingtian's sect stood on the fort. He extended his spiritual energy in an attempt to spy on the situation behind the black fog. However, he discovered that there was an inscription formation that prevented his spiritual energy from getting closer. Welcome, young people from entrance number 2. All of a sudden, an old voice resonated from all directions. It clearly entered the ears of everyone, including Duan Lingtian's sect. At once, everyone felt as though they were struck by lightning. Duan Lingtian's sect was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. After looking around for a while, he confirmed it. It's the polyphony formation. The polyphony formation was an inscription formation that was similar to the voice transmission jade slip. Once the polyphony formation was set up, one would be able to condense one's voice into it. Once the polyphony formation was triggered, the voice would spread out and enter the ears of the people nearby. The owner of the voice earlier, is he the powerhouse from Emperor Wu who left behind this Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Duan Lingtian's sect took a deep breath. He could vaguely guess the identity of the other party. Who's there? Stop pretending to be mysterious. Show yourself if you're so capable. Many young disciples from various forces who were so frightened that their faces turned pale looked around and shouted hysterically. They wanted to use their voices to hide the fear in their hearts. There's no need to shout anymore. Other than us, there's no one else here. Hu Lin, the Sun Moon sect's disciple, said nonchalantly. Although his voice was not loud, it contained origin energy that overpowered the hysterical roars of the disciples from various forces. At once, the young disciples from various forces quieted down. Their eyes shifted to Hu Lin in unison. What did you say? You said that other than us, there's no one else here? The disciples from various forces looked at Hu Lin skeptically. It was obvious that they did not believe his words. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Duan Lingtian. I think he knows better than me what happened earlier. In the face of so many people's skeptical gazes, Hu Lin shrugged and looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted Duan Lingtian to clean up this mess. As the group of young disciples from the 4 major forces, 5-element sect, Blade sect, Empyrean temple, and emotion-severing sect, looked at him, Duan Lingtian became the center of attention. Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Lin deeply. He did not expect this Sun Moon sect's disciple to have such an amazing observation skill. He knew that the reason why Hu Lin said that was definitely because he saw the realization on his face just now and saw something from it. After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the group of young disciples and glanced at them one by one. Other than us, there's no one else here. The young disciples from the 4 major forces might not believe Hu Lin's words. However, they did not dare to question Duan Lingtian's words. If there's no one else here, then what was that voice earlier? That's right, we all heard it clearly. It was an old voice. It was obviously an old man talking to us. That old man seemed to be welcoming us. Although the young disciples from the 4 major forces did not dare to question Duan Lingtian, they still could not help but whisper to each other and voice out their doubts. Old man? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Do you think there's an old man who can enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure through the inscription formation at the entrance that tests one's age? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. At this moment, Duan Lingtian continued, the voice earlier came from an inscription formation called the polyphony formation. The polyphony formation's principle is similar to the voice transmission jade slip. The latter requires a martial artist to use his origin energy to trigger it, and it can only be transmitted to one person's ear. The former, on the other hand, has many ways to trigger it. It can transmit the voice like a normal person speaking. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking in one breath, he added, although this polyphony formation isn't a complicated inscription formation, the spiritual energy it requires is extremely high. At the very least, it requires a spiritual energy above the martial emperor stage to be able to successfully inscribe and set it up. Polyphony formation? An inscription formation that can only be inscribed and set up by an Emperor Wu's inscription master? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the young disciples from the 4 major forces, including Feng Tianwu, Xianbei, and Zhang Yan, were shocked. They were stunned and could not regain their senses for a long time. You know about the polyphony formation? Before the young disciples from the 4 major forces could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the Sun Moon sect's disciple, Hu Lin, and asked curiously, I've read about it in an ancient book before. Hu Lin nodded. At this moment, the young disciples from the 4 major forces regained their senses one by one. Since the polyphony formation is an inscription formation left behind by an Emperor Wu's inscription master, could the voice earlier be his voice? I guess it's very likely that he's the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left this Emperor Wu's secret treasure behind. No wonder he said we're welcome. The young disciples from the 4 major forces discussed among themselves. Soon they came to an answer. The owner of the voice earlier was the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left this Emperor Wu's secret treasure behind. Welcome, young people from entrance number 2. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, that old and aged voice once again sounded from all directions, clearly entering the ears of everyone present. This time, everyone who was mentally prepared did not lose their composure like before. However, among the various forces, there were still some female disciples who were more timid. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Their delicate bodies trembled slightly and were on the verge of collapsing. Entrance number 2? This time, many people began to chew on the words. They confirmed one thing from the words of the Emperor Wu powerhouse. That Emperor Wu powerhouse said that we're the young people from entrance number 2? Don't tell me there are other young people from entrance number 1, entrance number 3, entrance number 4, and entrance number 5 in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Huang Daniu's eyes widened as he questioned with a horrified expression on his face. When Huang Daniu's voice entered the ears of the young disciples from the major forces, most of them felt as though they were struck by lightning. Initially, they thought they were the only ones who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Moreover, many of them were killed by Duan Lingtian earlier. Therefore, they should be able to obtain a lot of benefits from it. However, they realized that the young disciples from the 6 major forces were not the only ones who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Apart from the entrance that they came from, there were other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This could be deduced from the words of the Emperor Wu powerhouse earlier. What should we do? There are actually other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I wonder how strong are the young powerhouses who came from other entrances? There shouldn't be any young powerhouses from second-rate forces who came in, right? One of the Blade sect's disciples gasped as he muttered to himself. His voice was not loud and did not contain any origin energy. However, it was exceptionally clear in the deathly silent atmosphere. Everyone heard what he said. Chapter 949. That was right. Since there might be other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they would definitely be discovered by other people as well. Once they were discovered, the news would definitely spread. At that time, the other forces near the entrance would definitely send in young disciples below the age of 40 to search for the treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure would tempt even the second-rate forces. The second-rate forces were much more powerful than the third-rate forces they were in. They even had martial monarch powerhouses in their ranks. In such a force, there would definitely be no lack of talented young disciples with monstrous comprehension. The overall strength of those young disciples would definitely surpass them. After all, they were only disciples from third-rate forces at most. Not only that, this time, it was not just the young disciples from the second-rate forces who came in. Even if it was the young disciples from the other third-rate forces who came in from the other entrances, they would still feel pressured. This was because it meant that there would be another group of people who would want to share the loot with them. The young disciples from the second-rate forces were generally stronger than them. If they encountered them, they would only be tortured. They would not be able to win or win. In the end, they would only end up empty-handed. Not only that, they might not even end up empty-handed. Who knew if there would be a ruthless person among the young disciples from the second-rate forces who would kill them indiscriminately the moment they saw them? The moment they thought of this, most of the disciples from the various forces felt pressured. Perhaps, among the group of disciples from our 5-element sect, only senior brother Ling Tian is not afraid of the young disciples from the second-rate forces. Even senior brother Chen, senior brother Yi, and senior brother Daniu would be at a disadvantage if they encounter the outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces. One of the 5-element sect's disciples took a deep breath. His gaze first landed on Duan Lingtian before it swept past Nangong Qin, Nangong Yi, and Huang Daniu. The other 5-element sects disciples agreed with this 5-element sects disciple. They had seen senior brother Ling Tian's strength before. They believed that even the outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces might not be a match for their senior brother Ling Tian. What are you afraid of? Anyway, I've already decided that I'll follow senior brother Ling Tian in this trip to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. With senior brother Ling Tian around, even if we can't get too many treasures, we can at least keep our lives. Very soon, some of the 5-element sects disciples locked their gazes on Duan Lingtian as they spoke with a determined look on their faces. I also want to follow senior brother Ling Tian. Although the treasures in Emperor Wu's secret treasure are good, they are far less important than my own life. Of course, if the treasure is gone, at most it will be a pity for a while, but if you lose your life, then you will have nothing left. Life is more important than anything else. I've decided that I will also follow senior brother Ling Tian. The group of 5-element sects disciples discussed animatedly. At the same time, they looked at the purple-clad young man nearby, Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing there and looking around as though he was observing something. At the same time, other than the 2 remaining disciples from Sun Moon sect, the group of Blade sects disciples began to approach Feng Tianwu, wanting to seek protection from Feng Tianwu. The Empyrean Temple's disciples also followed Xian Bei, the strongest person among the younger generation in Empyrean Temple. Right now, there were only 8 people left from the emotion-severing sect. Zhang Yan stood there with a calm expression on his face. His mood was not affected at all by the fact that there were other entrances to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Qi Feng, Qin Ran, and the other 5 emotion-severing sects disciples followed Zhang Yan closely. Zhang Yan was not afraid, but it did not mean that they were not afraid as well. Elder brother Duan. When Feng Tianwu saw Duan Lingtian frowning, a hint of doubt appeared on her delicate face. She vaguely realized that her elder brother Duan might have noticed something. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, who were not far away, also noticed that something was amiss. Duan Lingen, what's wrong? Huang Daniu asked loudly. There was a hint of urgency in his tone. Huang Daniu's voice was like a clap of thunder. At once, it attracted the attention of the young disciples from various forces. Their eyes fell on Duan Lingtian in unison. The rest of us? I'm afraid we'll have to walk on our own in the future. Duan Lingtian's furrowed brows relaxed as he said slowly. Huh. The moment they heard Duan Lingtian's words, everyone was confused. They could not make heads or tails of it. At this moment, the old voice continued to sound. Little fellows who came from entrance number 2. As long as you enter the surrounding black fog, you'll be able to enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure in no time. In Emperor Wu's secret treasure, there's a lot of wealth that I've accumulated throughout my life. The most precious thing is none other than the 5 Monarch stage profundity fragments. On top of that, there's a palace in the center of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure that I left behind. That's where I'll be resting when I die. The wealth that I've accumulated throughout my life has been scattered all over the Emperor Wu's secret realm. You'll have to search for it yourself if you want to obtain it. The only thing you'll be able to obtain from the place where I'll be resting is the 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments and the Emperor stage profundity fragment in my body. The old voice stopped abruptly when it reached this point. At this moment, all the young disciples from various forces, including Duan Lingtian, were stunned. Their eyes narrowed as they shone brightly. 8 profundity fragments? Did I hear that right? Huang Daniu sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered to himself in disbelief. You didn't hear it wrong. It's indeed 8 profundity fragments. 7 Monarch stage profundity fragments and 1 Emperor stage profundity fragment. Zhang Shouyong shook his head and said blankly. At this moment, he looked like he had lost his soul. Nobody knew where his heart had flown to. Emperor stage profundity fragment? What's that? Feng Tianwu frowned. Her beautiful face was filled with confusion. The profundities that martial monarch powerhouses master are usually the monarch stage profundity. If a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse wants to break through to the Emperor Wu stage, he must first comprehend the Emperor stage profundity. The Emperor stage profundity is the pass for a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse to enter the Emperor Wu stage. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's question, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu as he replied to Feng Tianwu. The significance of the Emperor stage profundity to a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse was similar to the significance of the void transformation concept to a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist and the significance of the monarch stage profundity to a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist. If he didn't comprehend it, it would be difficult for him to break through to the next realm. If a 9th-level void transformation powerhouse hasn't comprehended the monarch stage profundity, it's impossible for him to break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. In that case, if a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse hasn't comprehended the Emperor stage profundity, it's impossible for him to break through to the Emperor Wu stage and become an Emperor Wu powerhouse. Duan Lingtian explained word by word. Naturally, he had obtained this information from the rebirth martial emperor's memories. Duan Lingtian's words caused an uproar. When the people present heard about the Emperor stage profundity fragment in the message left behind by the Emperor Wu powerhouse, they guessed that it was related to the Emperor Wu powerhouse. However, when they found out about the Emperor stage profundity fragment's specific function, they could not help but gasp. Then, does this mean that the Emperor stage profundity fragment is more precious than the Monarch stage profundity fragment? Huang Daniu's breathing quickened as he panted heavily. His chest rose and fell like a bellows, and he could not calm down for a long time. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded and said solemnly, the difficulty of a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse to break through to the Emperor Wu stage is more than 100 times harder than a 9th-level void transformation martial artist to break through to the martial monarch stage. The reason for this is that it's difficult for them to comprehend the Emperor stage profundity. However, if there's an Emperor stage profundity fragment that's suitable for them, they can use it to comprehend the Emperor stage profundity and achieve the cultivation base of the Emperor Wu stage, becoming an Emperor Wu powerhouse. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but feel excited. His eyes shone brightly. The Emperor stage profundity fragment. He had to admit that he was tempted. The message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse said that as long as we enter the surrounding black fog, we'll enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. A disciple from an unknown force said. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes fell on the black fog surrounding the platform they were on. Let's go! Zhang Yan ordered. He led Qi Feng, Qin Lian, and the other 5 emotion-severing sects disciples and flew into the black fog surrounding the platform. In just a blink of an eye, the 8 emotion-severing sects disciples, including Zhang Yan, disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Ling, I'll go in first as well. At this moment, Xian Bei nodded at Duan Lingtian. After greeting Duan Lingtian, he flew into the surrounding black fog. Behind him, the 19 Empyrean Temple's disciples, including O Chen, followed like shadows. After the 2 Sun-Moon sects disciples nodded at Duan Lingtian in a friendly manner, they also flew into the black fog. Duan Lingtian, you've killed so many Sun-Moon sects disciples? However, these 2 fellows don't seem to hate you at all. Not only that, but they even greeted you in such a friendly manner. Huang Daniu looked in the direction where the 2 Sun-Moon sects disciples left. He could not help but feel surprised. They're smart people. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I admit that, if they weren't smart, I'm afraid they would have been cut into 2 or 3 pieces like the other Sun-Moon sects disciples. When Huang Daniu recalled the scene where Duan Lingtian made his move on the high platform earlier, he could still feel chills running down his spine. Who would have thought that Duan Lingtian, who was usually gentle and humble, would have such a bloodthirsty side to him? At that time, Duan Lingtian was like an Asura who had crawled out of purgatory. In a fit of rage, blood flowed like a river and bodies piled up like a mountain. Elder brother Duan, Let's go in together. Chapter 950. Perhaps we can't go in together. Duan Lingtian shook his head in the face of Feng Tianwu's greeting. Why? Feng Tianwu was stunned. Her beautiful face was filled with puzzlement. The group of 5 element sects disciples and blade sects disciples, including Huang Dainiu, also looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression. They did not know what Duan Lingtian meant by his words. I've investigated the surrounding black fog. There are numerous illusory inscription formations within it, and the number of them is beyond my imagination. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at the surrounding black fog with dread. He muttered, there's only one function of these inscription formations. It's to separate the people who enter and scatter them in every corner of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As someone who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, it was only natural that he knew the meaning of the inscription formations in the black fog. This was because there were similar inscription formations in some of the games that the reincarnation Emperor Wu played in the past. The main purpose was to separate the people who were gathered together and scatter them in different places to undergo the cruel test of survival. The weak were prey to the strong, and only the fittest would survive. Only those who survived in the end would be rewarded. Oh, I see. Feng Tianwu finally understood. Huang Dainiu looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled wryly. Originally, I wanted to stay by your side to be more secure. But now, it seems like my plan is going to be ruined. Bush. The moment Huang Dainiu's words left his mouth, 2 figures flew out like the wind and entered the black fog around the platform in a flash. Their figures disappeared. It's Senior Brother Chen and Senior Brother Yi. One of the 5 element sects disciples exclaimed. Let's go. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and strode out toward the black fog around the platform. He was ready to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Feng Tianwu, Huang Dainiu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong followed him. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered something. The group of 5 element sect disciples and saber sect disciples did not seem to believe Xiao Chen. They just followed the 5 of them, making Xiao Chen feel helpless. These fellows, did they really think that I was lying to them? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, he did not say much. As long as a group of people entered the black fog, they would naturally know that everything he said was true. After a short while, the group of people led by Duan Lingtian walked toward the black fog surrounding the platform in a mighty manner. Duan Lingtian was the first to enter the black fog, and his figure disappeared. Feng Tianwu, Huang Dainiu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong followed closely behind. Behind the 4 of them, the group of disciples from 5 Elements sect and Blade sect followed suit. All of them entered the black fog, completely disappearing from sight. For a moment, the vast platform that was surrounded by black fog became empty and devoid of human habitation. After Duan Lingtian entered the black fog, he only saw a flash before his eyes. Then, he discovered that he was alone on a vast grassland. The grassland was beautiful and lush with greenery. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Head northwest. At the end of the grassland, you'll find the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, an old voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. It was none other than the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It seems like the inscription formations in the black fog that can create illusions are more or less accompanied by some polyphony formations. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian knew that everything before his eyes was an illusion, he also knew that he had to follow the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse. Only then would he be able to enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At this moment, he, who was in the illusion, was destined to part ways with the others and go his own way. I should be able to fly here, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment the thought left his mind, he tried to step into the air. With a leap, his entire body rose into the air. As expected. After discovering that this place was not shrouded by the flight-prohibiting formation, Duan Lingtian could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although it was not a problem for him to run across such a vast grassland, it was much more strenuous than flying. As expected of the illusion created by the inscription formation inscribed and set up by the Emperor Wu powerhouse. It's really sturdy. When Duan Lingtian flew out, he could not help but extend his spiritual energy out in an attempt to shake the illusion that he was in. However, in the end, he discovered that the illusion did not budge at all. He was already mentally prepared for this, so he was not surprised. That was an inscription formation set up by the Emperor Wu powerhouse. If he could really shake it, he would be shocked instead. There shouldn't be any test in this illusion, right? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he muttered to himself. Soon after flying out for a short while, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Looks like I really jinxed it. There's actually some offensive inscription formations mixed in with this inscription formation that created the illusion. Almost at the same time Duan Lingtian smiled wryly, a gust of violent wind suddenly rose in the air that he flew past. The vast violent wind swept across the sky and swept towards Duan Lingtian. The violent wind raged, and the corporeal green wind blades followed like shadows as they swept towards him from all directions. It was as though they wanted to tear him into pieces. After his spiritual energy stretched out and sensed the strength of these violent winds and wind blades, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. The strength of these violent winds and wind blades was at most comparable to a 5th or 6th level void transformation stage martial artist that had comprehended 5th or 6th level intermediate wind concept, and they were unable to form any threat to him. Sush! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as he punched out with his full strength, and it was like a rock shattering the heavens. Bang! 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 Instantly, a wave of explosive sounds that were like thunderclaps resounded out without end, and it flashed through the sky and shook the hearts of others. Bang! An enormous bang exploded out, and it was Duan Lingtian's punch that contained the strength of 800 ancient horn dragons that collided with the violent winds and wind blades that followed the violent winds like a cannonball. The person in the lead was an old man with a cold expression and a thin body. The old man was dressed in gray, and when he flew across the sky, a gust of wind began to flow in front of him. One could see how profound the old man's cultivation base was. Behind the old man in gray, there were 8 young men and 2 young women. They all had one thing in common, and that was they did not look more than 40 years old. Supreme Elder, are we late? Behind the old man in gray, a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes who was dressed in green could not help but ask. He was carrying a sheathed longsword on his back. It's only a few hours. It's all right. The old man in gray shook his head. He did not seem to care at all. After a while, the old man in gray dove down and brought the 10 young men and women into the Hengduan mountain range. They landed in the sky above a valley. Chapter 951. We thought you wouldn't come, old fart. When the gray-clad old man appeared with 10 young men and women, the 2 old men in the sky above the valley reacted. One of them looked at the gray-clad old man and said nonchalantly, "Since you 2 old farts are here, why wouldn't I be here?" The gray-clad old man snorted and looked down at the valley. The ground in the middle of the valley was covered by a deep gray light shield, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. "All of you go in." The gray-clad old man's cloudy eyes lit up, and his voice was majestic. "Yes." As soon as the gray-clad old man finished speaking, the 10 young men and women flew out and fell toward the gray light shield. In the next moment, 7 young men and 2 young women passed through the gray light shield and disappeared before the eyes of the 3 old men. Only a young man who looked to be in his 40s was left. He landed on the gray light shield and was completely blocked. At the same time, the gray light shield trembled. "You hid your real age." The gray-clad old man's expression changed drastically when he saw this. The other two old men could not help but frown. Before the young man could react, the air around his body swayed as though it had been sucked away. Bang! A loud sound reverberated, and the young man's body exploded without any warning. He turned into a rain of blood and completely disappeared from this world. A man over the age of 40 wants to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure. How naive! One of the other two old men could not help but sneer. In the sky above the vast plain, a bolt of purple lightning streaked across the sky, heading towards the northwest direction. It's almost been a month, and we still haven't reached the end of this plain? The person who was traveling in the sky above the plain was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows were tightly knitted together, and a hint of confusion could be seen on his face. My speed. Such a long time is enough for me to return to the five-element sect in the southern of the northern desert. The real Emperor Wu's secret treasure hasn't arrived yet. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. How big is the Emperor Wu's secret treasure that the Emperor Wu powerhouse opened? It can't be bigger than the northern desert, right? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was a little scared. The martial emperor's secret treasure was an underground project. It was located in the underground of the northern desert. If it covered a larger area than the northern desert, it would undoubtedly be spread all over the northern desert. Once it collapsed, the entire northern desert would experience a huge earthquake. 3 days later. Is that the end of the grassland? Duan Lingtian, who was running all the way and gradually became a little numb, saw the black fog that appeared in the distance in front of him with just a glance. It separated the grassland. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he saw the black fog. He knew that he had reached the end of the grassland. As long as he entered the black fog, he would arrive at the real Emperor Wu's secret realm. Whirlwind. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian increased his speed. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind that blew into the black fog. After entering the black fog, Duan Lingtian's vision turned black. After flying for a while, a small light spot appeared in the pitch-black environment. Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian knew that the small light spot must be the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. What he needed to do now was to pass through it and arrive at the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Ordinary pills and spirit weapons are not attractive to me at all. The small light spot continued to enlarge in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, unless there's some special treasure, I'm only interested in the profundity fragment. As soon as the thought left his mind, Duan Lingtian arrived at the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was a cave entrance that could accommodate one person. The other side of the cave entrance was as bright as day. Enter! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian flew through the cave entrance. Almost at the same time, the message from the Emperor Wu powerhouse entered Duan Lingtian's ears again. Remember this place. Apart from being the entrance to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, this place is also the exit for you to leave the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. When you pass through the cave entrance, the inscription formation at the cave entrance will record your aura. From this moment onward, only you can enter and exit this cave entrance. The message from the Emperor Wu powerhouse came to an abrupt end at this point. I'm the only one who can enter and exit this cave entrance? Duan Lingtian could not help but turn around to look at the cave entrance behind him. The other side of the cave entrance was gray, and it seemed to have merged with the surrounding cave walls. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to discover its existence at all. After searching through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian soon found out the principle of the inscription formation. It was similar to a spatial ring that had recognized its owner. Unless the owner died, it would not recognize a second owner. However, the inscription formation that covered the cave entrance was slightly different. Even if the owner died, it would not allow a second person to enter and exit. In other words, after I obtain enough benefits from the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I can only leave through this cave entrance. It's the same for the others. Each of them has their own cave entrance, and I can only leave from there. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized what was going on. After he realized what was going on, he began to look at his surroundings. All he saw was an empty cave. It was as though someone had forcefully hollowed it out. Although this was an underground cave, there was no lack of light. It was as though it was daytime. There should be an inscription formation that was inscribed and set up using the luminous pearl as the material. Duan Lingtian could easily guess the reason. The cave was huge. The surface area was as big as a standard football field on Earth where Duan Lingtian lived in his previous life. There were a total of 4 exits that led to 4 different directions. Duan Lingtian searched the cave for a while. After he did not find any treasures, he randomly chose an exit and flew out. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian found himself in another cave. The difference between this cave and the previous one was like the difference between a hall and a room. There were only 4 exits in the previous cave. However, standing in this cave, Duan Lingtian could see more than 10 different exits that led to more than 10 different places. This place, it's like a maze. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled wryly. Then he randomly chose an exit and flew out. Duan Lingtian did not stop as he traveled. After an hour, not only did Duan Lingtian not find any treasures, he did not even see a shadow of a person. Moreover, he did not encounter any danger. There's no offensive inscription formation? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian flew into a bigger cave. This cavern looked like an empty training ground. Duan Lingtian stood inside and looked around the cavern. For a moment, he felt that he was so tiny. Suddenly, as though he noticed something, Duan Lingtian lifted his head and looked at the top of the cave in the middle. There was an exquisite box that was embedded there. Half of it was exposed. I finally found it. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Although he was not sure if he would be interested in the item in the exquisite box, it was still the first treasure he found after entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This was a good start. Whirlwind. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian flew out with the intention of taking the exquisite box. However, as soon as he was in midair, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically as though he had noticed something. He moved his body and retreated in a hurry. He turned into a purple lightning and returned to the place where he was standing earlier. Almost at the same time, a khaki-colored lightning flashed across the sky and pierced through the air where Duan Lingtian was standing. It set off a series of ear-piercing whistling sounds. In the end, the khaki-colored lightning landed on the ground and disappeared. All that was left was a bottomless hole that looked like it was pierced by a sharp arrow. Duan Lingtian gasped, and he broke out in cold sweat from fright. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, his head would have been pierced through. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just when Duan Lingtian was still in shock, a series of loud noises resonated in his ears. At the same time, he felt the ground beneath his feet tremble. The entire cave began to shake as though the ground was shaking. *T. Extending his spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian immediately noticed that the aura of many inscription formations around him began to fluctuate violently. It was obvious that they had been activated. Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he noticed this. After a while, waves of vast khaki-colored energy rose from the ground all over the cave. It gradually solidified and transformed into khaki-colored puppets. Not long after, hundreds of khaki-colored puppets appeared. Their eyes flickered with a khaki-colored flame. They immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and locked onto Duan Lingtian. How extravagant! Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he saw the hundreds of khaki-colored puppets that appeared before him. Through the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he knew. Each of the khaki-colored puppets before him had an earth concept fragment in their bodies. That was one of the sources of their energy. Naturally, their energy did not only consist of earth concept but also origin energy. In their bodies, there were more or less inscription formations formed by origin stones that provided them with origin energy. It allowed them to fuse the earth concept and origin energy together like ordinary martial artists to fight their enemies. These puppets are different from the earth puppets I encountered in the Sword Monarch's treasure. It's difficult for the latter to use the energy of the earth concept fragment embedded in their bodies. However, the former can completely unleash the energy of the earth concept fragment embedded in their bodies. Duan Ling Tian looked solemnly at the hundreds of puppets that surrounded him. He knew very well that he was facing a group of people whose strength was not inferior to a void transformation martial artist. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chapter 952. Boom. Soon after, one of the khaki puppets stomped on the ground and dashed towards Duan Ling Tian like the wind. Milky white origin energy soared from its body before it merged with the earth concept that soared up. It transformed into a rolling khaki energy that coiled around its body and helped it raise its speed to the limit. At the same time, 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above the khaki puppet before another 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 7th level void interpretation stage origin energy? 1st level advance earth concept? Duan Lingtan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Earlier, he was really worried that the group of puppets before him had 7th level earth concept fragments or above in their bodies. If that was the case, then he was bound to be unlucky today. The khaki energy that suffused the body of the puppet that charged towards Duan Ling Tian quickly resonated with the earth. At this moment, there was no distinction between them. In the sky, another 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared beside the 300 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They can actually borrow the earth energy with their earth concept. Apart from the fact that they don't have intelligence and can't use spirit weapons, what's the difference between them and human martial artists? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly as he stared blankly at the 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that pounced towards him. At the same time, the khaki puppet arrived before Duan Lingtian. Its speed was so fast that it was not affected by its seemingly cumbersome body at all. It swept its fist out and smashed towards Duan Lingtian's head like a cannonball that was shot out from a barrel. The puppet's fist was coiled with waves of vast khaki energy that rolled out. It was earth-shattering, and the air was compressed to the point it set off a wave of ear-piercing air explosions. Boom, 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 boom. The energy that was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons swept out along with the continuous air explosions. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Duan Lingtian and was about to descend onto Duan Lingtian. Humph! Duan Lingtian, who had been accumulating strength since a long time ago, met the attack with his fist fearlessly. His origin energy exploded out, and 4 types of concepts followed like shadows. The energy that was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons swept out. Bang! As Duan Lingtian's fist and the puppet's fist collided, a loud sound reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot without moving. Duan Lingtian, the puppet's fist, Duan Lingtian. The Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, the puppet crashed to the ground and transformed into a pile of rubble. A yellow fragment was mixed in the rubble, and it was particularly conspicuous. Lingtian. Duan Lingtian Duan Lingtian. Although this first-level Earth concept fragment was of no use to him, it was still a concept fragment after all. Its value was extraordinary, and it might be of use to him in the future. So strong. The person hiding in the corner of the cave was a young man in blue clothes. He witnessed the scene of Duan Lingtian destroying the puppet with one punch, and his face couldn't help but change greatly. That puppet could exert the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons if it used all its strength, but it was still destroyed by his punch in a head-on collision. He's a disciple of the North Nether sect? When did such a person appear in the Dark North sect? The blue-clothed young man took a deep breath. There was a hint of fear between his brows. At the same time, he secretly guessed the identity of the purple-clothed young man in front of him. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook, and a vast energy swept out through it. Instantly, 3 material divine dragons whistled out. 3 pairs of eyes flashed brilliantly as they shot out 6 extreme flashes that blasted 6 puppets to death. As soon as the 6 puppets fell, a small gap appeared in the encirclement. Whirlwind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Duan Lingtian executed his movement technique. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind and was blown out rapidly, dodging the encirclement of the group of puppets. However, after he left the encirclement, the group of puppets still chased after him. Although they did not have spiritual intelligence, they seemed to regard Duan Lingtian as an enemy that they would not rest until he was dead. It was as though they would not stop until Duan Lingtian was dead. Duan Lingtian, who had rushed out of the encirclement, snorted coldly in the face of over 100 puppets that were attacking him. His body moved like the wind, and in the next moment he flashed toward more than 10 puppets that were not far away. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Sword drawing art. Every time Duan Lingtian swung the sword in his hand, either 3 divine dragons would surge out and shoot out 6 extreme flashes, or it would transform into a bolt of lightning and destroy a puppet. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, he'll definitely be able to slaughter all the remaining puppets. The blue-clad young man who was hiding in the corner gritted his teeth and made up his mind. When the blue-clad young man saw that Duan Lingtian's attention was not on the ceiling in the middle of the cavern, he took a deep breath and flew out. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flashed toward the ceiling of the cavern. Duan Lingtian, who was one-sidedly crushing and destroying the group of puppets, was completely immersed in the battle. Naturally, he did not notice that someone had appeared, let alone that someone was going to take the exquisite box in the middle of the cavern. That exquisite box was the box that contained the treasure left behind by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. The 100 puppets that Duan Lingtian was facing now were the test that he had to go through in order to obtain the treasure. Now that Duan Lingtian was facing the test here, someone was secretly trying to take the treasure away. Bush, 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 bush. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand struck out like a bolt of lightning and like a venomous serpent. Every single time it flashed out, it would easily destroy one or a few puppets, and not a single puppet was able to survive under his sword. Boom, 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 boom. After their companions were killed, the puppets that did not have intelligence continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian without any fear. They would not rest until they were dead. However, without exception, there was only destruction in their end. At the same time, the blue-clad young man's figure had already approached the top of the cavern. He reached out at lightning speed and took the exquisite box that was embedded in the top of the cavern. A brilliant smile appeared on the blue-clad young man's face as he looked at the exquisite box in his hand. He had succeeded. After he fought with his life on the line and killed all the puppets, he'll only find out that the treasure has been taken away by someone else. I think he'll be so angry that he'll vomit more than 3 liters of blood, right? The blue-clad young man thought to himself as he glanced at Duan Lingtian with a smug expression on his face. Chapter 953. The blue-clad young man's speed was very fast. As he fled, 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head. They were as fast as the wind. First-level void transformation martial artist. He had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Is it someone who came in from another entrance? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He quickly overtook the group of khaki puppets and easily arrived behind the blue-clad young man. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian moved again and caught up to the blue-clad young man. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook and turned into a flash of lightning. The sword whistled briefly. Cough! The blue-clad young man did not even have time to react when a clear sword mark appeared on his throat. As he coughed, the sword mark opened and blood spurted out. Boom! 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 Subsequently, the blue-clad young man fell to the ground along with the box that contained the treasure. He flew out from the inertia and only came to a stop after his body brushed against the ground for dozens of meters. At the same time, the exquisite box fell to the ground and opened with a sound. A fragment that was emitting a deep khaki energy appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Earth Profundity Fragment. Duan Lingtian, who had just caught up, could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw the fragment. He raised his hand anxiously and used his origin energy to pull the fragment from the exquisite box into his hand. T. Almost at the same time when he held the fragment in his hand, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and sensed a familiar aura from the box. It was the aura of an inscription formation. Congratulations, young man. This 7th-level Monarch stage Earth Profundity fragment is yours. The martial monarch's voice resonated from the exquisite box. His voice spread far and wide with a terrifying penetrating force. It's actually an improved polyphony formation. Duan Lingtian frowned. Even if the polyphony formation was activated, the sound would only spread to a radius of 100 meters. However, the improved polyphony formation had a terrifying penetrating power. It could spread the sound to a distance of 10,000 meters in a short period of time and enter the ears of everyone within 10,000 meters. That Emperor Wu must have done it on purpose. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. As for the purpose, it was none other than to make it too easy for the person who obtained the treasure. Boom, 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 boom. Unknowingly, the remaining dozens of earthen yellow puppets had caught up and surrounded Duan Lingtian. Their stone fists pierced through the air and smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly cold, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook as he executed the 9 dragons radiant flash and the sword drawing art, instantly annihilating a small portion of the puppets. As Duan Lingtian's eyes filled with killing intent, the remaining puppets all died at his hands. When all the puppets fell to the ground, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows as though he had sensed something. Bush, bush, bush. 3 silhouettes ran from 3 different directions and arrived near Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. They came to a halt and revealed their true identities. The 3 young men looked at each other before their eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. 7th-level Monarch stage Earth Profundity Fragment. 3 pairs of eyes shot out 3 burning and greedy gazes as they focused on Duan Lingtian. They completely ignored the puppets that had turned into rocks all over the place. They did not even notice the blue-clad young man's body that was completely crushed by the rocks. Hand over the profundity fragment you obtained. Otherwise die. Among the 3 young men, the young man who had a cold expression glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said coolly, Although the other 2 young men did not say anything, they were also glaring at the fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand that was shining with khaki energy. They knew that it was the 7th-level Monarch stage Earth Profundity fragment. The martial monarch's voice came from afar and entered their ears. They had followed the voice and rushed over immediately. They're not the ones who came in with me. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 young men who surrounded him. He immediately realized that they were not the ones who came in from entrance number 2 with him. Which entrance did you come in from? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly with a gleam in his eyes. Entrance number 1. The young man who had a cold expression on his face answered. Entrance number 1? Duan Lingtian came to a realization and asked again. Are all of you from the northern desert as well? Are you from the northern desert as well? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the other young man raised an eyebrow and questioned him in a condescending tone. He was not courteous at all. Duan Lingtian did not care about the other party's tone. Now, he had confirmed the other party's origin from the other party's words. Do all of you want this profundity fragment? Duan Lingtian weighed the fragment in his hand and asked calmly. Of The young man who questioned Duan Lingtian earlier shouted as if it was a matter of course. But there are 3 of you. Who should I give this profundity fragment to? Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 of them and asked curiously. No matter who you give it to, you have to hand it over first. The words of the stern-faced young man were filled with an unquestionable tone. Then who should I give it to? Duan Lingtian asked again. Leave it to me. The young man who questioned Duan Lingtian earlier said. I have no objections. The young man who had remained silent all this while also chimed in. The minority obeys the majority. The young man in front looked at the young man with a cold expression and said with a smile. Don't think that I don't know that all of you are Izumo sect's disciples. The Izumo movement skill that all of you displayed when you came in has already exposed your identities. The young man with a cold expression said in disdain. Then, does this mean that you're from North Nether sect? The 2 young men who were echoing each other earlier shifted their gazes to the young man with a cold expression and asked in a deep voice. That's right. The latter nodded and did not deny it. When our Izumo sect and Anika sect came in, your North Nether sect was nowhere to be seen. I can't believe that all of you actually made it in time. The Izumo sect's disciple who spoke rudely sneered. Izumo sect. Anika sect. North Nether sect. When Duan Lingtian heard the conversation between the 2 young men, his eyes narrowed immediately. Before he left the 5-element sect, he had never heard of these 3 sections. However, during the 1 month he spent traveling to the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure in the southwest of the Northern Desert after leaving the 5-element sect, he had learned a lot about the Northern Desert from Huang Dainiu and Chen Wei. In the Northern Desert, other than the eastern, southern, and western regions, there were a bunch of third-rate forces that ruled supreme. In the central area of the Northern Desert and the northern area of the Northern Desert, there were 3 powerful second-rate forces. They were sects that had existed for thousands of years. Izumo sect in the central region of the Northern Desert. North Nether sect in the northern region of the Northern Desert. Other than these 2 sects, there was another sect that was located at the intersection of the central and northern regions of the Northern Desert. It was Anika sect. They're from Izumo sect and North Nether sect? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as realization dawned on him. No wonder they're so powerful. As it turns out, they're young powerhouses from second-rate forces. Senior brother Su, why are we wasting our breath on him? Let's kill him first and then snatch the profundity fragment from that boy. Another Izumo sect's disciple suggested. Alright. The moment the Izumo sect's disciple who was addressed as Senior brother Su heard this, his eyes lit up. He immediately flew out and charged toward the North Nether sect's disciple who had a cold expression on his face. The other Izumo sect's disciple followed closely behind. One of them used a sword while the other used a saber. They unleashed their full strength the moment they made their move. They attacked the North Nether sect's disciple who stood motionless in the distance as though he was scared silly. More than 550 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above each of their heads, displaying their full strength. Both of them were first-level void transformation martial artists. When their origin energy exploded, it was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Both of them used grade 2 spirit weapons that could amplify their strength by 78% on top of their origin energy. It was close to the strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. On top of that, both of them had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Once they unleashed it, it was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. When the 3 of them were added together, it was equivalent to the strength of 550 ancient horned dragons. If that's the case, the blue-clad young man who wanted to seize the opportunity to take away the 7th-level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment might be from Izumo sect, North Nether sect, or Anika sect as well. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side and being ignored by the 2 Izumo sect's disciples and the North Nether sect's disciple, could not help but recall the blue-clad young man whom he had killed with a single slash of his sword. The blue-clad young man was also a first-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Moreover, he did not come in through entrance number 2 with him. Clang, 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 clang. At this moment, the sound of metal clashing resonated in his ears. Gusts of violent wind blew in his face, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. He saw that the North Nether sect's disciple was facing the two Izumo sect's disciples. His expression did not change at all. With his pair of iron fists he easily blocked their attacks. Of course, the North Nether sect's disciple did not fight the two Izumo sect's disciples empty-handed. He used the Grade 2 spirit weapon glove that he wore on his hand and easily blocked the opponent's spirit saber and spirit sword. Faced with the scene before him, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. It was as though he was not surprised at all. Above the North Nether sect's disciple, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes increased again until it reached more than 830. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward the two Izumo sect's disciples in a menacing manner. Second-level void transformation martial artist who has comprehended the second-level void transformation concept. I wonder if this North Nether sect's disciple is the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. Chapter 954. The North Nether sect's disciple did not use his full strength in the beginning. He only fought with the two Izumo sect's disciples with his strength that was on par with theirs. When the two Izumo sect's disciples saw this, they increased the speed of their attacks. Just as the two of them were getting closer to the North Nether sect's disciple, the North Nether sect's disciple who had successfully lured his enemies in had a chilling expression on his face. In an instant his entire strength exploded. The strength of more than 830 ancient horned dragons gushed out from his iron fist, setting off a series of wind whistling sound and air exploding sound. Like a meteor falling from the sky, he smashed one of the Izumo sect's disciples. The punch was like a landslide. It was earth-shattering. Boom! A loud sound resonated in the air. The North Nether sect's disciple smashed the spirit saber in the Izumo sect's disciple's hand away with just one punch. The iron fist that was flying across the sky seemed to have transformed into a giant hammer as it continued to smash down on the Izumo sect's disciple's head. Bang! A loud explosion resonated in the air. The Izumo sect's disciple's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white matter splattered everywhere as the headless body fell to the ground. Why, you actually concealed your strength? The other Izumo sect's disciple who used a sword, the one who had been speaking in an unfriendly tone, turned horrified when he saw his junior brother's head exploding from just one punch from the North Nether sect's disciple. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and fled. What a joke! Even with his full strength, he only had the strength of more than 550 ancient horned dragons. His opponent, on the other hand, had the strength of 830 ancient horned dragons. It was impossible for him to defeat his opponent. However, the only thing on his mind right now was to flee. It did not cross his mind that with his strength, he would not be able to escape from this North Nether sect's disciple. The Izumo sect's disciple had just fled for more than 10 meters when the North Nether sect's disciple caught up with him. Shocked, his head exploded with just one punch and he followed in the footsteps of his junior brother. In just a blink of an eye, the North Nether sect's disciple had already killed two Izumo sect's disciples. His expression did not change at all. After taking the two spatial rings, his gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian. Boy, you're very smart. The North Nether sect's disciple with a cold expression looked at Duan Lingtian and said nonchalantly, "It's a good thing you didn't run. Otherwise, you'll die before them. But now, you should be on your way to accompany them." As he spoke, the North Nether sect's disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with a chilling killing intent in his eyes. His killing intent soared to the heavens. "If I give you this profundity fragment, will you kill me as well?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, and an imperceptible gleam flashed in them as he asked with interest. Of course. The North Nether sect's disciple said matter-of-factly, if you survive and spread the news that I've obtained the 7th level Monarch stage Earth profundity fragment, wouldn't I become everyone's target? Only dead people don't talk nonsense. The moment his words left his mouth, the heaven and earth phenomenon above the North Nether sect's disciple's head began to fluctuate. The 830 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons became even more corporeal. They were ready to charge out at any time. Thank you for reminding me. Duan Lingtian's squinted eyes suddenly opened. A brilliant smile appeared on his face as his gaze fell upon the North Nether sect's disciple. What do you mean? The North Nether sect's disciple could not help but ask in a deep voice when he saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. Only dead people don't talk nonsense. Duan Lingtian repeated the North Nether sect's disciple's words. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, his body moved and shot out rapidly. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as he swept toward the North Nether sect's disciple in a menacing manner. A khaki energy vibrated on Duan Lingtian's body. Accompanied by streaks of purple lightning and a vast green wind, it spread all the way to the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand. A sword whistle resonated in the air. An incomparably sharp aura appeared on the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword as if it could tear everything apart. Duan Lingtian unleashed his full strength the moment he made his move. He did not hold back at all. As Duan Lingtian charged out, the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand trembled. The heaven and earth energy above his head began to stir and gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes rushed out and pounced toward the North Nether sect's disciple with bared fangs and brandished claws. The North Nether sect's disciple only saw a flash in front of his eyes before the purple figure was already not far away from him. The 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky caused an inexplicable shock to rise from the bottom of his heart. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The North Nether sect's disciple was shocked. It had never crossed his mind that this purple-clad young man who looked like he was only 25 years old would actually possess such a powerful strength. It was obvious that the two Izumo sect's disciples had never seen the purple-clad young man before this. Moreover, the Izumo sect's disciple had said that they came in together with the Anika sect's disciple. If the purple-clad young man was an Anika sect's disciple, they would definitely recognize him even if they did not know him. Therefore, the purple-clad young man was neither Izumo sect's disciple nor Anika sect's disciple. Since he was a North Nether sect's disciple, he was almost certain that the purple-clad young man in front of him was not from the North Nether sect as well. Based on his words earlier, he revealed that he's also from the Northern Desert. The strongest forces in the Northern Desert are the 3 second-rate forces. There are North Nether sect, Izumo sect, and Anika sect. At this moment, the North Nether sect's disciple's mind began to spin. Don't tell me he's from a third-rate force? Such a thought suddenly appeared in the North Nether sect's disciple's mind. For a moment, an incredulous expression appeared on his face. Since when was there such a powerful young powerhouse in a third-rate force? The sound of a sword whistling reverberated in the air, causing the North Nether sect's disciple to regain his senses. He hurriedly threw out a punch to meet the swift sword ray that appeared briefly. Interesting. Seeing how the North Nether sect's disciple actually dared to dodge the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, a hint of coldness crept up the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. The sword that was originally going to dodge the opponent's fist suddenly trembled. The sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword skyrocketed as it met the iron fist of the North Nether sect's disciple and directly pierced through it. The sword ray swept out in a destructive manner and mercilessly poured into the North Nether sect's disciple's fist. When the North Nether sect's disciple saw this, he suddenly shouted out loud. The energy in his fist skyrocketed as the strength of more than 830 ancient horned dragons surged out. He gave it his all and did not hold back at all. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The energy contained in Duan Lingtian's sword ray collided with the energy in the North Nether sect's disciple's fist. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. At this moment, a vast airwave swept out like a ripple from the center of the collision between the two of them. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions continued to reverberate in the air. At the same time, it set off gusts of raging wind that blew in all directions, causing the entire cave to be filled with dust. Put, 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 put. A series of crisp sounds reverberated in the air. A series of hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground beneath the North Nether sect's disciples' feet. The cracks continued to spread out like a gigantic spider web. On the other hand, not a single crack appeared beneath Duan Lingtian's feet. From this, one could see that the current collision did not cause any pressure to Duan Lingtian at all. Boom. In the next moment, the energy in Duan Lingtian's sword ray was completely released. The strength of 1,000 ancient horn dragons completely crushed the North Nether sect's disciples' strength of more than 830 ancient horn dragons as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The energy in his fist was completely dispersed. That was not all. Spurt. The quasi-royal grade spiritual sword was sent out from Duan Lingtian's hand. It pierced through the grade 2 spirit weapon glove on the North Nether sect's disciple's fist and entered his arm. With a sudden shake, his entire arm was crushed into pieces. A muffled groan that was mixed with a hint of pain came out from the North Nether sect's disciple's mouth. In the next moment, his entire body was sent flying backward and fell hard on the ground. He was in a sorry state. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stood there with his sword in his hand. He looked at the North Nether sect's disciple coldly like an undefeatable god of war. "You've got some backbone." A hint of astonishment flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. His sword earlier went through the North Nether sect's disciple's fist and entered his entire arm. It had completely crushed and crippled his arm. The pain he experienced was far from being comparable to having his arm chopped off. However, this North Nether sect's disciple only let out a muffled groan from the beginning until the end. After he was sent flying, he even managed to catch his breath in a short period of time. It was truly frightening. In the next moment, the North Nether sect's disciple's actions shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his eyes could not help but shrink. The North Nether sect's disciple raised his left hand and turned it into a blade. Origin energy bloomed and transformed into a ray of white saber light. He decisively chopped off the broken arm that could no longer be restored to its original state. The North Nether sect's disciple let out another muffled groan as he used his origin energy to stop the bleeding. At the same time, he consumed a healing pill. His extremely pale face finally regained some color. He can even be so ruthless to himself. This person is really terrifying. Upon seeing this, the cold gleam in Duan Lingtian's eyes became even more intense. The killing intent in his heart rose and was difficult to suppress. If he could be so ruthless to himself, it was needless to say that he would be even more ruthless to others. Although Duan Lingtian still admired this North Nether sect's disciple from the bottom of his heart. However, his heart did not soften at all. Just like what the other party had said, only a dead person would not speak carelessly. What exactly is the sword in your hand? Even if it's a grade 1 spirit sword, it's impossible for it to destroy my gloves. The North Nether sect's disciple took a deep breath and stared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with dread. "You have a good eye." Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, "How can a mere grade 1 spirit sword be compared to the sword in my hand? Let alone your grade 2 spirit weapon, even if it's a grade 1 spirit weapon, I can still destroy it as long as I want to." A quasi-royal grade spirit weapon had broken through the shackles of an ordinary spirit weapon. Other than having a twofold increase in strength, it also possessed an indestructible and powerful characteristic. Chapter 955. Many of the materials used to refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon were difficult to refine even with the weapon fire of a grade 1 weapon craftsman. Due to this reason, the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon possessed the ability to destroy ordinary spirit weapons, including grade 1 spirit weapons. Even a grade 1 spirit weapon could be destroyed? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the North Nether sect's disciple could not help but narrow his eyes. Shock was written all over his face as he asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" "I'm just a nobody," Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. At the same time, he slowly raised the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. He was ready to kill the North Nether sect's disciple at any time. "I'm a North Nether sect's disciple. If you dare to kill me, the North Nether sect will never let you go," the North Nether sect's disciple threatened in a deep voice. Faced with the faintly discernible killing intent in the eyes of the purple-clad young man in front of him, he did not run away. This was because he knew he could not escape. His opponent's strength was far more powerful than his. "There's no third living person here. Do you think anyone will know that I'm the one who killed you if you die here?" Upon hearing the North Nether sect's disciple's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. He then looked at him as though he was looking at an idiot. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian directly killed him with his sword before he could even react. After killing the North Nether sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian took his spatial ring and the Earth concept fragments from the hundreds of puppets. After putting the hundreds of Earth concept fragments into Duan Lingtian's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared into the huge cavern that was as spacious as a training field. For a time, the only things left in the huge cave were some stones piled up everywhere, as well as 3 ghastly corpses. 7th level Monarch stage Earth Profundity Fragment. Not bad. Duan Lingtian weighed the profundity fragment that was sparkling with khaki energy in his hand as he flew forward. He muttered to himself, "Together with the 3rd level Monarch stage Wind Profundity Fragment, 3rd level Monarch stage Thunder Profundity Fragment, and 3rd level Monarch stage Sword Profundity Fragment. I have all the profundity fragments that I can use. The most important thing now is to find a profundity fragment that I have no use for and hand it over to the sect." Duan Lingtian put away the profundity fragment in his hand that was glowing with an earthy yellow energy. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he searched around. Along the way, he also met some young experts from other forces. In addition to the young disciples from other forces who had entered through entrance number 2 with him, he also encountered many unfamiliar faces. These people should be the disciples from the second-rate forces who had entered through entrance number 1. Along the way, Duan Lingtian witnessed many battles. They were either fighting for grade 2 spirit weapons, grade 1 spirit weapons, or concept fragments that were above the 7th level. The battles were fierce, and there were young experts who died from time to time. However, Duan Lingtian did not interfere. Whether it was a grade 2 spirit weapon or a grade 1 spirit weapon, he was not interested in them at all. As for concept fragments, the only thing he lacked was a 9th level Earth concept fragment. However, he did not encounter it along the way, and he was not interested in the rest. When he was passing by a spacious cave, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and he suddenly came to a halt. Almost at the same time, the sound of a saber chiming entered Duan Lingtian's ears. When Duan Lingtian heard the sound, he looked over and saw a muscular young man swinging the spirit saber in his hand and killing another young man easily. After the muscular young man succeeded with his saber, he looked at the 2 young men who were standing nearby with a grave expression on their faces and said disdainfully, "Now, are the 2 of you still coveting the 9th level Earth concept fragment in my hand?" When the 2 young men heard this, they looked at each other. For a moment, they did not dare to attack the muscular young man anymore. 9th level Earth concept fragment? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He was still wondering when he would come across a 9th level Earth concept fragment. He did not expect to encounter one in just a blink of an eye. For a moment, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and probed the muscular young man's cultivation base. Third level void transformation. After probing the man's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and a shocked expression appeared on his face. The North Nether sect's disciple from before had a cultivation base at the second level void transformation, and it had already shocked him. Now he had encountered an even stronger existence, a young powerhouse at the third level void transformation stage. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to study the muscular young man seriously. The muscular young man was dressed in green and had an ordinary appearance. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. Although he looked careless, his big eyes were gleaming with wisdom. It was apparent that he was not as simple as he seemed. Third level void transformation. His strength is equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons when he fully explodes his strength. The spirit saber in his hand is a grade 2 spirit saber. Although its amplification strength is not as good as the spirit weapon that I personally refined, it's not weak either. It can amplify strength by at least 78%. After Duan Lingtian probed the man's cultivation base, he began to ponder in his heart. A 78% amplification on the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons is equivalent to the strength of 310 ancient horned dragons. In other words, he can unleash the strength of over 710 ancient horned dragons without using his concept. As long as he has comprehended the void transformation concept above the second level. I'm no match for him in terms of strength. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, he gasped. When he exerted his full strength and relied on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, the strength he could exert was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. If his opponent had comprehended the second-level void transformation concept, he would be able to exert the strength of 1,010 ancient horned dragons when he exerted his full strength. If that was the case, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of him and could fight him. However, if his opponent had comprehended the third-level void transformation concept or an even higher-level void transformation concept, Duan Lingtian knew he was no match for him. After all, his opponent was a third-level void transformation martial artist. It was not impossible. However, Duan Lingtian was a little reluctant to give up the 9th-level Earth concept fragment just like that. If you have the 9th-level Saber concept fragment in your hands, I'll be happy to exchange the 9th-level Earth concept fragment that I just obtained with you. If you don't, scram. At this moment, the sturdy young man's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears again, causing Duan Lingtian's eyes to brighten up immediately. 9th-level Saber concept fragment? He happened to have one in his hands. It was the one he won from the sect leader of Sun Moon sect before he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The two young men standing at the side were originally anxious. However, when they heard the sturdy young man's words, they heaved a sigh of relief. They did not dare to stay any longer and left in a flash, disappearing into the cavern in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and the sturdy young man were left in the entire cavern. What? You want to snatch the 9th-level Earth concept fragment from me too? After noticing Duan Lingtian's presence, the sturdy young man raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Sometimes, a wrong decision can cost you your life." When Duan Lingtian heard the sturdy young man's words, he could not help but laugh secretly. This person did not seem like a ruthless person. He had the attitude of, "I won't attack unless I'm attacked first." At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. "You said earlier, I can use the 9th-level Saber concept fragment to exchange for the 9th-level Earth concept fragment in your hands?" Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he narrowed his eyes. "That's right." The sturdy young man nodded. Then, as though he had recalled something, his eyes lit up immediately. "Brother, since you said so, could it be that you have the 9th-level Saber concept fragment in your hands?" When the sturdy young man reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with burning desire. When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a fragment appeared in his hand. It was the 9th-level Saber concept fragment that he had won from the sect leader of Sun Moon sect not long ago. 9th-level Saber concept fragment. When the sturdy young man saw the fragment that Duan Lingtian took out, An excited smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he took out a deep yellow fragment. It was the 9th level Earth concept fragment. Little brother, let's exchange. As though he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would go back on his words, the sturdy young man raised his hand and threw the 9th level Earth concept fragment in his hand to Lingtian. It was as though he was not worried that Duan Lingtian would go back on his words after taking his concept fragment. Duan Lingtian did not expect the sturdy young man to be so straightforward. He could not help but have a good impression of him. When he took the 9th level Earth concept fragment, he threw the saber concept fragment in his hand to the other party as well. The sturdy young man reached out his hand to catch it and put it away in his spatial ring as though he had just obtained a treasure. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned. My name is Peng Bao, and I'm a disciple of Anika sect. May I know how I should address you, brother? Anika sect was one of the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert. Duan Lingtian, who had a good impression of Peng Bao, replied with a smile, Duan Lingtian, a disciple of 5-element sect. Five-element sect. When Peng Bao heard this, his eyes gleamed as he asked in surprise, is it the 5-element sect in the southern of the northern desert? Duan Lingtian nodded his head. I've heard about your 5-element sect from my master before. It said that there was once a talented martial artist in your 5-element sect who had the potential to become a martial monarch. Unfortunately, he was injured more than 20 years ago, and he could not recover from the setback since then. Peng Bao said. Upon hearing Peng Bao's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Naturally, he could guess that the person Peng Bao was talking about was Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak in the 5-element sect. However, it did not cross his mind that Qi Yu was so famous that even the people from the second-rate forces in the northern desert knew about him. That's the peak master of our 5-element sects Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian smiled. Chapter 956. Upon hearing Peng Bao's reminder, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. The interaction between him and Peng Bao was nothing more than an exchange of equal value. The fact that Peng Bao was willing to do this meant that he was a friend worth making. All right. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. Then I'll make a move first. Be careful. Peng Bao nodded at Duan Lingtian and left after bidding farewell to him. After Peng Bao left, Duan Lingtian left as well. However, he did not leave in the same direction as Peng Bao. There were 7 exits in this cavern that led to different places. He simply chose a different one from Peng Bao. In one of the thousands of caverns in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Boom, 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 boom. In an extremely humid cavern that was covered in vegetation, the sound of collision and explosion reverberated in the air. It was continuous and did not stop for a long time. 2 figures crossed each other constantly. They would collide and separate from time to time. For a moment, they seemed to be evenly matched. Unknowingly, a series of hideous cracks had appeared on the ground beneath their feet. The cracks were densely intertwined and spread out, forming a huge spider web. Is there any meaning in continuing like this? Why don't I give you a 7th level concept fragment, and you give me the 2nd spirit fruit? What do you think? One of the figures said as he retreated. Give it to me, and I'll give you an 8th level concept fragment, the other figure said disdainfully. He continued to charge at his opponent. The energy from the fusion of origin energy and concept on his body soared and swept towards his opponent in a ferocious manner. Humph. Then there's nothing more to say. The former snorted coldly and shot out to fight with his opponent again. Both of them continued to fight here. Sounds of explosions swept out from where they collided and set off gusts of violent wind. It blew until a plant in the damp cavern was on the verge of collapse. This plant was very special. It was not green like ordinary plants. Instead, it had 3 different colors. Its slightly exposed rhizome was golden. Its branches were purple. Its leaves were red. Most importantly, there were 3 different colored spirit fruits hanging on the plant. They were gold, purple, and red respectively. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this plant, he would be very surprised. 3 spirit fruits of different colors grew on one of the plants. It was extremely strange. Most importantly, these 3 spirit fruits were not of the same type. In other words, a cultivator could consume these 3 spirit fruits at the same time, allowing them to increase their cultivation without any diminishing effect. Now, the 2 young experts fighting in the cave were fighting because they had discovered these 3 spiritual fruits at the same time. Judging from the deep color of these 3 spirit fruits, it was clear that they had just ripened. Now was the best time to take it. Clang, 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 clang. The figures of the 2 young men constantly crossed each other, and the spirit weapons in their hands would occasionally collide with each other, emitting ear-piercing sounds that shook people's hearts. More than 550 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above their heads. Both of them were first-level void transformation martial artists who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. The spirit weapons in their hands were all grade 2 spirit weapons that had a 78% boost in strength. The reason both of them were fighting was because of the 3 spirit fruits. If there were only 2 spirit fruits, they would have stopped fighting long ago after knowing their opponent's strength was on par with theirs. They would have gotten 1 each and everyone would be happy. However, there were 3 spirit fruits in total. Now, they wanted to use their own strength to decide who would get the spirit fruits. The loser would definitely die, and the winner would get all 3 spirit fruits. However, they were still unable to determine the winner even after fighting for a long time. I think we shouldn't continue like this. It won't benefit anyone if someone else tries to take a share of the loot from us. One of the young men retreated and said in a deep voice, "Sure. However, I must get 2 of the 3 spirit fruits." The other young man nodded in agreement, but he stated a condition that was difficult for his opponent to accept. Since you're so greedy, I'll continue." The former's face darkened, and he snorted angrily before continuing to fight with his opponent. Time passed by quietly. Outside the cave, a white figure flew in and stopped at one of the entrances of the cave. His gaze landed on the 2 people fighting in the cave. They must be fighting here because of some benefits. The owner of the white figure was a white-clad young man. He looked at the 2 people fighting in the cave and muttered to himself, "Xianxia boy, you're in luck." At this moment, a gloomy, hoarse, and old voice resonated in the depths of the white-clad young man's mind. The white-clad young man could not help but be stunned. The white-clad young man was none other than Xianxia, who had fallen from the high platform below the entrance of the Emperor Wu's secret realm. He should have died after falling into the bottomless abyss, but he was still alive and well. Moreover, he had even entered the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. "Elder Ghost, what did you find?" Xianxia's eyes lit up when he heard Ghost Flame's words in his mind. "Look at the inside of the cave. Do you see the tricolor plant?" Ghost Flame's voice resonated in Xianxia's mind. When Xianxia heard this, he immediately looked into the cave. With just a glance, he saw the tricolor plant with 3 different colored fruits hanging on it. It was especially eye-catching. "Spirit fruits." Xianxia's eyes flashed, and his breathing became hurried. "Although I don't know what kind of spirit fruits they are, my soul energy can sense that they're not the same type of spirit fruits. Moreover, their medicinal effects are between the void interpretation stage's spirit fruits and the void transformation stage's spirit fruits." Ghost Flame's voice continued to resound in Xianxia's mind. "What do you mean?" Xianxia was puzzled when he heard Ghost Flame's words. "What I mean is, regardless of whether it's a void interpretation stage martial artist or a void transformation stage martial artist, those 3 spirit fruits can be consumed. If consumed by a void interpretation stage martial artist, the effect will be even greater." Ghost Flame explained. "Spirit fruits that can be consumed by both void interpretation stage and void transformation stage martial artists?" Xianxia's eyes lit up. His originally hurried breathing became even faster, and he could not calm down for a long time. A spirit fruit that could be consumed by a void transformation stage martial artist would naturally have a strong medicinal effect. He was only a 7th level void interpretation stage martial artist. Once he consumed these 3 spirit fruits, would his strength not improve by leaps and bounds? The 2 types of concepts that he had comprehended were already void transformation concepts. Therefore, he did not have to worry that his cultivation base would not be able to enter the void transformation stage after quickly breaking through to the 9th level void interpretation stage. These 3 spirit fruits are mine, Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes flashed as he glanced at the 2 people who were still fighting with disdain. He flew into the cave, and he did not intentionally conceal himself in front of the 2 people who were fighting. "Who's there?" As soon as Xianxia appeared, he was noticed by the 2 young men who were fighting. Instantly, the 2 of them stopped fighting and stared at Xianxia. Xianxia want those 3 spirit fruits. Xianxia glanced at the 2 young men and said indifferently. Xianxia glanced at the 2 young men and spoke indifferently. When he spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment, but his tone contained traces of an unquestionable tone. When they heard Xianxia's words, the 2 young men's faces changed drastically, and they said angrily, "Dream on." At this moment, Xianxia, who paused for a moment, had a cold gleam in his eyes. There was coldness in his voice. "As for the 2 of you, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Don't even think about leaving this place alive." One had to admit that Xianxia's words were very domineering. At the same time, it completely infuriated the 2 young men. "You're courting death." One of the young men's eyes was filled with killing intent. His voice was cold as though it came from an extremely cold ice cave. "Whoever kills this kid will get the 2 spirit fruits. What do you think?" The other young man took a deep breath and asked the former. "Sure." The former did not refuse and nodded fiercely. For a moment, the 2 young men looked at Xianxia with a ruthless gaze. It was as though they were going to devour him. In the next moment, the 2 of them attacked at the same time with tacit understanding. The origin energy and concept on their bodies merged together and transformed into a vast and rolling energy. Together with the spirit weapons in their hands, they attacked Xianxia mercilessly. In the void above their heads, the heaven and earth energy rolled and rolled. In the end, it gathered into more than 550 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. There was a total of more than 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws at Xianxia. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Facing 2 first-level void transformation martial artists, Xianxia, who was a 7th-level void interpretation martial artist, was not afraid at all. A hint of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth as a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand out of thin air. Seeing the 2 young men charging at him without holding back, a cold gleam flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He shook the long spear in his hand and suddenly shot it out fiercely. Where the long spear was pointed, flames wrapped around the body of the spear as though it had transformed into a fire dragon that kept flashing around the spear body. Soon after, a gust of green wind appeared beside the fire dragon and pierced into the fire dragon's body. In an instant, the fire dragon soared with the help of the wind. At the same time, as the 7-foot-long spear in Xianxia's hand swept out like a bolt of lightning, 878 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons swept out from the void above his head. The 7th-level void interpretation martial artist's strength was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons when his origin energy was fully unleashed. With the boost from the Grade 2 Spirit Spear, it could be raised to the strength of 178 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with the 4th-level Advanced Wind concept that was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons, the 1st-level Advanced Wind concept that was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons, and the 1st-level Advanced Wind concept that was enhanced by the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons with the help of the wind through the fire. Currently, Xianxia could unleash the strength of 878 ancient horned dragons with his full strength. H*T Chapter 957. Unfortunately, it was already too late when the two young men realized what was going on. They had never imagined that this young man in white, who looked even younger than them, would be so powerful that he could completely crush them. Xianxia shook the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. 2 spear rays flashed out like a pair of wind and fire dragons. They easily killed the 2 young men who overestimated themselves. He killed 2 first-level void transformation martial artists in just 1 move. If there was a third person present, the person would surely turn pale with fright and be dumbstruck when such an accomplishment occurred on a 7th-level void interpretation stage martial artist. This was because this was almost impossible in the eyes of ordinary people. A martial artist at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage killing 2 martial artists at the 1st level of the void transformation stage in a single move. No matter who heard of this, they would only think that this was a fantasy story and a great joke. 2 pieces of trash. Xianxia, who kept the 7-foot-long spear in his hand, glanced at the 2 young men's corpses with disdain. Void transformation martial artists. That's all there is to them. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to have forgotten everything. Not long ago, he was forced by a void transformation martial artist to abandon the Devil Seal tablet fragment and escape into the bottomless abyss. That was how he managed to survive. Otherwise, he would have become a corpse now. These 3 spirit fruits? They're all mine now. Xianxia walked to the 3-colored plant in the innermost part of the damp cave and plucked the 3 spirit fruits of different colors. He held them in his hand and studied them carefully. According to my judgment, any one of these 3 spirit fruits is enough to help you advance from the 7th level void interpretation to the 1st level void transformation stage in one go. At the same time, Ghostfire's voice resonated in Xianxia's mind. The medicinal effect is so strong? Xianxia was shocked when he heard Ghostfire's words. After all, he was only at the 7th level void interpretation now. He was 3 levels away from the 1st level void transformation stage. 1 spirit fruit was enough to help him break through 3 levels in a row. At this moment, Xianxia's breathing quickened. Of course, as long as a void transformation martial artist is not at the 4th level void transformation stage or above, any one of these 3 spirit fruits can raise his cultivation base by at least 1 level. Ghostfire said matter-of-factly. All right, don't try to convince me. Even if I only consume 1 of them, my strength will surpass that Duan Lingtian once I break through to the 1st level void transformation stage. Xianxia's eyes flickered with a bright light, and then he gnashed his teeth and said, Duan Lingnan, I'll surely kill you and seize the Devil Seal tablet. At that time Xianxia will soar into the sky. You are destined to be trampled under my feet. There's no rush to seek revenge from that Duan Lingtian for now. You should first find a secluded place, consume the spirit fruit, and cultivate properly. Your priority is to raise your cultivation base to the 1st level void transformation stage. Ghostfire said. Xianxia nodded and agreed with Ghostfire's words. At the same time, he began to look for a secluded cave in the surroundings. He was prepared to consume the spirit fruit he had just obtained to increase his cultivation base. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what happened here. Duan Lingtian did not know that Xianxia, who should have fallen to his death in the bottomless abyss, was still alive. He also did not know that Xianxia had obtained 3 spirit fruits that could be considered as treasures, and that his strength would surpass his at any time. The soft sword that was filled with a chilling intent pierced through the air and set off a series of piercing whistling sounds. The moment he made his move, he aimed for Xiaoping's vital point between his eyebrows. The heaven and earth energy swirled above Lu Qi's head as the heaven and earth phenomenon consolidated and formed. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Lu Qi's head one after another. There was a total of over 830 of them. Lu Qi's cultivation base was at the 2nd level void transformation stage. When the origin energy in his body burst out, it was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. With a 78% boost from the Grade 2 spirit weapon, it could be raised to the strength of over 230 ancient horned dragons. Moreover, Lu Qi had also comprehended the second-level advanced sword concept. It was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. Therefore, when Lu Qi unleashed his full strength, it was equivalent to the strength of over 830 ancient horned dragons. The sword that contained the strength of over 830 ancient horned dragons reverberated in the air wherever it passed. The airflow in the air stirred and set off a series of slight air explosions. He pointed his sword at Xiaoping's glabella, intending to kill Xiaoping in one strike. When Xiaoping saw Lu Qi had made the first move and displayed such strength, his face turned slightly solemn. However, there was no fear in his eyes at all. He took a step forward and charged forward. A narrow saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand. The saber ray bloomed and emitted waves of sharp aura as it charged toward Lu Qi's sword. The heaven and earth energy swirled in the air as the heaven and earth phenomenon consolidated and transformed into silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In just a blink of an eye, the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons increased to over 800. Kill! Lu Qi's eyes gleamed coldly as he faced Xiaoping, who charged toward him. The soft sword in his hand raged as it charged toward Xiaoping's narrow saber. It was as though he wanted to fight head-on with Xiaoping. However, the confidence on his face soon froze. He could clearly see that the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Xiaoping's head had increased to over 930 in just a blink of an eye. It was 100 more than him. No! Horror dawned on Lu Qi's face when he saw this. It did not cross his mind that Xiaoping had been concealing his strength since the beginning. It turned out that Xiaoping, who had a similar cultivation base to him and possessed Grade 2 spirit weapons, had already comprehended the third-level saber concept and completely suppressed his second-level sword concept. Clang! The sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air. It was extremely ear-piercing. Boom! At the same time, the two forces collided with each other. A loud bang reverberated in the air and set off waves of air that spread out like ripples. It caused gusts of violent wind to blow. Smith, 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 Smith. The floor beneath Lu Qi's feet shattered. Countless ferocious cracks appeared and spread out in all directions as though they had transformed into a huge spider web. Boom! Almost at the same time, Lu Qi's sword ray was crushed by Xiaoping's saber ray. In just a few moments, Lu Qi was completely enveloped by Xiaoping's saber ray and was cut into two. Lu Qi's broken body fell to the ground. His blood stained the ground like a small stream that flowed slowly. It was dazzling and eye-catching. Lu Qi was the Anika sect's disciple who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. His strength could be ranked in the top 5 among the 10 Anika sect disciples who entered this time. However, he still died in the hands of Izumo sect's disciple, Xiaoping. Lu Qi, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me, Xiaoping. Xiaoping sneered. He took 2 steps forward and squatted down, preparing to take the spatial ring from Lu Qi's hand. However, before he could reach out his hand, his body stiffened. Without any hesitation, Xiaoping hurriedly turned around and looked at the young man who had appeared behind him without him noticing. His face turned slightly grave. Who are you? The young man ignored Xiaoping. His gaze landed on the exquisite box that was embedded in the ceiling of the cavern. His eyes gleamed with a scorching luster. I don't want to kill you. Finally, the young man looked at Xiaoping and said coldly. From the beginning until the end, his face remained cold. May I know who you are? Xiaoping asked again. Emotion-severing sect, Zhang Yan. As for the other 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, they were triggered by Zhang Yan's 7th level void interpretation cultivation base. Almost at the same time, Another 78 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. It was the amplification ability of the Grade 2 spirit weapon gloves on Zhang Yan's hands. There was a total of 578 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. However, everything did not end there. Dual heaven of ice and fire. As Zhang Yan spoke coldly, the blue ice flame that was the combination of ice and fire on his hands suddenly soared and emitted waves of frightening aura. In that instant, another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 578 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhang Yan's head. There was a total of 978 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. If the sect leader of emotion-severing sect, Payan, was here, he would be shocked to see this. This was because this meant that his direct disciple, Zhang Yan, had mastered the mastery stage of ice and fire dual heaven. It could double the strength of the combination of ice and fire. The dual heaven of ice and fire was a technique in the supreme emotion forgetting technique. The initial stage could double the strength of the combination of ice and fire, while the mastery stage could double the strength. Currently, Zhang Yan had mastered the mastery stage of ice and fire dual heaven. How's this possible? The reason why Xiao Ping's expression changed was because he saw this unbelievable scene. The 978 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above the emotion-severing sect's disciples' head had completely exceeded the strength of 930 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that he could display when he unleashed his full strength. At the same time, Xiao Ping's narrow saber that was charging toward Zhang Yan in a menacing manner showed signs of slowing down due to the shock in his heart. At this moment, a figure with a vast blue ice flame on his body appeared in front of Xiao Ping in just a blink of an eye. Horror dawned on Xiao Ping's face. Xiao Ping no longer dared to hesitate. The strength on the narrow saber in his hand skyrocketed as he charged toward Zhang Yan. It was as though he wanted to cut Zhang Yan into two. Humph! A cold snort sounded from Zhang Yan's mouth. In the next instant, Zhang Yan's hand descended like a cattail leaf fan. It was as fast as lightning as it pressed down on the narrow saber in Xiao Ping's hand. Slap. Zhang Yan swung his hand out and slapped the narrow saber in Xiao Ping's hand away from its original trajectory. His hand remained on the narrow saber. In an instant, a layer of frost covered the narrow saber. The frost swept and spread, covering Xiao Ping's body in just a blink of an eye. It caused Xiao Ping's body that was about to dodge to show signs of stopping. At this moment, Zhang Yan's other hand that was surrounded by blue ice flames swept out like a cattail leaf fan at lightning speed. It was aimed at Xiao Ping's head. No! Horror dawned on Xiao Ping's face when he saw Zhang Yan's palm that was surrounded by blue ice flame and contained the strength of 978 ancient horned dragons was about to land on his head. He wanted to defend himself, but he realized that his body had become a little sluggish due to the cold air that came from Zhang Yan's palm. It was impossible for him to defend himself in time. Slap. Zhang Yan's palm landed on Xiao Ping's head and cracked it like a watermelon. The red and white matter that splattered out was completely frozen by a layer of frost. It did not touch Zhang Yan at all. Xiao Ping's body fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The narrow saber in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows and casually took Xiao Ping's spatial ring and Grade 2 spirit saber before putting them away into his spatial ring. Subsequently, he took Lu Qi's spatial ring and Grade 2 spirit sword that had been dead for a long time. He also put away the fire concept fragments that were scattered all over the ground. There were a total of hundreds of fire concept fragments. A rare faint smile crept up on the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth after he put all of them away. Not bad. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. This time, he could be considered as the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He was the fisherman that reaped the benefits. Soon after, Zhang Yan's gaze landed on the exquisite box at the top of the cavern. He flew out and took the exquisite box. I wonder what's inside. With curiosity in his heart, Zhang Yan lifted his hand and opened the exquisite box. After a short moment, A fragment that flickered with a deep fiery red energy appeared before his eyes, causing his eyes to light up and his breathing to become hurried. This isn't a concept fragment. Don't tell me it's a profundity fragment? Or a fire profundity fragment. Zhang Yan sucked in a cold breath. Almost at the same time, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice resonated from the box. When it entered Zhang Yan's ears, it carried a terrifying penetrating force that spread in all directions. Congratulations, young man. This 9th-level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment is yours. Soon after, Zhang Yan reacted. He could tell that it was the voice of the martial Monarch powerhouse who left behind Emperor Wu's secret treasure. There's actually a polyphony formation in this box. However, the voice just now seems to have a strong penetrating force. I'm afraid it has spread to the surrounding area now. Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed when he thought of this. As soon as Zhang Yan reacted, he heard 3 swift sounds of wind whistling. In just a blink of an eye, they entered the cavern that he was in. A moment later, 3 figures appeared before his eyes. Junior brother Lu. One of the figures belonged to a young man in black. Horror dawned on his face when he saw Lu Qi's body on the ground. It was apparent that he was also a disciple of a Nika sect just like Lu Qi. Senior brother Xiaoping. The other 2 young men looked at Xiaoping's body. Horror dawned on their faces. When they looked at Zhang Yan again, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. After the 2 of them looked at each other, they seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They quickly turned around and intended to escape. What a joke! The person who could kill senior brother Xiaoping was not someone they could deal with. Since you're here, don't leave. Zhang Yan's cold voice resonated in the air. As he lifted his hands, 2 vast blue ice flames swept out and caught up to the 2 Izumo sect's disciples. They enveloped them and killed them instantly. The 2 bodies fell to the ground with 2 soft thuds and lifted a cloud of dust. Ice concept? Fire concept? The black-clad Anika sect's disciple's face turned solemn. His eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Zhang Yan. You're quite strong to be able to kill junior brother Lu and Izumo sect's Xiaoping. However, you're still nothing in front of me. The moment the Anika sect's disciple's words left his mouth, his body shot out like an arrow that was released from a bow as he charged toward Zhang Yan. A spirit weapon appeared in his hand. Origin energy and concept followed him like a shadow and merged into the spirit weapon. At the same time, more than 930 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head and charged toward Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan! Chapter 959. This was a devastatingly beautiful woman. Just by standing there, it was as if everything around her paled in comparison. Her red robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Her graceful figure was enough to make one's imagination run wild. It gave one the urge to rush up and embrace her. However, the lady's appearance was so quiet that it did not alarm Zhang Yan and the black-clad Anika sect's disciple. 2nd-level void transformation stage? Comprehended the 3rd-level void transformation concept? Zhang Yan, who had a grave expression on his face, could not help but sneer when he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by the Anika sect's disciples' attack. He initially thought that the other party dared to say such words because he had a strength that surpassed Xiaoping, the Izumo sect's disciple whom he had just killed. However, it seemed like the other party's strength was only on par with Xiaoping. Perhaps, in his impression, Xiaoping's strength is not on par with him. Zhang Yan thought to himself. Xiaoping, whose strength was on par with this Anika sect's disciple, was killed by Zhang Yan in just 1 blow. Naturally, this Anika sect's disciple would not be an exception as well. In just 1 blow, Zhang Yan's hands surged with ice flames and killed him directly. Fusion of ice and fire? When Zhang Yan killed the Anika sect's disciple, took his spatial ring and spirit weapon, and was about to leave, a soft and pleasant voice resonated in his ears all of a sudden. This voice was not unfamiliar to Zhang Yan, so his expression changed slightly. When did she appear? A strange thought rose in Zhang Yan's heart. He turned around and looked at the lady standing nearby who looked like she had transformed into a fire spirit. It was Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu was not unfamiliar to Zhang Yan. A few months ago, Feng Tianwu had already displayed her extraordinary strength during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held in Skywolf Fort. However, compared to his strength, it was still worlds apart. It was not worth mentioning at all. It did not cross Zhang Yan's mind that Feng Tianwu actually possessed the strength to appear behind him silently after a few months. If Feng Tianwu made a move on him, he could not imagine the consequences. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Zhang Yan's forehead. Feng Tianwu? Zhang Yan calmly stood in confrontation with Feng Tianwu, and he didn't dare relax in the slightest when facing this young woman that admired Duanling Tian. The fact that the other party was able to silently appear behind him meant that the other party was no longer the same as before. Hand over the 9th level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment and leave. Feng Tianwu stood there. When she looked at Zhang Yan, her beautiful face was filled with calmness, as if no other emotions had arisen. She asked for the profundity fragment in Zhang Yan's hand. Obviously, she had also been attracted by the extremely penetrating message left by Emperor Wu. If you want me to hand over the profundity fragment, you'll have to have the ability to do so. Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed as he coldly spoke. If it was the Feng Tianwu of the past who said this to him, he would think it was a big joke. However, he did not dare to think that way now. The fact that Feng Tianwu was able to appear behind him without making a sound meant that her current strength was on par with his at the very least. She might even be slightly stronger than him. In the face of Zhang Yan's provocation, Feng Tianwu's eyes narrowed. The red dress on her body fluttered, making her look like a real fire elf. She was particularly eye-catching. Suddenly, strands of milky white origin energy rose from Feng Tianwu's body. It was like a milky white flame that twined around her body gently and rhythmically. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy stirred above her head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon quickly condensed into form. As a long whip that looked like a red spirit snake appeared in Feng Tianwu's hand, the heaven and earth phenomenon changed again. Some silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. Looking at the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Feng Tianwu's head, Zhang Yan's cold face was slightly stunned. It wasn't that the heaven and earth phenomenon was extremely terrifying, but it was too out of his expectations. In the sky above Feng Tianwu, 60 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first, and then another 42 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage? Grade 3 Spirit Whip? A Grade 3 Spirit Weapon that provides a 70% amplification of strength? In next to no time, Zhang Yan's attention moved to descend onto the long whip that was like a red spirit snake in Feng Tianwu's hand, and his eyes were filled with surprise. A Grade 3 Spirit Weapon that provided a 70% amplification of strength could be said to be the best amongst the various Grade 3 Spirit Weapons. Zhang Yan found it difficult to imagine which weapons craftsman was actually capable of refining such an abnormal Grade 3 Spirit Weapon. In next to no time, Zhang Yan returned to his senses, and his eyes squinted. How could she possibly be so simple as a 4th level Void Interpretation stage martial artist? If she's only a 4th level Void Interpretation stage martial artist, then it's absolutely impossible for her to appear behind me without me noticing. This was something that Zhang Yan could determine. After a short moment, when Zhang Yan saw the milky white flames around Feng Tianwu's body transformed into a fiery red color, he finally obtained the answer and solved the puzzlement in his heart. The milky white flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose into a fiery red color before transforming into a true flame that covered the sky, and it enveloped her entire body within it while emitting strands of terrifying aura. At this moment, Feng Tianwu soared into the sky along with the flames, and her graceful figure stood in the sky. She who was enveloped by the flames that covered the sky seemed to have transformed into a true spirit of fire. In the sky above Feng Tianwu, The heaven and earth energy roiled once again at the side of the 102 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before converging into a new heaven and earth phenomenon. After a short moment, 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before Zhang Yan's eyes. First level advance fire concept? Zhang Yan's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. In next to no time, Zhang Yan's pupils constricted successively, and in the end he was slightly numb. Heavens! What did he just see? He saw the heaven and earth phenomenon in the sky above Feng Tianwu's head continued to rise until it reached 1,002 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before the heaven and earth energy in the sky disappeared, and the sky returned to its original calm state. 8th level advance fire concept. The scene before his eyes completely crushed the coldness on Zhang Yan's face, and he was so shocked that he could not help but be tongue-tied. The 8th level advance fire concept was equivalent to the strength of 900 ancient horned dragons. Such a concept appearing on a 4th level void interpretation stage martial artist caused Zhang Yan to feel as if he was dreaming. In his opinion, this was something that was almost impossible. 4th level void interpretation comprehended the 8th level void transformation concept. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would definitely not believe this was real. No wonder you still asked me to hand over the profundity fragment after witnessing my strength. As it turns out, your strength is actually so strong. Zhang Yan said in a low voice. His gaze when he looked at Feng Tianwu again was extremely solemn. Almost at the instant Zhang Yan's words left his mouth, waves of soaring and raging flames rose from his body as well. Unlike the red flames on Feng Tianwu's body, the flames on his body were blue. Ice flame. Waves of scorching aura and waves of cold aura were emitted from the ice flame. The contradictory combination caused the air around Zhang Yan to tremble before it emitted a slight air explosion. Boom! Without warning, Feng Tianwu made her move. Her speed was so fast that only a fiery red could be seen. The scorching aura that covered the sky and earth swept out as the vast flames enveloped Zhang Yan. Bush, 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 bush. The long whip in Feng Tianwu's hand that was like a red spirit snake swept out swiftly. It was as though it had transformed into a rain of fire that covered the sky as it rained down on Zhang Yan. Its speed was so fast that it was like bolts of lightning. Zhang Yan's expression was extremely solemn. His hands suddenly trembled as they danced swiftly in front of him. In the end, a thick shield condensed in front of him. It was a shield that was completely condensed from waves of ice flame. Boom, 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 boom. The long whip in Feng Tianwu's hand transformed into a rain of fire that covered the sky as it swept down and landed on Zhang Yan's shield, causing the shield in front of Zhang Yan to tremble. In the end, it was unable to withstand the attack and was completely shattered. Almost at the instant when the shield was shattered, Zhang Yan swiftly retreated. He did not dare to hesitate at all. I can only fight head-on. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yan's gaze was slightly cold as he stared at the red-clothed lady in the distance who was rushing toward him. The red-clothed lady was surrounded by raging flames that gave him a formless sense of oppression. Seeing the red-clothed lady brandishing the long red whip in her hand once again, Zhang Yan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and met her head-on. In the next moment, Zhang Yan's hands, which were surrounded by wisps of ice flame, stretched out and grabbed the long red whip with lightning speed. A loud sound was heard as the long red whip ruthlessly landed on Zhang Yan's palms. The destructive flame energy swept out and pressed down on Zhang Yan's body. Wow! The vital energy and blood in Zhang Yan's body roiled as he directly spat out a mouthful of dazzling blood. However, even though his internal organs were injured, Zhang Yan still firmly held onto the Grade 3 Spirit Whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. At the same time, an icy aura swept out from his hands with the intention of using ice concept to suppress Feng Tianwu's fire concept. Water countered fire. Ice was condensed in water, and it was colder than water. Therefore, ice was much stronger than water when it came to suppressing fire. Waves of icy aura spread out from Zhang Yan's hands and swept through Feng Tianwu's entire body through the grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. For a moment, the flames on Feng Tianwu's body paused slightly as if they were being suppressed. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. However, his pupils could not help but constrict as his expression changed drastically. Bang! The flames on Feng Tianwu's body paused for a moment before exploding abruptly. In a short moment, the icy aura that enveloped her body was melted and expelled. The raging flames surged into the long red whip and gave it an even stronger strength. The long whip shook as the flames soared and blasted Zhang Yan's hands away. Subsequently, a monstrous flame gushed out and seemed to have transformed into a flaming beast that pounced at Zhang Yan menacingly. Shit! Chapter 960. Zhang Yan's ice concept might be able to restrain the fire concept, but that was only if both of their strengths were on par. Presently, when faced with the 8th level advanced fire concept that Feng Tianwu had comprehended, Zhang Yan's ice concept was not worth mentioning at all, and it was easily defeated. Zhang Yan braced himself and slapped his palms out in the face of the flames that surged out of Feng Tianwu's whip. He exerted the strength of 978 ancient horned dragons. However, his strength was still slightly inferior in the face of the vast flames that contained the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons that swept out from Feng Tianwu's whip. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air and set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. The flaming beasts that filled the sky swallowed Zhang Yan and gradually disappeared after a while. On the other hand, Zhang Yan's body flew out. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Here you go. Zhang Yan's face turned grave when he saw Feng Tianwu was still flying towards him. He lifted his hand and threw the 7th level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment that he took out from the exquisite box earlier. Slap. Feng Tianwu reached out her hand to catch it. Her eyes were cold as she stared at Zhang Yan with killing intent. Oh no! Zhang Yan's face changed dramatically when he saw Feng Tianwu's eyes that were filled with killing intent sweeping towards him. He finally realized that Feng Tianwu wanted to keep him alive to prevent him from spreading the news that she had obtained the profundity fragment. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yan, who was shrouded in the blue ice flame, turned into a blue lightning and fled without looking back. After fleeing for a while, Zhang Yan slowed down a little when he did not notice any wind whistling behind him. At the same time, his forehead was still dripping with cold sweat. Why didn't she chase after me? Could it be that I'm being paranoid? Shaking his head, Zhang Yan's figure flashed once again. Then, he disappeared into another cave and completely disappeared. Due to the fact that Zhang Yan had fled quickly, he did not notice the unusual change that had occurred to Feng Tianwu after he fled. When Feng Tianwu caught the 9th level Monarch stage profundity fragment that Zhang Yan threw out, she really wanted to kill Zhang Yan to prevent him from spreading the news that she had obtained the profundity fragment. Once the news of her obtaining a profundity fragment spread out, she would face a lot of trouble. Although she was not afraid of trouble, she did not like it either. However, just as she was about to attack Zhang Yan, she noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand seemed to have resonated with some kind of energy in her body, causing the origin energy in her body to become restless. At this time, she could only watch as Zhang Yan escaped from her eyes. At the same time, she hurriedly circulated her cultivation technique and tried her best to suppress the restless yuan power in her body. Is it the power of the fire spirit body at work again? It was not difficult for Feng Tianwu to guess this. For a moment, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a bitter smile. After finally calming down the restless yuan power in her body, something flashed in front of Feng Tianwu's eyes. She noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand flashed with a cold red light and cut her palm. For a moment, blood splattered out of her palm. The blood continued to flow out and dyed half of her palm red. Drip, drip. Drops of blood dripped from Feng Tianwu's hand onto the ground, making a crisp sound. Just as Feng Tianwu's expression changed slightly, and she was about to stop the bleeding with her yuan power. However, she noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand that was flashing with a fiery red energy suddenly softened strangely and turned into a pool of fiery red liquid that entered her body through the wound on her palm. At the same time, she noticed that the wound on her palm was healing on its own. If it was not for the blood, she might have thought that everything that happened earlier was just an illusion. Where's the profundity fragment? Feng Tianwu's expression changed immediately when she regained her senses. Only then did she recall that the 9th-level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment seemed to have merged with her palm and body earlier. At the same time, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something. Her beautiful eyes narrowed immediately. At this moment, she could clearly feel a scorching warm current entering her arm from her palm and spreading to her entire body. Not only that, but the power of the fire spirit body that was originally lurking in her body also became restless when it sensed the arrival of this scorching hot current. It was like a passionate host welcoming the arrival of a guest. A moment later, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something again. With just a thought, a monstrous flame rose from her body. It burned and emitted a scorching aura. This is the 9th-level advanced fire concept? Almost at the same time when the flame rose, Feng Tianwu instinctively lifted her head to look at the sky above her head. The heaven and earth phenomenon had already formed there. 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were hovering there and descending. They were ready to attack at any time. At this moment, she did not use any origin energy or spirit weapon. She only used her fire concept to communicate with the heaven and earth energy to trigger such a heaven and earth phenomenon. She did not know when the fire concept she had comprehended had improved from the 8th-level void transformation concept to the 9th-level void transformation concept. I feel like it can be even stronger. At this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something. She shook her head in a daze and thought again. Boom! Almost at the same time when Feng Tianwu thought about it, the flame that was hovering around her body soared again. Its color became even darker. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred again. In the end, it gathered into the embryonic silhouettes of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Unfortunately, they disappeared again before they could form. When the 1,000 ancient horned dragons disappeared before they could form, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face changed abruptly. She was in so much pain that she could not help but cry out in pain. Earlier, when she was elevating her fire concept, she felt as though her entire body was burning uncontrollably. An inexplicable scorching energy rose in her body and almost made her explode. Due to this reason, she hurriedly stopped elevating her fire concept. At the same time, the inexplicable scorching energy that was spreading all over her body and almost made her explode finally calmed down. That's the energy from the fire spirit body, but it seems like there's another energy. Oh yeah, it's the energy from the 9th-level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment. Feng Tianwu's pretty face turned pale. She had never thought that after the profundity fragment had inexplicably turned into a liquid and merged with her body, it would cause such a huge change to her. First, her fire concept had inexplicably elevated to the 9th-level advanced level. Then, when she communicated with the 9th-level advanced fire concept, she could faintly feel that she could continue elevating her fire concept. The fire concept that had been elevated was twice as powerful as the 9th-level advanced fire concept. Perhaps, it could no longer be considered as the fire concept. Isn't that the energy that can only be obtained by comprehending the 1st-level Monarch stage fire profundity? Feng Tianwu could not help but gasp when she thought of this. The 1st-level Monarch stage fire profundity was twice as powerful as the 9th-level advanced fire concept. Once she communicated with it and unleashed it, it was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. I can communicate and unleash the 1st-level Monarch stage fire profundity? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face froze when she recalled what had happened earlier. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. With just a thought, Feng Tianwu began to check the situation in her body. At the first possible moment, a deep-colored fiery red fragment appeared before her eyes. It was the fire concept fragment that had condensed in her body after she comprehended the advanced fire concept. Currently, it was already a 9th-level fire concept fragment. Soon, Feng Tianwu noticed that the 9th-level fire concept fragment in her body was different from the ordinary concept fragments. There was a small gap on it. Wisps of fiery red Gangqi were flickering from this small gap, ready to burst out at any moment. Isn't this the energy flickering on the surface of the profundity fragment? My 9th-level fire concept fragment is showing signs of transforming into a 1st-level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment? Feng Tianwu's eyes widened. Disbelief was written all over her beautiful face again. Although I can communicate and unleash the 1st-level Monarch stage fire profundity now, it'll trigger the energy from the fire spirit body in my body. It's going to explode my body. If I didn't withdraw the fire profundity in time earlier, I'm afraid my body would have exploded in no time. At that time, I won't even have to wait until I'm 30 years old. I'll be blown into ashes by the fire spirit body's energy. Feng Tianwu gasped when she thought of this. Fear still lingered in her heart. What's going on? Feng Tianwu could only smile wryly when she thought of the transformation that happened to her body. After a while, Feng Tianwu suppressed the throbbing in her heart and recalled the cause and effect. Soon, she had an answer in her heart. It's the 9th-level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment. It must be the energy from the fire spirit body in my body that melted it into liquid and merged with my body. Then, it caused me to undergo a transformation. After confirming the cause, Feng Tianwu could not help but sigh. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. I've successfully comprehended the fire concept to the 9th-level advance. I can even risk my body exploding to communicate and unleash the 1st-level Monarch stage fire profundity by force. Feng Tianwu did not expect a profundity fragment to cause such an outcome. Chapter 961. Feng Tianwu sighed faintly. Her lovely and moving appearance aroused pity in others. Until now, she still had no idea why the 9th-level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment would turn into liquid and enter her body. It resonated with the energy from the fire spirit body. However, it was no longer important to her. Elder brother Duan. A purple figure suddenly appeared in Feng Tianwu's mind. It was a young man who always wore a purple robe. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. Even if the prophecy isn't true, Feng Tianwu, will never regret knowing you. Feng Tianwu blushed as she muttered to herself. It was as though blood was about to drip out of her cheeks. Her bashful look was enough to captivate all living things. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could not see Feng Tianwu's bashful look. He was currently shuttling through the caves as he continued to search for the direction of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He intended to head to the palace in the central area. That was the highlight of the treasure hunt for the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. In terms of value, the Emperor stage profundity fragment in the Emperor Wu's body was more than the sum of all the other treasures, including the 7 Monarch stage profundity fragments combined. So what if there's no other way? I must get the Emperor stage profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, knew very well how precious the Emperor stage profundity fragment was. Even the reincarnation Emperor Wu only has 1 Emperor stage profundity fragment in the great treasure left behind by him. Moreover, it's not his. He used up his Emperor stage profundity fragment when he was reincarnating. Through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew that when the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated the 3 lives reincarnation technique, he had to burn his own Emperor stage profundity fragment. Therefore, the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not leave behind his Emperor profundity fragment. The Emperor stage profundity fragment left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu is only a 1st-level Emperor stage profundity fragment. Moreover, I have no use for it. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something. Perhaps, The Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the body of the Emperor Wu expert who left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is something I can use. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian became more and more anxious. At the same time, Duan Lingtian continued to search faster and faster, as if he was rushing to be reincarnated. Time passed quietly. Duan Lingtian was still searching nonstop. Along the way, the corpses of the 5 element sects disciples appeared before his eyes one after another, causing his expression to turn slightly unsightly. Some of the 5 element sects disciples were even Wood Peak's disciples that he was familiar with. Earlier, before he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, these Wood Peak's disciples were extremely respectful to him. They kept calling him Senior Brother Lingtian and Senior Brother Lingtian. He had to admit that every time he heard the group of Wood Peak's disciples calling him Senior Brother Lingtian, he felt a little happy in his heart. After all, those Wood Peak's disciples were even older than him. Now, all of them had become corpses. Tian Wu, Su Li, Big Brother Zhang, Dainyu, Shenwei, all of you should be alright, right? A few figures flashed past his mind, and Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with worry. Up until now, the thing he felt most fortunate about was that there was no one he was familiar with among the pile of corpses he saw along the way. He could not help but feel fortunate. Time passed by quietly. A month's time passed by very quickly. Duan Lingtian continued to move through the various caves in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Along the way, he encountered some ignorant young powerhouses who took the initiative to attack him. However, without exception, all of them died in his hands. Up until now, the strongest young powerhouse Duan Lingtian had encountered was still that Anika sect's disciple, Peng Bao. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that there were definitely other young powerhouses whose strength was on par with or even stronger than Peng Bao in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Peng Bao was from the second-rate force, Anika sect. There were also 2 other young powerhouses who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. Among the young experts from the 2 second-rate forces, there must be someone who could be mentioned in the same breath as Peng Bao, or even surpass him. Along the way, as long as it was someone who took the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian, they were basically all killed by him in one move. It's a pity that I didn't encounter the other 4 Monarch stage profundity fragments. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little disappointed when he thought about this. However, he soon felt relieved. At the same time, he could not help but laugh at himself. I'm too greedy. I've already obtained 1 Monarch stage profundity fragment, and I'm still thinking about the other 4. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and soon entered a cave. With just a glance, he saw the 2 corpses lying on the ground. The bodies were already rotten and emitted a disgusting stench. Duan Lingtian did not cover his nose, nor did he show any disgust on his face. In his previous life on Earth, as a weapons specialist, he had encountered many similar scenes. He had experienced many more disgusting scenes than this, so he was already immune to them. Initially, this cave was just a random place that Duan Lingtian had passed by. He had encountered many similar scenes along the way, so it was not enough to surprise him. However, he suddenly stopped when he was about to move to the other exit of the cave. It was as if he had discovered something special. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was completely attracted by a plant in the innermost part of the cave. It was an extremely unique plant. It was not the usual green color, but 3 other colors. Its slightly exposed roots were golden. Its branches were purple. Its leaves were red. Duan Lingtian subconsciously felt that this unique plant was not simple when he saw it. He could not help but search through Reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of memories in an attempt to find the answer. Soon he found the answer. Tricolor tree? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed in an instant. Shock filled his face, and his eyes shone brightly as if he had seen a precious treasure. However, Duan Lingtian's expression soon froze. This was because he saw 3 small holes on the plant. It seems like this tricolor tree has already borne the tricolor fruit. The tricolor fruit is not a single spirit fruit, but a collective name for 3 spirit fruits. They have different colors, and their medicinal efficacy will not decrease. Their medicinal efficacy is mild, and even a void interpretation martial artist can consume them. Any one of the fruits is enough to help a martial artist below the 4th level void transformation break through a level. If the 3 spirit fruits are consumed by a 1st level void transformation martial artist, they can even cross 3 levels in a short time and enter the 4th level void transformation in one fell swoop. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and frowned. Who is it? I can't believe he's so lucky. Looking at the holes on this tricolor tree, the spirit fruits have been harvested for at least a month. Soon after, Duan Lingtian carefully observed the tricolor tree and muttered to himself, "If I were that person, I would definitely look for a remote place to consume the spirit fruits and cultivate after obtaining the 3 spirit fruits." After all, in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the stronger one is, the longer one can live and obtain more precious treasures. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed when he thought of this. Perhaps, I can search for the person who obtained the 3 spirit fruits nearby. He must be consuming the spirit fruits and cultivating in a remote place nearby. It's impossible for him to consume all 3 spirit fruits in such a short time. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not think that perhaps the 3 spirit fruits were obtained by 3 people and had become part of the origin energy in their bodies. However, after he carefully observed the 2 bodies in the cave, he noticed that they were killed by the same weapon and method. It was obvious that the person who killed them was the same person. It should be the same person? Even if it's not, I still have to take a gamble. If I make the right bet, I'll be able to obtain at least 1 spirit fruit. If I make the wrong bet, I'll just waste some time. Soon after, Duan Lingtian made a decision in his heart. Although he had made the decision, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to leave. His gaze fell on the 3-colored tree, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looks like the person who took away the tricolored fruit is not someone who knows what's good for him. Although this tricolored tree itself is not as precious as the 3 spirit fruits, as long as some medicinal herbs are added to it, it can be refined into a tricolored pill that can slightly increase one's cultivation. There was nothing ordinary about the tricolor tree. In fact, even if he used his spiritual energy to examine it, he would not be able to discover anything special about it. However, the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory told Duan Lingtian that the tricolor tree, as the carrier of the tricolor fruit, had accumulated a lot of heaven and earth origin energy over the years. The heaven and earth origin energy had merged perfectly with the tricolor tree. Only by using a special refining method could one mobilize the heaven and earth origin energy accumulated in the tricolor tree to refine the tricolor pill. The tricolor pill is not a difficult pill to refine. A grade 3 alchemist can refine it as long as they know the method, let alone a grade 1 alchemist like me. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He already had a plan in his heart to refine the tricolor pill. It just so happened that he had the other medicinal herbs to refine the tricolor pill. If it's just the medicinal efficacy of the tricolor pill, it won't be enough to help me break through. However, the medicinal efficacy of the tricolor pill can trigger the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. It won't be difficult for me to break through to the 2nd level void transformation. That was exactly what Duan Lingtian was thinking at this moment. After he had entered the void transformation stage, the speed of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy had increased a lot. Chapter 962. At this moment, the main medicinal catalyst, the tricolor tree, was right in front of Duan Lingtian. Coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian had the other medicinal materials he needed to refine the tricolor pill, he was able to refine the tricolor pill. Therefore, he decided immediately he would refine the tricolor pill. In terms of grade, the tricolor pill was a grade 3 pill. Only alchemists above grade 3 could successfully refine it. If one was not an alchemist above grade 3, it would be useless even if one knew how to refine it. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was an existence that had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor and inherited the lifetime worth of the Rebirth Martial Emperor's medicine refinement methods and experience. He was a qualified grade 3 or above alchemist. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the first level void transformation, he could condense a grade 1 pill fire with the help of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience. For this reason, he was now a grade 1 alchemist. A grade 1 alchemist was extremely rare even in the foreign lands. They usually only existed in some first-rate forces, and there were very few of them. It was rare for a first-rate force to have a grade 1 alchemist. Some first-rate forces did not even have a grade 1 alchemist. If they wanted a grade 1 pill, they could only ask for it from a grade 1 alchemist outside. They would have to pay a high price. However, even then, they were still scrambling for it. The preciousness of a grade 1 medicinal pill was not something a grade 2 medicinal pill could compare to, let alone those grade 3 medicinal pills and medicinal pills below grade 3 that were not even comparable to grade 2 medicinal pills. Regardless of Duan Lingtian's achievements in martial Dao, just the fact that he had become a grade 1 weapons craftsman before the age of 30 was enough to shock many people. However, with the pill fire I have now, I need a grade 1 cauldron to refine the pill. After all, an ordinary cauldron can't withstand my pill fire. When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a purple flame lit up in his hand. There was a golden border around the purple flame. Violet gold pill fire. It was a grade 1 pill fire. Only a grade 1 cauldron could contain a grade 1 pill fire. A low-grade cauldron would be melted into a puddle of liquid in just a blink of an eye when it was enveloped by a grade 1 pill fire. Not to mention concocting medicinal pills. It's not difficult for me to refine a grade 1 cauldron now. However, I don't seem to have enough materials to refine a grade 1 cauldron. Duan Lingtian frowned when he thought of this. Ever since his cultivation base had broken through to the void transformation stage, not only could he use his origin energy to condense a grade 1 pill fire, but he could also condense a grade 1 weapon fire. As someone who had fused with the Rebirth Martial Emperor's lifelong memories and had also inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor's methods and experience in refining medicine and weapons, Qin Wenin had also inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor. From the moment he was able to condense a grade 1 pill fire and a grade 1 weapon fire, he could be considered a qualified grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapons craftsman. Moreover, since he had a grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapon craftsman on Cloud Continent, he could be considered as one of the top alchemists and grade 1 weapon craftsmen since he had a grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapon craftsman. Let's talk about refining pills first. If he could refine a grade 1 pill with a purity of 90% and above, could other grade 1 alchemists do the same? Let's talk about weapon refining. If he could easily refine a grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification, could other grade 1 weapon craftsmen do the same? Since he had a grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapon craftsman, he was like the reincarnation of Emperor Wu when it came to refining pills and spirit weapons. He could easily refine the best of the best. I do have quite a few spatial rings with me. I haven't opened many of them yet. Perhaps I can find the materials I need to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He took out a pile of spatial rings from his spatial ring and performed a blood ownership claim on them. He intended to look for the materials he needed to refine a cauldron in these spatial rings. These spatial rings were his spoils of war in the past. He usually threw them into his spatial ring and did not bother to look for them. After looking through more than 30 spatial rings, Duan Lingtian stopped what he was doing. He had gathered all the materials he needed to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. I should perform a blood ownership claim on the remaining spatial rings when I'm free in the future and take out the things inside. Otherwise, I won't know what's inside at a critical moment. After this lesson, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Since he had gathered all the materials, Duan Lingtian began to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. He did not deliberately look for a remote place. With the weapon crafting attainments he inherited from Emperor Wu of the Reincarnation era and his current status as a Grade 1 weapon craftsman, he could ignore the interference from the outside world to a certain extent. Even if there was interference from the outside world, it would at most affect the quality of the medicinal cauldron that he refined. The Grade 1 spirit cauldron was an auxiliary spirit weapon instead of an offensive spirit weapon, so it did not need to be of high quality. Generally speaking, the higher the quality of the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron, the higher the chances of forming a pill. However, Duan Lingtian, who had absorbed Emperor Wu's memories and inherited Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime of artifact forging skills and experience, did not need to care about the quality of spirit artifacts at all. Even if the quality of the cauldron was even worse, when refining pills, he could still produce pills with a 100% success rate. All of this was because he had not only inherited the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience, but he had also inherited the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes. In terms of weapon crafting Dao and medicine refining Dao, he stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian, who had absorbed his memories, was naturally not inferior to him. Begin! Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He took out the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron from before and began to refine the Grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron with another pile of refining materials. One by one, the materials turned into puddles of liquid and floated in the air under Duan Lingtian's guidance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's hands moved at lightning speed. The extremely mysterious refining technique was at his fingertips. His speed was so fast that ordinary people would not be able to see his movements at all. Soon, all the liquids merged together. As time went by, the embryonic form of the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron began to appear. After Duan Lingtian continued to refine it, a Grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron was formed very quickly. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian only spent 3 hours. If the other Grade 1 weapons craftsmen on Cloud Continent witnessed this refining speed with their own eyes, they would be so shocked that they would not be able to regain their senses for a long time. An ordinary Grade 1 weapons craftsman would need at least 3 to 5 days to refine a Grade 1 spirit artifact like the medicinal cauldron. If they were to refine it carefully, it would not be strange if they spent more than 10 days. However, Duan Lingtian had successfully refined the Grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron in just 3 hours. Due to the fact that there was no one to disturb him, the quality of the medicinal cauldron was extremely high. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and grabbed the medicinal cauldron. After glancing at the cauldron, he looked at the few exits of the cave and muttered to himself, "It seems like there aren't many living people left in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It's been 3 hours, but there's no one else who came here." There were many treasures in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was enough to make the group of young powerhouses who came in from the outside go crazy. At the same time, the group of young powerhouses would naturally fight for the treasures. Deaths and injuries were inevitable. Along the way, Duan Lingtian saw no less than 50 corpses. They came here for the treasures. When they first came in, they must have had good dreams. However, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. In the end, they all lost their lives here. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he recalled the corpses that he saw along the way. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's gaze returned to the Grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron in his hand. A smile appeared on his face. Now, I can start refining the tricolor pill. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian slowly pulled out the tricolor tree. After cleaning the soil on it, he rolled it into a ball and tossed it into the medicinal cauldron. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took out some herbs. They were all ordinary herbs. Although the tricolor pill was a good Grade 3 pill, due to its low grade and the fact that it mainly relied on the main herb, the tricolor tree, the other herbs were not rare. After gathering the herbs, a purplish gold flame appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a Grade 1 pill fire. As a Grade 1 alchemist, naturally, refining a Grade 3 pill like the tricolor pill did not pose any pressure to him. Following the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian's hand moved faster and faster. It was as though he had transformed into two streaks of lightning that crossed each other. Even the airflow in the air was stirred. Faint sounds of air explosions reverberated in the air. The compressed airflow swept out and set off gusts of strong wind that blew the flowers and plants in the damp cave. Even if it was another Grade 1 alchemist, it would only take 3 to 4 hours at most to refine a Grade 3 pill like the tricolor pill. However, Duan Lingtian was a Grade 1 alchemist. Naturally, other Grade 1 alchemists could not compare to him. It only took him an hour to retract his pill fire. As Duan Lingtian's hands landed on the medicinal cauldron, a pill shot out from the medicinal cauldron. It was a strange pill. The reason why it was strange was because its surface was a mixture of 3 colors: gold, purple, and red. They were the 3 colors of the tricolor tree. Tricolor pill. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian hurriedly threw the tricolor pill into his mouth. Then, he sat cross-legged at a low altitude and closed his eyes to begin cultivating. When Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the void interpretation stage, he cultivated the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. Apart from helping him comprehend the sword concept, the Sword Dragon form also came with a set of heaven-rank advanced sword skill, the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. It was an extremely domineering sword skill. Now that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the void transformation stage, he naturally no longer cultivated the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. Chapter 963. The 8th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Roaming Dragon form. The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body started to circulate according to the mental cultivation method of the Roaming Dragon form. In just a short moment, it had completed 1 cycle. At the same time, the medicinal effect of the tricolor pill entered his body through his throat and started to come into contact with his origin energy. The overbearing medicinal effect of the rebirth pill that was hidden in Duan Lingtian's dantian seemed to have noticed something and suddenly rushed out. It merged with the origin energy and merged with the medicinal effect of the tricolor pill. At that moment, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body started to circulate faster like a bolt of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, it had completed a few cycles according to the mental cultivation method of the Roaming Dragon form. Gradually, Duan Lingtian's mind started to sink into his cultivation. Of course, his spiritual energy was constantly on guard against the outside world. Once someone came near, he would immediately wake up and attack. Seeing that the origin energy in his body was circulating according to the mental cultivation method of the Roaming Dragon form and everything was on the right track, Duan Lingtian finally had time to think about other things. Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens is the heaven-rank advanced martial skill that comes with the 8th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Roaming Dragon form. Its foundation is the Spirit Serpent movement skill and Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he muttered, "However, if I want to use Whirlwind as the foundation to cultivate Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens to the initial stage, it's still slightly lacking." Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens was similar to ordinary martial skills. It was divided into 4 stages: rudimentary stage, initial stage, mastery stage, and perfection stage. If it was only the rudimentary stage Dragon Soaring through the 9 Heavens, then in terms of speed, it was even inferior to the perfection stage Whirlwind that Duan Lingtian had grasped. Therefore, Duan Lingtian didn't directly cultivate the Dragon Soaring through the 9 Heavens. During this period of time, following the memories left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he wanted to use Whirlwind as the foundation to master Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens to the initial stage in one go. At that time, his speed would be even faster, and it would not be a problem for him to traverse the strength of more than 10 ancient horned dragons. In addition, the 8th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Roaming Dragon form, had a very special characteristic. It emphasized the use of wind to nurture fire, and relied on the wind concept to comprehend the fire concept. Once he comprehended the fire concept, he would be able to master the ability to use the fire concept with the help of the wind concept, allowing the might of the fire concept to increase. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to using the wind to fuel the fire. His sworn enemy in the past, Zisheng, had mastered such a technique. It was able to increase the strength of the fire concept by 50%, and it was similar to how the earth concept relied on the earth energy. At some point, a fragment appeared in each of Duan Lingtian's hands. A deep cyan fragment and a deep purple fragment. They were the 9th level advanced wind concept fragment and the 9th level advanced thunder concept fragment. They originated from the body of the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the northern desert. The sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect was killed by Guochong, the sect leader of 5 Element Sect, and Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. The 2 concept fragments were in Qiyu's hands, and he gave them to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian held the 2 concept fragments in his hands. While comprehending the 2 types of concepts at the same time, he was silently cultivating the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form. Not long after, Duan Lingtian discovered a problem. While he was cultivating, he discovered that the elevation of his wind concept was a little strange. It was completely out of his expectations. The speed of the advancement was far faster than before. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian thought that he had been enlightened. However, he soon realized that it was not him who had suddenly been enlightened. The reason this happened was entirely due to the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form. When the origin energy in his body circulated according to the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form, the speed at which he comprehended the wind concept was much faster than before. At this moment he was completely certain. The 8th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form, could help him to comprehend the fire concept to a certain extent and help him comprehend the wind concept as well. This is not recorded even in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Although the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was created by the reincarnation Emperor Wu after 2 lifetimes, he had never truly cultivated it. After Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in his heart for a while, he completely immersed himself in his cultivation. His cultivation base rose rapidly. His wind concept and thunder concept were also quietly rising. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a soft sound came from Duan Lingtian's body. It was the origin energy that was guided by the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and broke through the bottleneck of Duan Lingtian's cultivation base that was leading to the 2nd level void transformation stage. After the bottleneck was broken, his cultivation base broke through to the 2nd level void transformation stage in one fell swoop. At the same time, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill returned to Duan Lingtian's dantian. As for the tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy, it had long been exhausted. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to complete the breakthrough in such a short period of time with just the tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. I feel like my wind concept and thunder concept are going to break through soon. My harvest this time is not bad. As he felt the origin energy in his body that had undergone a transformation, Duan Lingtian probed to sense the advancement of his wind concept and lightning concept, and for a time, his face revealed a satisfied smile. With these 4 9th level concept fragments, I don't need to deliberately search for another concept fragment. Unknowingly, 2 more concept fragments appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. They were the 9th level Earth concept fragment and the 9th level Sword concept fragment. Duan Lingtian weighed the 4 9th level concept fragments in his hand, and the smile on his face grew brighter. Senior Brother Wei, these are the 9th level concept fragments. Suddenly, a hurried and unpleasant voice clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to wake up immediately. At the same time, he put away the 4 concept fragments in his hand. I see them. 4 ninth-level concept fragments. Another cold voice sounded, mixed with a hint of greed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who stood up hastily, saw 2 young men appear in the cavern with just a glance. They were staring at him covetously. Between the 2 of them, the skinny young man stood in front, and a young man with a ferocious and terrifying face stood slightly behind him on his right. His appearance was extremely ugly. Boy, there's no need to hide anymore. We've already seen the 4 ninth-level concept fragments in your hand earlier. The young man with the terrifying face looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned. However, his grin was extremely ugly. It was even uglier than crying, and his voice was extremely unpleasant to the ears as well. It was the owner of the first voice earlier. When Duan Lingtian heard the words of the young man with the ferocious and terrifying face, he raised his eyebrows lightly. However, he did not pay any attention to the other party. At the same time, his spiritual energy swept out immediately and probed the cultivation base of the 2 young men. Ah, senior brother Wei, look at him. He's scared silly by us. When the young man with the terrifying face saw Duan Lingtian did not make any movement and stood still on the spot, he laughed complacently. His laughter became even more arrogant. Senior brother Wei, leave this boy to me. After I kill him, I only want the 9th-level fire concept fragment in his hand. I'll give the rest to you. When the young man with the terrifying face reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the strong young man with a humble expression. All right. The strong young man who was addressed as Senior Brother Wei nodded indifferently. From the beginning until the end, he did not look Duan Lingtian in the eye at all. It was as though he did not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. Of course, this was also because Duan Lingtian only looked to be around 25 years old. It was inevitable that people would look down on him when he was so young. When the young man with the terrifying face heard the strong young man's agreement, his eyes lit up. With a raise of his hand, a thick and heavy spiked club appeared in his hand. Origin energy raged within it before it was entwined with a ball of flame. Brat, to be able to die in my hands, you can consider yourself lucky. As the young man with the terrifying face looked at Duan Lingtian, his figure flashed out as though he had transformed into a cannonball that shot out swiftly. His entire body was suffused with vast flames as he fiercely smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Boom, 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 boom. Everywhere he passed, the spiked club that was entwined with flames would be swung, causing the airflow in the air to be compressed before it exploded. It set off a series of explosive sounds that sounded like thunder. At the same time, waves of scorching air waves turned into gales and blew in all directions, causing the temperature of the entire cave to rise by a few degrees. After a short moment, the young man with the terrifying face arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He swung the spiked club that was entwined with flames in his hand and smashed it towards Duan Lingtian like a falling meteor. At the same time, more than 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws above the terrifying young man's head as they charged towards Duan Lingtian menacingly. First level Void Transformation Stage. First level Advance Fire Concept. Grade 2 Spirit Weapon. This was the strength of the terrifying-looking young man. Smack! Just when the terrifying young man thought that Duan Lingtian would be killed by his spiked club, he was shocked to find that the spiked club that he had swung out violently had stopped in midair. When he focused his eyes and looked forward, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his entire life. God, what did he just see? The purple-clad young man that he had not taken seriously since the beginning had unknowingly raised one of his hands and forcefully grabbed the spiked club that he had swung out earlier. After all, the swing of his club contained the strength of more than 500 ancient horned dragons. How's this possible? The terrifying young man's expression changed drastically. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he exerted force in his hand in an attempt to pull back the spiked club that was grabbed by the purple-clad young man. This second-level void transformation stage martial artist actually did not feel afraid after witnessing his attack with his own eyes. When Duan Lingtian had probed the cultivation base of the young man with the terrifying appearance, he had already probed the sturdy young man's cultivation base. It was the second-level void transformation stage. In his opinion, a second-level void transformation stage martial artist would usually comprehend the first or second-level void transformation concept. Even if he had comprehended the second-level void transformation concept, without using any spirit weapon and with his origin energy, he would only be able to unleash the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons at most. It was far inferior to his strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was puzzled. How could this sturdy young man be so confident in front of him after witnessing his strength? Soon after, the heaven and earth energy above the sturdy young man's head stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian obtained his answer. The origin energy on the sturdy young man's body raged and transformed into waves of khaki energy. It was the perfect combination of the earth concept and origin energy. Subsequently, the khaki energy that rolled around the sturdy young man's body seemed to have resonated with the entire cavern. The color became darker and seemed to have an additional trace of destructive aura. At the same time, 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the sturdy young man's head before another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. In the end, 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. The second-level void transformation stage had the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons when his origin energy was fully unleashed. The third-level advanced earth concept had the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. With the help of the earth energy, the earth concept's strength would increase by 50%. In other words, it was the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Without using any spirit weapon, the sturdy young man's strength was equivalent to the strength of 900 ancient horned dragons. It completely overpowered the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons that Duan Lingtian displayed earlier. I see. Upon seeing the strength that the sturdy young man displayed, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the sturdy young man was so confident. The sturdy young man had actually comprehended the third-level void transformation concept. Moreover, it was the earth concept. However, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he saw the sturdy young man's strength. Instead, he muttered to himself with interest, "Interesting." At this moment, the sturdy young man glared coldly at Duan Lingtian before he shouted coldly and took a step forward. The moment he took a step forward, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. When the khaki energy on his body surged into the 3-foot-long blade, the 3-foot-long blade seemed to have been bestowed with life. It suddenly trembled and emitted a series of clear sword chimes. Whoosh! In an instant, another 230 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 900 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above the sturdy young man's head. It was obvious that the 3-foot-long blade in his hand was a Grade 2 spirit sword. On top of the foundation of the second-level void transformation stage's origin energy, it had a 78% increase in strength. It was equivalent to the strength of 230 ancient horned dragons. In other words, at this moment, the Grade 2 spirit sword in the sturdy young man's hand contained the strength of 1,130 ancient horned dragons. Almost at the instant when the Grade 2 spirit sword chimed, the sturdy young man made his move. He flew out and stuck close to Duan Lingtian like a shadow. If it was the Duan Lingtian before he made a breakthrough to the second-level void transformation stage, he might panic and fear when facing the sturdy young man. He might not even be a match for him. However, the current Duan Lingtian did not panic at all. Instead, his face was as calm as still water. Suddenly, a sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword that emitted a destructive aura. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. In the next moment, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed and transformed into waves of khaki energy. Similar to the khaki energy on the sturdy young man's body, it resonated with the entire cavern. Soon after, streaks of deep purple lightning appeared on the surface of the khaki energy. There were also gusts of fierce green wind that emitted waves of terrifying aura. The khaki energy that was intertwined with the lightning and wind gushed into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in an unstoppable manner. It caused the sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword to skyrocket and emit a sword chime. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head began to stir, the sturdy young man had already appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes with his sword. He was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian. A sword that was filled with extreme coldness came from the west. The fierce sword chi raged like gusts of cold wind blowing on Duan Lingtian's face. It caused Duan Lingtian to squint his eyes. Sword drawing art. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian shook the sword in his hand. It seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning and blocked in front of him. Clang. Almost at the same time, the Grade 2 Spirit Sword in the sturdy young man's hand collided with the quasi-royal Grade Spirit Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. The tip of the sword touched the body of the quasi-royal Grade Spirit Sword. Umph! A cold snort that was faintly mixed with dread resonated in the air. The sturdy young man's attack did not succeed. His body quickly flashed backward and retreated far away. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, clean and efficient. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head finally condensed into form and appeared before the sturdy young man's eyes. He was so shocked that his eyes narrowed slightly. In the void above Duan Lingtian's head, 1,250 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were hovering there. They were accumulating their strength and were waiting to attack. It gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Impossible! The sturdy young man quickly returned to his senses. Horror dawned on his face as he said in disbelief, "Nothing's impossible." At the instant when the sturdy young man's expression changed, Duan Lingtian made his move. It was as though he had transformed into a ghost as he flashed toward the sturdy young man. The quasi-royal Grade Spirit Sword in his hand flashed out like a shadow. In the face of the menacing Duan Lingtian and the 1,250 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head, horror dawned on the sturdy young man's face again. Chapter 965. Spurt, spurt, spurt. After the 5 blood arrows were shot out from the 5 vital points on the lean young man's body, his eyes that were originally shining dimmed completely. His body trembled and began to sway. Boom. In the end, his body still fell and crashed hard on the ground. He was no longer breathing. At the same time, the 3 khaki-colored divine dragons that were surrounded by purple thunderbolts and green gale disappeared into the air as if they were never there. Duan Lingtian put away the quasi-royal Grade Spirit Sword in his hand and looked at the lean young man's body. A gleam flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "If my cultivation base hadn't broken through to the 2nd-level void transformation stage, I wouldn't be a match for him." Duan Lingtian was certain about this. Of course, even if he was certain about this, Duan Lingtian did not feel afraid at all. Even if he was not a match for his opponent and did not have the ability to escape from his opponent, the person who would die in the end would not be him. He had 2 extremely terrifying talismans in his hand. They were the talismans that his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing, had left for him. It was not difficult for him to kill a 2nd-level void transformation stage martial artist. Due to this reason, he was fearless. In his opinion, he would just waste a talisman for the sake of his life. After all, nothing was more important than his life. These 2 people? They should be from a second-rate force as well. Duan Lingtian could not help but guess after he put away the terrifying young man and the lean young man's spatial ring and spirit weapon into his own spatial ring. If they were not from a second-rate force, it was impossible for them to have such powerful strength. That was exactly what Duan Lingtian guessed. Their strength. Even among the group of young disciples from their respective factions, I'm afraid they can be considered to be among the best. Duan Lingtian guessed again. Now, it's time to look for the person who obtained the tricolored fruit. If there's really one person who obtained the 3 spirit fruits, he would have at most consumed one of them. With a thought in mind, Duan Lingtian began to search in all directions with the damp cave as the center. He wanted to find the person who obtained the tricolor fruit. If it was a person, once he found it, he would be able to obtain an opportunity because of it. If I can obtain 2 of the tricolored fruits and use the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits to activate the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, I might be able to break through to the 5th level void transformation stage in one go. Duan Lingtian had no doubt about this. Through the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, he knew the effects of the tricolored fruit very well. The tricolored fruit was enough to help him break through to the 4th level void transformation stage in one go. Coupled with the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, it was almost 100% certain that he would be able to break through to the 5th level void transformation stage, and there was even a certain chance that he would break through to the 6th level void transformation stage. 5th level void transformation stage. 6th level void transformation stage. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a surge of emotions. His speed increased even more. I hope there's really only one person who obtained the tricolored fruit. Moreover, he did find a secluded place nearby to cultivate. That way, I'll have a chance to find him and snatch the remaining spirit fruits from him. Duan Lingtian prayed in his heart as he searched in all directions. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave not far away from the damp cave, there was a small, dark and gloomy cave. There was a person sitting cross-legged inside as he cultivated quietly. This cave was located in the corner of a secluded cave. It was extremely well hidden. Most people who passed by here would most likely miss this place. Looking at the hole in the ceiling, it was not too shabby. It was obvious that it was man-made not long ago. Nobody knew when a sigh of relief came from the dark and gloomy cave. I've finally broken through to the 1st level void transformation stage. A voice that was filled with excitement and joy resonated in the cave. The owner of the voice was none other than Xianxia, who obtained the 3 spirit fruits a month ago. A month ago, after Xianxia obtained the 3 spirit fruits, he was prepared to find a secluded place to cultivate. However, after searching for a long time, he still could not find a suitable place. In the end, he found this inconspicuous secluded cave and opened up this small cave in an inconspicuous corner of the cave's ceiling. The small cave was backlit. Not a single ray of light could enter the cave. It was almost impossible for the people outside to discover this small cave that Xianxia opened up unless they searched thoroughly. Therefore, Xianxia stayed inside and cultivated peacefully. After a month, he finally digested the medicinal efficacy of one of the spirit fruits and successfully broke through to the 1st level void transformation stage from the 7th level void interpretation stage. Quickly consume and absorb the other 2 spirit fruits. Only then will you be able to do something in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Otherwise, even if my soul is in your body, you might not be able to deal with those outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces. A gloomy, hoarse, and old voice echoed in Xianxia's mind as it reminded him. Yes, Elder Ghost. Xianxia replied respectfully when he heard the voice. He did not dare be negligent in the slightest as he hurriedly took out the other spirit fruit and consumed it to cultivate. Soon after, he immersed himself in cultivation again, and his cultivation rose rapidly. Currently, Xianxia did not know that his sworn enemy, Duan Lingtian, was searching in all directions with the damp cave where he found the 3 spirit fruits a month ago as the center. It would not be long before they arrived here. In the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, in a cavern that was as vast as a martial arts practice field. Shattered rocks were piled up on the cavern's floor. Mixed together with the shattered rocks were numerous azure-colored fragments. There were over 100 of them, and all of them were wind concept fragments. There were 3 groups of people standing in confrontation in the cavern. At this moment, most of them had their gazes on the exquisite box that was half exposed on the ceiling at the center of the cavern. Obviously, They were filled with curiosity and yearning for the treasures stored inside. Dainyu, are you confident? At this moment, a red-clad young man standing beside a tall and robust young man took a deep breath and asked in a light voice. A third young man that was close to middle age stood at the side, and traces of dread arose in his gaze as he looked at the other two groups of people. We can only give it a try. The tall and robust young man was none other than the five-element sects with Peak's disciple, Huang Dainyu. His expression was solemn as if he was facing a formidable enemy. As for the people standing beside Huang Dainyu, they were the Blade Sect's disciples, Su Li and Zhang Shouyong. They knew each other because of the same person and became friends. Since everyone wants that treasure, then let's fight. At this moment, one of the groups of people shouted out explosively, and his figure flashed out and flashed towards the other group of people. In the blink of an eye, the three people in the former group easily suppressed the two people in the latter group, and in just a short moment, they caused one of the people in the other group to be in danger of death. *T. Huang Dainyu and the other two did not expect that the three people in the former group would actually have such a formidable strength. At the same time that they completely surpassed the two people in the other group, they also surpassed the three of them. Once the two people in the other group were killed, the fate of the three of them could be imagined. Let us help all of you. Huang Dainyu and the other two flew out and joined the battle, and they helped the two people in the other group to resist the three small groups that were stronger than them, causing them to fall into a disadvantageous position for a time. In next to no time, the blue-clothed young man that hadn't made a move all along suddenly erupted and revealed his 9th-level Void Interpretation Stage Cultivation and 9th-level Intermediate Earth concept to turn the situation of the battle around. For a time, the three people in their group fought Huang Dainyu's group of 5, and they were evenly matched. However, because there was a 9th-level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist that had comprehended 9th-level Intermediate Earth concept amongst the three people, Huang Dainyu's group gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Damn it! The expressions of Huang Dainyu and the others were extremely unsightly. In the end, they were forced to retreat far away, and they looked at the three people in the distance from afar with faces filled with unwillingness. But no matter how unwilling they were, they had no other choice, as they weren't a match for the three people. The young man with the strongest strength amongst the three people glanced at Huang Dainyu and the others with disdain, and then he flew up to take down the exquisite box that was at the center of the cavern. Under the envious gaze of Huang Dainyu and the others, the young man opened the exquisite box. A fragment that flickered with a green energy appeared before the eyes of everyone present. That's... Huang Dainyu's eyes widened. A concept fragment? It doesn't seem like it. There doesn't seem to be any energy flashing on the concept fragment, right? Don't tell me that's a profundity fragment. Zhang Shouyong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and guessed with an aghast expression. Profundity fragment? The moment Zhang Shouyong's words left his mouth, Huang Dainyu and Su Li were dumbstruck. It's indeed a profundity fragment. At this moment, one of the two young men standing next to Zhang Shouyong and the other two said. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the fragment that was flashing with green energy in the exquisite box in the distance. It was as though it had taken root and sprouted on it. Congratulations, young man. This 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment is yours. Just when Zhang Shouyong and the other two were wondering why this young man from an unknown force would recognize the Profundity Fragment, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered their ears. The voice came from the exquisite box that was opened, and it was mixed with a strong penetrating force that spread far and wide. 8th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. Huang Dainyu's eyes narrowed. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the young man holding the exquisite box in the distance. However, a hint of helplessness soon appeared on his face. Apart from comprehending the same Earth concept as him and being able to borrow the Earth energy, the other party was also a 9th-level Void Interpretation martial artist. Therefore, he was no match for him. Damn it! It's actually an 8th level Monarch stage profundity fragment. Chapter 966. At this very moment, even Su Li and Zhang Shouyong were completely stupefied. The profundity fragment had already surprised them. After all, no matter how weak the profundity fragment was, it was still a martial monarch powerhouse's body. To them, a martial monarch powerhouse was a legendary existence that was out of their reach. However, the voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left the Emperor Wu's secret treasure behind reminded them that the profundity fragment was not an ordinary monarch stage profundity fragment. An 8th level monarch stage profundity fragment. The monarch stage profundity was divided into 9 levels. Each level was more powerful than the previous one. A first-level monarch stage profundity fragment could help a 9th-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the corresponding 9th-level void transformation concept to break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. Not only could the 8th-level monarch stage profundity fragment help a 9th-level void transformation martial artist achieve the martial monarch stage cultivation base, it could also help a person quickly raise the profundity they comprehended to the 8th level after breaking through to the martial monarch stage. One could imagine how precious an 8th level monarch stage profundity fragment was. Ha! The young man who was holding the exquisite box and staring at the 8th level monarch stage wind profundity fragment in the box could not help but laugh out loud. After a while, he stopped laughing and stared at Huang Daniu and the other 4 whose faces were pale. Finally, his gaze landed on the 2 young men next to Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. The people from Xianxia sect are really trash, the young man said slowly. His tone was filled with mockery. You. The 2 Xianxia sect's disciples who were mocked had a drastic change of expression. They were so angry that they could not speak for a long time. Xianxia sect. Huang Daniu and the other 2 were shocked when they heard the young man's words. They did not expect the people they helped earlier to be Xianxia sect's disciples. No wonder both of them were so powerful. Even people from second-rate forces are here? Huang Daniu and the other 2 exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Although they knew there were other entrances to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they did not know who would come in from the other entrances. Now, it seemed like there were even people from second-rate forces here. The people from Xianxia sect are trash. Izumo sect's people aren't that strong either. Suddenly, an indifferent voice echoed in the cave. A figure silently appeared in front of everyone. This was a young man dressed in black. His appearance was strange, and his face was cold. His eyes seemed to be lifeless, but they were actually filled with killing intent. He gave off an invisible pressure. No one knew when the black-clothed young man had appeared. It wasn't until the black-clothed young man spoke that everyone, including Huang Daniu, noticed him. Who are you? The Izumo sect disciple who was holding the exquisite box could not help but have a change in expression. He then looked at the black-clad young man with dread and asked in a deep voice. Dead people don't need to know who I am. The black-robed young man spoke again. His voice was still cold. Before the crowd could react, he moved and disappeared before their eyes. Where is he? Just as Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong were bewildered, they saw a flash before their eyes. Boom! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground entered their ears. Subsequently, they saw something. They did not know when the Izumo sect disciple who was holding the exquisite box that contained the 8th level monarch stage wind profundity fragment had fallen to the ground. There was no trace of injury on his body. However, everyone, including Huang Daniu, could see that he was no longer breathing. It was obvious that he had been killed. The black-clothed young man stood next to the Izumo sect disciple's body. His face was calm as if the Izumo sect disciple's death had nothing to do with him. The exquisite box that was originally in the Izumo sect disciple's hands was now in his hands. The 8th level Monarch stage wind profundity fragment on it was constantly flashing with green energy. So fast. When Huang Daniu and the others looked at the black-clothed young man again, their eyes narrowed in shock. From the beginning until the end, they did not catch any trace of when the black-clothed young man killed the Izumo sect disciple. This was because his speed was just too fast. Even a 1st or 2nd level void transformation martial artist, his speed might not be so fast, right? Huang Daniu thought to himself. Very soon, Huang Daniu's expression changed drastically. This was because he noticed the black-clothed young man's cold gaze swept past them after he put away the exquisite box in his hand. Killing intent flashed. For a moment, everyone, including Huang Daniu, felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. If you can block one of my attacks and not die, you can live. At this moment, the black-clothed young man opened his mouth. His voice was as cold as before, but it caused Huang Daniu and the others to panic. Before they could react, the black-clothed young man had already lifted his right leg and stomped on the ground at lightning speed. It was as if he had a deep grudge against the ground. Bang! As the black-clothed young man stomped on the ground, a loud sound spread out. The terrifying sound wave caused Huang Daniu and the others' expressions to change drastically. In the next moment, everyone saw countless cracks spreading out in all directions from where the black-clothed young man's foot landed. It was as if they had formed a gigantic spider web. As the cracks spread out, there were 7 extremely terrifying forces contained in them. They spread out along with the cracks and rushed toward the 7 people, including Huang Daniu. *T. Huang Daniu and Zhang Shouyang's expressions changed drastically. They were both martial artists who had comprehended the Earth concept, so they had a keen sense of the Earth concept. They could clearly sense that the 7 forces were the Earth concept. Moreover, it was the advanced Earth concept. Its level was not low at all. At the instant when both of their expressions changed, they only had time to hastily mobilize and control the Earth concept that they had comprehended to resonate with the ground in an attempt to resist the domineering Earth concept. Su Li fly up. The instant Huang Daniu made his move, he suddenly shouted to remind Su Li. When Su Li heard the black-clothed young man's words, his nerves had already tensed up. When he heard Huang Daniu's sudden shout, he did not hesitate and hurriedly stepped into the air. Boom, 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 boom. Almost at the instant when Su Li leaped up, a series of explosions resonated in the air. All Su Li could feel was a terrifying impact from the bottom of his feet that pushed his entire body up to the top of the cavern. He was caught off guard and crashed onto the top of the cavern with a loud bang, causing him to feel dizzy. As for Huang Daniu and Zhang Shouyang, due to the fact that they had cast the Earth concept in time and resonated with the ground, they were not affected too much. They only spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. As for the remaining 2 Izumo sects disciples and the 2 Anika sects disciples, they were not as lucky as them. The 4 of them exploded, leaving behind broken bodies and fresh blood all over the ground. All of you are pretty lucky. The indifferent voice resonated again without any emotion as it entered Huang Daniu and the other 2's ears. It was the black-clothed young man's voice. The instant the words left his mouth, the black-clothed young man's figure disappeared before Huang Daniu and the other 2's eyes. Damn it! Just wait until I, Huang Daniu, surpass him in strength. I'll never let him go. Huang Daniu was a little flustered and exasperated. What the hell happened? Su Li, who had finally managed to stabilize his body, flew down from the air and stared at the 5 big pits that appeared on the cavern's vast ground. He asked with his eyes wide open. That fella used his Earth concept to attack us? Other than Zhang Shouyang and I, who managed to communicate with the ground with our Earth concept in time and received protection to resist his Earth concept, the rest of the Earth concepts that were flying towards you were all detonated. Huang Daniu said with dread on his face. I was scared out of my wits earlier. Fortunately, Daniu, you reminded Su Li in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid Su Li's ending would be the same as theirs. Zhang Shouyang's face was filled with lingering fear as he looked at the broken bodies and bloodstains all over the ground. Daniu, thank you. Su Li thanked Huang Daniu sincerely. Earlier, he had indeed heard Huang Daniu's reminder. That was why he flew up in time and dodged the Earth concept that exploded. There's no need to thank me. I only reminded you subconsciously. Most importantly, you were able to react at the first moment and fly up in time. Otherwise, even with my reminder, you wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. Huang Daniu shook his head as he spoke. When he reached the end of his sentence, Huang Daniu's face turned grave. Who the hell is that fella? He simply doesn't care about our lives at all. Even after he obtained the profundity fragment, he still wanted to kill us. When Su Li and Zhang Shouyong heard this, their faces turned grave. With just a few words, the black-clothed young man from earlier had already controlled their fates in his hands. That kind of feeling made them very unhappy. In Emperor Wu's secret treasure, in another cavern that was extremely far away from the cavern where Huang Daniu and the other two were at, a series of loud noises resonated in the air. It was only after a long time that it fell into a dead silence. Two young men stood in the cavern. Around their bodies, the ground was filled with broken stones. There were hundreds of blue fragments mixed among them. They were none other than the water concept fragments. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize them at first glance. These two young men were the two young disciples of the Sun Moon sect who had survived. They were Hu Lin and Zhang Ping. Hu Lin, the treasure that's guarded by so many puppets? I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? Zhang Ping raised his head and looked at the ceiling in the middle of the cavern. There was an exquisite box inlaid on top of it. It was obvious that there was an extraordinary treasure stored inside. Why don't we just take it down and have a look? Hu Lin said nonchalantly. His body moved as he tried to take the exquisite box down. At this moment, a burst of extreme coldness and scorching heat came from the air. The combination of contradictory auras stopped Hu Lin. At the same time, it made both Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's faces turn grave. A moment later, a figure appeared in front of them. It's you! Looking at the young man in front of them, Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's faces turned grave. This young man was no stranger to them. Chapter 967. So, it's the both of you. Zhang Yan stared at the two Sun Moon sect's disciples in front of him with a cold expression and said indifferently, both of you are pretty lucky to actually encounter a profundity fragment. Profundity fragment? Hearing Zhang Yan's words, both Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's pupils involuntarily shrunk. Their expressions also became somewhat sluggish. After a while, Hu Lin was the first to regain his senses. He immediately stared at the exquisite box that was embedded in the ceiling of the cave and muttered, "You mean, the treasure in that exquisite box is a profundity fragment? Whether the profundity fragment is inside or not has nothing to do with you anymore." In the face of Hu Lin's question, Zhang Yan continued to speak. His voice was as calm as before. It was hollow and did not contain any emotion. But Zhang Ping, who had just regained his senses, instinctively asked in a daze. Because the dead man doesn't need to know so much. Zhang Yan spoke calmly again. The moment his words left his mouth, he suddenly made a move. He raised both of his hands abruptly and bent both of his arms backward while his back trembled. Both of his arms and his back were like a strong bow that was pulled back. His trembling back was more like a bowstring that was pulled to its limit. It trembled slightly and was ready to shoot the arrow that was pressed against it at any time. Shameless boasting. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's words, Zhang Ping completely regained his senses. Hu Lin, on the other hand, sneered. Origin energy rolled out from his body as his concept followed him like a shadow. In the next instant, a 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Grade 2 spirit sword that he always carried with him. Hu Lin's eyes turned cold as he turned into a gust of wind and slashed his sword at Zhang Yan mercilessly. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered into more than 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced at Zhang Yan in a menacing manner. First level void transformation stage. Second level advanced sword concept. This was Hu Lin's true strength as the strongest person among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect. The moment Hu Lin made his move, Zhang Ping also regained his senses. A grade 2 spirit saber appeared in his hand out of thin air. His origin energy raged as his concept merged with it. Without any hesitation, he joined forces with Hu Lin and charged at Zhang Yan together. There were more than 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhang Ping's head. It was exactly 100 silhouettes of them. First level void transformation stage. First level advanced saber concept. Zhang Ping was the second strongest person among the younger generation of the Sun Moon sect. His strength was only below Hu Lin. Hu Lin and Zhang Ping dashed out. With a saber and a sword, they attacked Zhang Yan mercilessly, aiming for his vital points. Zhang Yan's back trembled slightly as he clenched his hands into palms and pulled his arms back like a strong bow. Wisps of blue flames appeared around the grade 2 spirit artifact gloves on his hands. The scorching hot and icy cold aura coexisted. The contradictory combination caused the airflow in the air to be squeezed. Waves of soft air explosions involuntarily rose and fell in succession. Just as Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's grade 2 spiritual sword and grade 2 spiritual saber were about to attack Zhang Yan, the turbulent power of heaven and earth above Zhang Yan's head finally gathered into a heaven and earth anomaly. 978 ancient horned dragon silhouettes spiraled down and accumulated force while waiting to attack, and it gave others an extremely strong oppressive feeling. No! Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, who were originally full of confidence and thought they could kill Zhang Yan, turned pale when they saw the heaven and earth anomaly that appeared above Zhang Yan's head. Zhang Ping even cried out in horror. Boom! Boom! Just as Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's faces turned pale and Zhang Ping cried out in shock, Zhang Yan finally made his move. His arms, which were pulled like a strong bow, shook, and his back stopped trembling. His palms, which were filled with blue flames, quickly swept out and enveloped Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, meeting the two's fierce attacks head-on. Between Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, Hu Lin was the strongest. However, even if Hu Lin attacked with all his might, his strength was only equivalent to over 600 ancient horned dragon strength. This little bit of strength was easily crushed by Zhang Yan's over 900 ancient horned dragon strength. One could easily imagine the outcome. Bang! Bang! In a flash, Hu Lin and Zhang Ping were killed by Zhang Yan without any surprise. After the two of them were killed, their bodies flew out without slowing down and crashed into the cave wall in the distance like an arrow that was released from a bow, stirring up a cloud of dust. From then on, all the Sun Moon sect's disciples who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure were annihilated. After killing Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, Zhang Yan casually stepped into the air as though nothing had happened and took down the exquisite box from the ceiling of the cave. He was not in a hurry to open the box. For some reason, his eyes could not help but land on the hundreds of water concept fragments that were mixed among the rubble on the ground of the cavern. According to my previous experience, the profundity fragment in this box should be the water profundity fragment. Zhang Yan's breathing quickened when he thought of this. The fire profundity fragment was useless to him. However, the water profundity fragment was extremely meaningful to him. He could use it to comprehend the water profundity in the future. After all, since he had cultivated the supreme emotion-forsaking technique, he could easily condense water into ice and convert ice into water. To him, comprehending the water concept and water profundity was equivalent to comprehending the ice concept and ice profundity. Zhang Yan took a deep breath and opened the exquisite box. Zhang Yan could not help but narrow his eyes as soon as the box was opened. A fragment that was shining with aqua blue energy appeared before his eyes. Young man, congratulations. This 8th level Monarch stage water profundity fragment is yours. At the same time, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered Zhang Yan's ears. It carried an extremely terrifying penetrating force as it spread far and wide. *T. Zhang Yan did not dare to delay when he heard the voice. He immediately flew out and left the cave immediately. He did not dare to take the risk again after he learned his lesson. Previously, he had obtained a fire profundity fragment with great difficulty. However, it had fallen into Feng Tianwu's hands because of Feng Tianwu's appearance. As the saying went, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. In order not to repeat the same mistake, Zhang Yan immediately fled. As soon as Zhang Yan left, two ghostly figures appeared in the cave at the same time. Both of them frowned at the same time when they saw the water concept fragments all over the ground. You have the water profundity fragment? Both of them looked at each other tacitly and asked in unison. Both of them looked at each other deeply before they left to look for the person who had obtained the 9th level Monarch stage water profundity fragment. Inside one of the caves in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, a figure that looked like a bolt of purple lightning flashed into the cave quickly. He looked around carefully, not missing any detail. It was as though he was looking for something. The owner of the figure was none other than Duan Lingtian. Another 10 days had passed since he had made a breakthrough to the 2nd level void transformation stage. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian held 2 concept fragments in his hands and comprehended 2 types of concepts at the same time. At the same time, he was searching in all directions in an attempt to find the person who had obtained the tricolor fruit. Even if I find that person now, I'm afraid he has already consumed 2 spirit fruits. After searching the cave for a while and confirming that he did not find anything, Duan Lingtian flew away and entered another cave. Duan Lingtian searched the caves one by one. He was very patient. Soon after, Duan Lingtian flashed into a relatively remote cave and began to search around again. He did not miss any corner. In an inconspicuous corner at the top of the cave, a white-clad young man was sitting cross-legged in a small dark cave. He was cultivating quietly. Zishang boy, you and this Duan Lingtian are really enemies on a narrow road. Suddenly, a gloomy, hoarse, and old voice resonated in the white-clad young man's mind, waking him up from his cultivation immediately. Duan Lingtian? The white-clad young man was none other than Zishang. When he heard the voice in his mind, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes in the dark as though he was about to devour someone. Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with this name. From the time he was in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom until now, that person was like his destined enemy. No matter where he went or how high he stood, that person would always appear in front of him. Moreover, he was always at a disadvantage in the many times he fought with that person, causing him to feel extremely aggrieved. Originally, he was possessed by the remnant soul of a powerhouse and possessed powerful strength. However, he was restrained by a stone tablet in that person's hand, causing him to almost go crazy. Duanling, it's really you. Sitting cross-legged in the small dark cave, Zishang's eyes immediately landed on the purple figure outside the cave. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Almost at the instant when Zishang focused his eyes on Duan Lingtian frowned. He felt as though someone was spying on him. At the same time, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the remote corner at the top of the cave. A pitch-black cave that could accommodate one person appeared before his eyes. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to use his spiritual energy to investigate the cave, he noticed a white figure suddenly flew out from the cave and slowly descended before his eyes. Zishang. When Duan Lingtian saw the white-clad young man before him, his eyes widened in shock. Why, you're not dead? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was extremely shocked. Previously, when he had just entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Zishang had launched a sneak attack on him on the high platform and both of them had fallen into the bottomless abyss. Moreover, they had fought in the bottomless abyss. During that battle, he had used the strength of 1,000 ancient horn dragons to suppress Zishang's strength of 878 ancient horn dragons. He had almost killed Zishang. At the critical moment, Xianxia took out the fragment of the Devil Seal tablet that was lost outside. After interfering with him, it fell into the bottomless abyss. Duan Lingtian thought he would definitely die. In the end, it converged into over 1,050 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that wriggled down in an imposing manner. Previously, when Xianxia's cultivation base was at the 7th level void interpretation. Relying on his 3rd level advanced wind concept, 1st level advanced fire concept, and the method of borrowing the power of the wind from his fire, he could exert the strength of 876 ancient horned dragons when combined with the Grade 2 Spirit Spear. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the 1st level void transformation, his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons when fully unleashed. Compared to his strength when he was at the 7th level void interpretation, it was 100 ancient horned dragons strength more. Coupled with the 78% boost from the Grade 2 Spirit Spear, he had a total of 178 ancient horned dragons strength more than before. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia, whose cultivation base had broken through to the 1st level void transformation, had the strength of 1,050 ancient horned dragons when he unleashed his full strength. Xianxia, who held the Grade 2 Spirit Spear in his hand, had a confident expression on his face. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's full strength that day was only equivalent to 1,000 ancient horned dragon strength, which was more than 50 ancient horned dragon's strength compared to his current strength. It would be easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, die. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. At the same time, his face was filled with killing intent. He shouted loudly, and the Grade 2 Spirit Spear in his hand that was entangled with the wind and fire energy suddenly shook before it pierced towards Duan Lingtian. As Xianxia's figure flashed out, the Grade 2 Spirit Spear shook, and spear rays covered the sky like a meteor shower. Their target was Duan Lingtian. You're not who you used to be. Don't tell me you think I'm still who I used to be? Faced with the spear rays that covered the sky, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he spoke nonchalantly. His expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Deliberately mystifying. Xianxia's eyes gleamed when he saw Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all in the face of his attack that contained the strength of 1,050 ancient horned dragons. The strength of the Grade 2 Spirit Spear in his hands skyrocketed again. Bush, 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 bush. The wind and fire spear rays that covered the sky seemed like it was raining as they completely enveloped Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that they wanted to kill Duan Lingtian completely. Whether I'm deliberately mystifying or not, you'll find out soon enough. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword that faintly emitted a destructive aura. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. The moment the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body surged and transformed into a khaki energy that was intertwined with purple thunderbolts and green gales before it completely merged with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. In an instant, the sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword soared and emitted a series of clear and crisp sword cries. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head stirred and began to condense the heaven and earth phenomenon. Before the heaven and earth phenomenon could fully condense, Xianxia's spear rays that covered the sky had already arrived. They fell menacingly on Duan Lingtian's head. Wherever the spear rays passed, apart from causing a series of ear-piercing whistling sounds, it also set off countless rolling airwaves, causing a violent wind to blow in the cave and dust to fill the air. The violent wind gushed out and caused Duan Lingtian's purple robe to flutter, making him look even more graceful. Faced with the violent wind that was attacking him, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. His gaze was fixed on the spear rays that covered the sky and fell on him. At this moment, it seemed like the world in his eyes was only left with these spear rays. Die! Seeing that Duan Lingtian was enveloped by the spear rays and was about to be killed, Xianxia's face revealed a wanton smile. He shouted excitedly, and the energy on the grade 2 spirit spear in his hand continued to surge out. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face completely froze. He clearly saw that Duan Lingtian had made his move in the face of the spear rays that he had unleashed. With just a flash of his sword, the spear rays were shattered wherever the sword passed. Impossible! Seeing this, Xianxia hurriedly shook his head. He was unwilling to believe that everything before his eyes was real. When he inadvertently saw the 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that had completely condensed above Duan Lingtian's head, he was stunned. He was stunned, completely stunned. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian's improvement would be greater than his in such a short period of time. The strength that Duan Lingtian displayed now was more than 200 ancient horned dragons' strength compared to the last time. It was far from what his improvement could compare to. Of course, Xianxia did not know that Duan Lingtian was still holding back when he displayed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. Otherwise, once he borrowed the earth energy with the earth concept, he would be able to gain another 50 ancient horned dragon strength. It was equivalent to half the strength of the earth concept that he had mastered now. Duan Lingtian's sword swept out. Without using any martial skill, he easily shattered the spear rays that covered the sky and fell on him one by one as if he was playing a game. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how brilliant the martial skill was, it would be useless. At this moment, the strength contained in Duan Lingtian's sword was more than 140 ancient horned dragons' strength than Xianxia's. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Xianxia, after destroying the spear rays that covered the sky, the momentum of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand did not decrease. It swept toward Xianxia rapidly without using any martial skill. The sword that contained the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons caused the airflow in the air to surge and set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. Airwaves and gales swept out. Facing Duan Lingtian's sword, Xianxia did not dare to be negligent. He held his spear and charged forward with a solemn expression. The wind and fire energy on the spear sword. The spear ray swept out like a divine dragon opening its bloody mouth in an attempt to swallow the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand.